Kindly get seated, please. Yeah. Namaskar. On behalf of Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Government of India, we extend a very warm welcome and hearty welcome to all of you, especially to the foreign delegates who have come here from different parts of the world. Welcome to India, the land of rich, vibrant and colorful culture with unity in diversity. This conference is being organized with the collaboration between International Institute of Administrative Sciences and Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Government of India. Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji said, and I quote, "We would be Vikasit Bharat in 2047 when India celebrates 100 years of independence," unquote. That is, we will be a developed nation when we celebrate 100 years of independence of our nation. So we kickstart the function, and I request Secretary DARPG, Shri V. Srinivas, to kindly give the welcome address.
A very good morning to all. Distinguished President of the International Institute of Administrative Sciences, Dr. Raid Ben Shams, members of the editorial committee, Dr. C.K. Matthew, Professor Sheila Reddy, Dr. S.N. Tripathi ji, Dr. A.P. Singh ji, distinguished authors, Sri Durga Shankar Mishra ji, Sri Adil Zainul Bhai ji, Dr. Sanjeev Chopra, Professor A.B. Suraj, Srimati Shalini Prasad, Sri Alkesh Sharma, Ambassador Anil Trigunait ji, Sri Ashok Thakur, S.S. Mantha, Sri Jayakishan. On behalf of the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, I would like to congratulate the members of the editorial committee and each of the authors for their seminal efforts in the timely completion of the book publication by the IIAS Governance Series, Viksit Bharat at 2047, Governance Transformed. A hearty applause. Distinguished colleagues, each one of us has spent a long period of time of our careers under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi, who has enunciated the concept of Viksit Bharat at 2047 in his Independence Day address from the ramparts of Red Fort on August 15, 2022. The Panch Pran outlined by the Honorable Prime Minister represent the cornerstone of India's stated objective of a Viksit Bharat at 2047 when India seeks to be a developed nation. Let me quote Prime Minister Modi on this occasion. "Remember the time before independence. Yes, people had different methods of working, but the goal was big, the freedom of India. In this Amrit Kal, we have to come together and work towards another big goal of a Viksit Bharat. This book will be launched today at 1 p.m. by the Honorable Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jiten Singh Ji, in the inaugural session. That we could collectively work to complete a 710-page publication in a record time speaks volumes of our collective willpower to present a deep and nuanced exploration of the public administration in India, tracing its historical evolution, key frameworks, and contemporary challenges. This book publication by the IIAS Governance Series represents India's first major research publication to the IIAS since we joined the Institute in 1998. It marks a major milestone. As Professor Paul Joyce says in his foreword, the collaboration between the DRPG and the IIAS in the design and realization of this new book on India can be seen as a contribution to the long-term strategic endeavor to advance international knowledge and exchange in public administration. The documentation of India's governance journey over the past decade could be of great theoretical and practical significance and knowledge for many years to come. The transformation of public administration and governance is manifest in the policy maxim, maximum governance, minimum government, which envisages a technology revolution in governance manifest by a digitally empowered citizen and a digitally transformed institution. This book publication documents numerous success stories and case studies in India's quest for a Viksit Bharat at 2047. During the book discussion, the authors will present the respective reforms that they have identified. India has advocated a reformed multilateralism, at the core of which is a reformed United Nations Security Council, reforms in the Bretton Woods institutions, and the World Trade Organization. India has positioned itself as a key player on the global stage in several multilateral fora, including BRICS, SCO, BIMSTEC, IBSA, and G20. India has contributed to reshaping several global policies, advocated equitable trade, the climate change discourse, promoted women-led development, and championed the African Union as a permanent member of the G20. I am sure the book will be deliberated and discussed in many IIAS fora and in numerous discourses across the nation and during the IIAS-DRPG India Conference 2025. In fact, it brings a significant value addition to the 4-day conference deliberations. I am personally grateful to each one of you for responding to my request to contribute an article to the book. I acknowledge with utmost respect the contribution of the editorial team for their determination and commitment to complete the book before the conference. I would like to acknowledge the support received from Professor Paul Joyce and President IIAS, Dr. Raid Ben Shams, in the timely publication. With these opening remarks, I commend the book Viksit Bharat at 2047, Governance Transformed, to the readership. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of more than 3,000 officers from 34 partner countries of NCGG who have joined online, and also all the district collectors and colleagues from all the states and districts of India who are participating in this book discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you, Secretary DARPG. Now we have the video message of Dr. Paul Joyce. Let's hear.
I'm Paul Joyce of the International Institute of Administrative Sciences. I would like to say a few words about the newly published book on public administration in India. This book was discussed in late 2023 by the Indian government's Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances and the International Institute of Administrative Sciences. The book is timely because India is now celebrating its 75th anniversary as a republic. The book itself is written by experts with extensive knowledge of India's governance system. It covers a wide range of topics, including the constitution, democracy, decentralization, social justice, citizen empowerment, gender inclusion, and major policy sectors like health, education, agriculture and climate change. Part of the book's context is a big planned change in public governance in India. Exactly 10 years ago, in January 2015, the Government of India's Cabinet set out a bold reform of the governance system. This included setting up Niti Aayog as a think tank for strategic policy making. The reforms were intended to move the system away from the planning system that had existed for a number of decades to create a more decentralized approach and a more inclusive approach to citizens. Since the Cabinet announced this big planned change in public governance, India's made progress on a number of fronts, not least the reductions in poverty, improvements in health and education, and advances in renewable energy. I think a striking feature of India's governance recently is the number of strategic projects developed by the government since 2014 and the consequent wave of government innovation that has occurred. So, speaking from an international point of view, I think better understanding of India's recent experience with reform, with developing strategic policy making, could be a very important contribution to the global debate about how we can improve public governance and administration everywhere and how we can serve the public better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Raid Mohammed bin Shams, IIAS President, to kindly address the august gathering, please.
Distinguished colleagues, esteemed scholars, and public administration practitioners, and pracademics like myself. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As we gather here in New Delhi to discuss India's governance transformation, we stand at a crucial juncture in global public history. The story of India's governance revolution over the past decade is not just a national achievement. It represents a beacon of possibility for public administration worldwide. We are witnessing the emergence of what I would call a new public administration renaissance, where age-old challenges of governance are being met with innovative solutions that combine digital transformation with citizen-centric approaches. Let's consider this. In just one decade, India has demonstrated how a nation of 1.4 billion people can leverage technology to deliver public services to its remotest corners. The journey from being the world's 10th largest economy to becoming the 5th largest and soon to be the 3rd largest economy worldwide. It's not just about economic metrics. It's about fundamentally transforming how government serves its citizens. Similar remarks and remarkable journeys in governance transformation are being witnessed across the globe. We have witnessed in so many other countries. Just for example, China's experience in poverty elevation has contributed significantly to global poverty reduction. Such achievements demonstrate the profound impact that focused governance reforms can have on human development. The book we are discussing today reveals fascinating insights into this transformation. The implementation of e-Office version 7.0 across India's vast bureaucracy, the handling of 21 lakh public governance through the CP grams in 2023 alone, and the successful delivery of 16,500 e-services by 2024, these are not just statistics. They represent real changes in citizens' lives, demonstrating how digital governance can bridge the gap between administration and the public. What particularly captivates our international audience about this narrative is its central theme of transforming dreams into tangible reality. India's experience shows how that good governance is not about choosing between technology and human touch. It's about harmonizing both to create more responsive, more transparent, and more effective and efficient public services. Yet, as we discuss these achievements, we must remember that somewhere in the world, another nation might be developing equally innovative solutions to similar challenges. There are numerous untold stories of governance innovations that are waiting to be discovered, shared, and learned. This reminds us of inspiring examples like the Palestinian Institute of Public Administration, which continues to contribute to global public administration capacity building despite operating under the brutality of occupation and scarcity of finances. Such examples demonstrate how determination and commitment to public service excellence can transcend limitations. This was just immediately linked with the National Center for Good Governance's success in training over 2,600 civil servants here, but from all around the world, from Bangladesh, from Maldives, and other countries. This is why our gathering today is so crucial. We are not just here to discuss a book. We are here to begin a global dialogue on discovering and sharing these hidden gems of public administration excellence. Whether it's India's system for grievance redressal, Estonia's e-governance solutions, or Singapore's public service innovations, each experience enriches our collective understanding of good governance. The challenge before us is clear. How do we create platforms and networks to identify, document, and share these experiences? How do we ensure that successful governance innovations in one corner of the world can benefit citizens in another? As we delve deeper into the discussions today, I urge you to think beyond the immediate case study of India. Let's use this as a springboard to explore how we can create a global repository of governance innovations, how we can facilitate more cross-border learning and self-adaptation, and how we can ensure that no country is left behind in the quest for public and better administration. This is simply to fulfill our sacred obligation towards creating equitable prosperity for all our citizens, regardless of their age, gender, location, ethnicity, or beliefs. My dear colleagues, while this book provides us with an authoritative chronicle of India's governance transformation, it also beckons us towards deeper analytical questions that demand our attention. What excites me is the idea brought forward by my dear colleague and friend Paul Joyce, which is the prospect of a follow-up volume that could rigorously evaluate the outcomes of the ambitious agenda set by the Indian cabinet in 2015. In this next phase, which I'm putting on the table for my dear brother Shri Sivanas, we need to understand three critical aspects: how strategic policy making evolved, how state-center relationships transformed, and most importantly, how these governance innovations translated into tangible improvements into human development and sustainable metrics. The Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, with its vast repository of data and evaluation capabilities, stands uniquely positioned to help us answer these questions. This isn't just about documenting success. It's about creating an analytical framework that other nations can learn from. As we discuss this book today, let's consider how we can contribute to this next crucial phase of research and analysis. The international public administration community needs both the inspiring story of transformation and the critical evaluation of its impact. This invitation extends to all nations in our country book series: Finland, Germany, Japan, Switzerland, and others to join in this critical analysis endeavor. The IIAS, with its global network and commitment to advancing public administration, is uniquely positioned to lead these efforts. Let's use IIAS platform to begin building bridges between different administrative traditions, between developed and developing nations, and between theoretical frameworks and practical implementations. Our future efforts must be grounded in robust data and evidence-based decision-making, ensuring that our governance innovations deliver measurable impacts. Remember, every successful governance innovation we discover and share brings us one step closer to our collective goal: making lives better for citizens everywhere through improved public administration. Let us begin our discussions with this spirit of discovery, learning, and sharing. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you so much. His Excellency Dr. Raid Mohammed bin Shams, IIAS President. Now, as a token of our immense respect and to honor the author of the book, I request Secretary DARPG to kindly felicitate the authors. Please come in front of the dais. I request all the dignitaries present on the dais to please come in front of the dais. Dr. C.K. Matthew, Editor. Dr. Sheila Reddy, Editor. Book and the memento. Dr. Sanjeev Chopra. Professor A.B. Suraj. Srimati Shalini Prasad. Shri K. Jaikishan. Shri S.N. Tripathi, Editor. Shri A.P. Singh, editor. Shri D.S. Mishra. Shri Anil Trigunayat. Janab Adil Zaidul Bhai. Shri Ashok Thakur. Shri Alkesh Sharma. Shri S.S. Mantha. Thank you so much. And this is the time for the book discussion. Group A, I request all the editors and authors to please join us on the desk. Dr. C.K. Matthew, editor, Dr. Sheila Reddy, editor, Dr. Sanjeev Chopra, Professor A.B. Suraj, Srimati Shalini Prasad, and Shri K. Jaikishan. Yeah, please.
May I have a special thanks to my brother Shri Sivas for all the efforts. I mean, we should give you the plagues. Without your efforts, without your persistence, it wouldn't have happened. So thank you very much.
We now start the book discussion with the book Viksit Bharat at 2047, Governance Transformed. And now I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to all the dignitaries on the desk. Now I hand over the floor to the chair of the function.
Very good morning to all of you. Very, very briefly, we wanted to discuss with you the process that we followed in bringing this book out. Let me at the outset say that the editorial group, Professor Reddy, Mr. Tripathi, and Mr. Singh are extremely privileged and proud to have been a part of this exercise. Sitting here, I suddenly realized that I am only 4 years younger than the Constitution of India. And that is reflected in my gray hair. But I'm saying that for a specific reason. Because it is high time that a nation with 75 years experience must look back and ask questions. Have we done well? Have we achieved our goal? Have we helped the people of India? Are we growing? And that is exactly what this book does. The book takes a look back at the 75 years of our history and asks questions. And I'm very happy to say that all the writers, the 22 writers who contributed to this essay, have tremendous experience in their respective fields. They have worked for 35, 40 years in government, and when they say something, when they express their views, it is of significance. We requested each of the writers to look at their work, to look at their essay in 3 parts. One, what happened since 1947? How did we move through these 75 years? Second, what were those astonishing changes that we have managed to bring about to take India to what it is today? And finally, to also look forward and examine some of the issues and problems that this country is facing and which we must overcome to go ahead into 2047. For us as a team, it was quite a challenge to bring all these writers together on the same timeline, asking them to stick to some discipline, send in their papers. We used to make, very, very reluctantly, we used to make some changes and corrections, which gladly they accepted. And happy to say that it has been such a collective, wonderful, beautiful effort to bring out this book. So now I'll request Professor Sheila Reddy to take the proceedings onward. She will briefly introduce some of the speakers and ask them to make their own observations about the book. Thank you.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. Though I would like to speak more on this occasion, I restrict myself. I will not go into all the formalities. I just start by saying that India is on the cusp of transformation, and the transformation is quite evident under the able and visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. This book, Vikasit Bharat at the rate of 2047, Governance Transformed, an IIAS publication governance series, Volume 7 was conceptualized and has been materialized, I should say, at the opportune moment commemorating the India's 75 years of, India being a 75 years of republic. We all know that the country is moving ahead with the vision and mission of Vikasit Bharat, aiming to become a developed India. The 20 essays of the volume share diverse perspectives on key governance areas, reflecting the experience and expertise of the authors, as said by Dr. Matthew, who were very passionate about the subjects which they chose. So I can categorically say that their narratives portray the Indian governance trajectory in a holistic manner. You all must be eager to listen to the authors. To get a coherent feel of the volume of the book, this session has been exclusively planned with the authors, some of whom took time off their busy schedule to be present here with us this morning. We have 5 distinguished authors who shall briefly share the crux or the thrust of their essay, which will certainly give us an insight on the theme and enthuse us to know more about it, and thereby prompting us to add the volume to our respective bookshelves, enhancing our understanding. Let us all welcome the authors with a round of applause. First, let us start with Dr. Sanjeev Chopra. The title of his essay is "The Medium is, quote and unquote, more than the message." Very interesting and intriguing title. And in the contemporary global landscape, the concept of soft power has gained prominence. We should know how unique it has been in the contribution of Indian culture, how Indian culture has been unique in the creation of Indian soft power. To just briefly introduce Dr. Sanjeev Chopra, he is an eminent historian and columnist. Let me admit that their profiles are quite exhaustive. I have chosen very important things, and if I miss something, it is not intentional. You may add on when you are presenting your viewpoint. He was director of Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration. He is superannuated after 36 years of illustrious career in the Indian Administrative Service, and he specializes in the history of Indian polity, the political economy of development, and governance issues. Sir, I request you to please share your perspective.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy, for a very kind introduction.
Yeah, please.
No, there's no need. I'll just, because we have only 7 minutes and I've got 9 points to make. Professor Matthew, Mr. Suraj, my distinguished batchmate, Shalini, and Professor. Friends, the medium is more than the message. And I've got 9 takeaways for all of us. First of all, we live in an age where we are obsessed with rankings. Whether it is the GDP ranking or the GEP ranking or the AQI, because we're living in Delhi, so every ranking becomes very important. And therefore, the other point to note is that whatever is not measured is often not discussed. So we measure GDP, we measure calorific values. So these are the things which get discussed, and they come into the public domain. So that's the second takeaway. The third is, you see that sometimes you understand a concept in opposition to what it is not. For example, soft power is the opposite of what is not soft power. And what is not soft power is the power of coercion. Now, the only way I could distinguish coercion is by using the word seduction. So soft power is like seduction, whereas hard power is the power of coercion. But it is very difficult to conceptualize and quantify soft power. Fourth takeaway is that a nation's influence is built on her history, her geography, and her culture. Till some years ago, we thought that all these are fixed entities. But now we know that history can be redefined, it can be rewritten. Geography is also not given, because now you have concepts like extended neighborhoods. Ambassador will agree with me that we have extended neighborhoods, we have blue waters, and we have deep waters. So the concept of geography is changing, the concept of history is changing, the concept of culture is being redefined. And what is happening is that what was very big or very large at some point of time, I'm sorry if there are delegates from the UK here, I'm not sorry about it, but the fact is that the empire on which the sun never set is now a poor shadow or a pale version of what it was 100 years ago, because 100 years ago, in this capital city of Delhi, which became the capital in 1921, it appeared that this would be the city of the future. This would be the city of the kings and queens and emperors, but none of the statues, none of the canopies, none of them are there, and whatever was keeps changing. So the Kingsway Road becomes the Rajpath, and then it becomes the Kardavya Path, which in other words means that how you look at things keeps changing over a period of time. There are countries which do not exist any longer, countries which are not in dialogue with each other, countries which are not in conversation with each other. They become part of history, like the USSR and like the old Pakistan, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and we can go deep into the number of nations which do not exist today. The fifth point that I wish to make is that influence has many dimensions. And even so, when political influence goes, and as we can all see here today, these sartorial influences, the influences of culture, the influences of language, they can persist. So soft power is not just political power, because the Anglo-Saxon world has left its imprint on the sartorial preferences. We are all dressed in, and I must compliment the ladies here for retaining the Indian national dress. I mean, all the gentlemen here, we seem to have followed, all of us seem to have given up our traditional dress, but that is the influence of soft power in that sense. Sixth, the nation state of India, as Dr. Matthew said, 75th year of Republic, is actually a follow-up to the civilizational concept of Bharat. So the nation state of India is actually a follow-up to the civilizational aspect of Bharat, and to my mind, the first person who gave the first exposition of soft power of India was Vivekananda's address to the Parliament of Religions in Chicago in 1894. This address, plus the English translation of the Bhagavad Gita, the song Celestial, these are actually the beginnings of soft power in our country. Seventh point, what is power? Power is actually the coming together of Prabhu Shakti, which is the power of the sovereign, with the Mantrana Shakti, which is the power of knowledge, with Utsaha Shakti, which is the power of enthusiasm. And when all these come together, that is when a nation becomes great. And a nation becomes great when it exercises power in all its dimensions. Because you cannot have soft power unless you have a very strong power to back you up. And this soft power is expressed in many ways, whether it's the ICCR, the NCGG, this conference that we are having here. All these are things of soft power. Before closing, I have one methodological issue which I would request IIAS and everyone to look into. You know, when we look at rankings, the way soft power has been ranked, I mean, USA, UK, and then China. Now, with all respect to our delegates from China, the information which is collected from there may or may not be subject to such empirical verification. So I would strongly recommend that IIAS, along with UNESCO, develop the new index of soft power. Because unless you have an index of soft power, which is widely discussed, widely agreed upon, then the rankings of soft power that we get are not really a true reflection of soft power, because I do not think India ranks 54th in soft power. We are much higher. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Shri R.S. Sharma. The title of his paper is Improving Public Service Delivery and Indian Experience. Acha, he has not come. Okay. Okay, then we call upon Professor Anil B. Suraj, who has written a paper on democratic decentralization, power to the people. To present his brief profile, Professor Suraj is a faculty in the public policy area at Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. He has designed and teaches a doctoral course on public administration and law. In the years 2010 to 2012, he has undertaken research work and presented reports on working of 74th Amendment, participatory governance, and urban regulatory institution as part of the Center of Excellence on Urban Governance at IIM Bangalore. So he works on various themes at the intersection of law, policy, and governance, and specializes in the area of government-business relations and citizen-centric policies. Over to you, Professor Suraj. The paper is Democratic Decentralization, Power to the People.
Thank you. Foremost, I would like to thank the Secretary, DARPG, and his entire team. I think this is an excellent book. In the age of Kindle and digital versions, I think this book has come out so well that I like to touch and feel and read by flipping the pages. And I hope all of you would also find it equally likable and useful. The chapter is Democratic Decentralization, Power to the People. On the 75th anniversary of our Constitution, our preamble begins. The first four words are "We the people of India." And that is what I have used as part of the chapter as the basis. And I believe that this is the spirit in which we need to revitalize and reaffirm ourselves going forward, especially in the next phase of our development. And the entire focus of this chapter is on local self-government, is the words used in the original Constitution. Of course, we now prefer to use the word governance, but I think it is also important to identify and recognize that institutions of government which are responsible for governance, that is the focus that I have sought to bring about as part of this chapter. In fact, as mentioned in the chapter as well, I'm sure all of you would recall, especially from those of you who are from India, Mahatma Gandhi had referred to village administration quite often in his writings, even before our independence. And he had actually said that he would like to see the governance at the village level becoming a combined form of, and he used the words legislative, executive, and judiciary together. So in some sense, I think he had conceptualized the formal nature, the authoritative but participative nature of governance of village administration, and I think that is what I would like to propose, and I would like to, if I may say, reaffirm that should be the guiding path for our institutions going forward. Just to give you about 4 points that I make in the chapter. This chapter also describes the evolution of local self-governance mechanisms, especially, as I'm sure many of you from India would recollect, we made very elaborate, very path-breaking amendments in the year 1993, which have seen a lot of, if I may say, growth and further strengthening in the years later, especially in the last few years. And the constitutional framework of panchayats and the municipal bodies in the urban areas, panchayats in the villages and the rural areas, and their allocation of functions and powers. Now, one of the things that I must, I'm sure, share and put forth is that the extent of decentralization is nowhere close to what we would like to achieve. In fact, what we have actually planned and designed, I think we have some distance to go, but I'm very sure that our efforts, our struggles, our challenges, with some of them I have had the fortune of referring to a lot of good work done by many institutions. And I think this book is an excellent consolidation of all that experience. This is a one-stop, if I may say, reference point for all that has happened till now as efforts. And this would be a great contribution to not only, it is not only a book from India, but also by a lot of struggles and groundwork and institutional work that has happened across the country. And we still have a distance to go, but I think we have the blueprint for 2047 that has come out very clearly. And for example, panchayat-led governance. We are seeing that there were, today we have established a very democratic system of composing the rural self-governance system mechanism, and to that extent we would like to see that come into the urban area as well. We have a lot to learn from the system of the panchayats. India is a country which is rapidly urbanizing. We have already crossed all estimates of people coming into urban areas, which means we need to strengthen our urban institutions. We cannot anymore neglect the aspect of, for example, I have used the example of urban transportation. That's an extremely important aspect where I believe that there is a lot to demonstrate about the strengths of the local governance. I make a few points on going forward what should be the principles of public administration. And if I may just take a minute to mention, of course, greater devolution of powers, functions, and fiscal powers to the panchayats and the municipal bodies, but also participatory and community-based governance. For example, we are not yet anywhere close to using technology for public consultations, for public budgeting, for public planning, right? That's something that we need to do. Many countries have showed us in very small pockets of numbers of people that it is possible, so it is for the Indian institutions to take it forward. We also need to have very clear contractual and regulatory mechanisms. We need private sector. We need private investments. We need, for example, public-private partnerships as happening in infrastructure. How much of it is coming through when it comes to collective participatory governance is something that we need to further tap into. And we also need to design electronic, but more importantly, mobile governance. Today, I think our mobile penetration is more than 90%. Smartphones are catching up. They're almost there. More than 45% of the Indian population has smartphones, which means we have an ability to reach every person on their palms. So we can collect data, we can make analytics, and we can bring in even better real-time feedback. So I would like to conclude by saying, given our federal structure, the state governments play a very, very critical role in the Indian context. As I'm sure all of you would have heard, we are not just one country, but we are a diverse set of regions, languages, cultures, climate, and therefore we need, the chapter places a great deal of hope and responsibility on the state governments to devolve more powers to the local governance. I conclude with the line, leave no one behind, which is the slogan of the SDGs. I believe that we the people of 1947 means we leave no one behind going forward to 2047. I thank you once again to all of you for these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now may I call upon Srimati Shalini Prasad, former Special Secretary Niti Aayog, and who has extensive experience of working in key ministries, that is Ministry of Power, Panchayati Raj, Health and Family Welfare, Human Resource Development and Finance at the national level, and of course assumed many positions at the state level. The paper, the essay she has written is Building Social Capital Through Gender Inclusion, where it is imperative to understand and examine the recent innovations to enhance gender equality across the gamut of social development. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you. Dr. Reddy, Dr. Matthews, Dr. Suraj, Mr. Jayakishan, Sanjeev. So at the outset, I'd like to really thank the Department of Administrative Reforms and its secretary, who had the courage, I would say, to call in a lot of practitioners to contribute to this book, because they bring in a very separate type of perspective, which I hope I have done. So yeah, this chapter on building social capital through gender inclusion, I mean, I have to first give a couple of disclaimers before I talk about what we did. One was, of course, in gender, I've actually stuck to women in this. We haven't really been fully into gender. And secondly, because it's such a all-encompassing sort of area, this chapter has sort of concentrated on basically 5 sectors, which is health, education, violence against women, economic empowerment, and political participation. I think these are the 5 areas that I've covered in this. I would have loved to have covered more, but I had already exceeded the word limit by a large amount, so I refrained from going any further. So basically, yeah, we followed the chapterization of that we had been given a brief for. And the thing about gender inclusion or women's development was that there was a lot of intent. Right in 1947, when we started, the intent was very clearly visible. The vision was not that clear, perhaps, and the realization was clearly going to take a lot of time because there were a number of roadblocks. So how this very strong intent translated over time into something concrete, I think that's what I've tried to capture here, going over the decades, and I've sort of broken this up into the decades of the 40s, 50s, and so on. So basically, what we find was that there were a number of programs which came, some of which worked, some of which didn't work, some of which worked but were closed down, some of which didn't work, were changed or not changed. It's quite a mixed bag. There were a number of structures which came up. The first really important structure, I think, for gender was obviously the Central Social Welfare Board. But there were a lot of others, whether it was the Rashtriya Mahila Kosh, whether it was the National Crush Fund. Unfortunately, most of these are pretty much in decline right now, but anyway. Then there were a number of legislations, starting right from the first ones which were talked about dowry, marriage, trafficking, protection of women, down to, I think, more recent times to Domestic Violence Act. Again, great intent. Some of them were very forward for the times they came in. Many of them have lacked full implementation, possibly because of the structure, because of intent, or because of just too many issues, maybe not the fact that maybe the police stations who are supposed to be actually implementing a lot of these are not fully sensitized to gender, whatever. So it's, I guess, been called, you can call it a mixed bag. And then there were the policies, again, a host of them. But there are two documents really that I'm going to mention because I think that has really been the cornerstone of the women's movement in India. One was the Committee on Status of Women in 1971. That's been a long time. And then was the National Commission on Self-Employed Women. This was 80s. And women in the informal sector. I think these are the two documents that all of us who worked in the women's development have been quoting extensively. But what is amazing is that from 1971 to now, I think when we read it, we still don't find anything that we could possibly improve. They've both been amazing documents. There's something that we've all been quoting so far. I mean, I think anybody in the women's movement in India has obviously been quoting it very extensively. And I think even if we manage to actually implement these two documents and their recommendations, we'd almost be there. So this is not to say that a lot hasn't been done. I think there's a lot that's been done. There have been a number of really important institutions which have come up. There have been a number of very important programs. There have been important policies. And it's been many steps forward. It's also been some steps backward. I think what I've tried to capture is really this, where we've done well, where we've done well but gone back, where we still need to go forward. And the thing is, it's going to get tougher as we go ahead because the initial things, get girls to school, do this, you know, these were the easy bits. I mean, not really easy, but easy in the sense that they're not so difficult to implement. But I think now it gets tougher, where we really talk about, let's say, political participation or participation in power. That's where things are really going to get tough. So now that's what I've tried to outline. Like we talk about women in the workforce, and of course India's record has not been that great, but although we're not right at the bottom and it's improving. But the steps that we really need to take to get there, again, is going to become tougher. So what we've tried to really point out in this finally is which are the key areas where we need to go forward and the courage that perhaps we need really to undertake some of these steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. I request Shri K. Jayakishan, CEO, Infrastructure Development Corporation, Karnataka, to share his perspective on his essay, Infrastructural Development, Bridging the Critical Gaps. It is a joint essay by Dr. Venkatesh Satyanarayana and K. Jayakishan.
Dr. Reddy, Dr. Matthews, Dr. Suraj, Dr. Prasad, and Dr. Chopra, Secretary DARPG, President IIAS, distinguished authors, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Like Dr. Reddy said, we've tried to cover this incredibly vast topic of infrastructure and to assess the gaps in those infrastructure. And keeping in view the, the diktat which was passed to us in terms of the word limit, that turned out to be a very uphill task because if you look at the way the government of India itself has defined infrastructure, at the turn of the century, DEA looked at infrastructure as a clutch of maybe 10 odd sectors. To now, we have 37 subsectors in what is called the harmonized list. And those 37 sectors or subsectors are grouped under 5 larger categories. So that's the the vast landscape we are talking about when we say infrastructure, and still we leave out few of these sitting on the fence sectors like tourism. So when you talk infrastructure, we are really talking of this vast array of sectors and subsectors which touch each one of our lives on a daily basis. So it was a humongous task for us. So, we cheated a bit, and we decided to focus only on the top 3 sectors which account for 70% of what is currently estimated as, the investment required under the national infrastructure pipeline. So we focused our energies and attention only to transportation, energy, and telecom. And that's the coverage in terms of the sectors. But before we move to the sectors, we've also touched upon how infrastructure itself has been viewed by the government right from 1947 till now. And you could clearly see there are, about 3 very clear periods. So there is the first period, which is 47 to about 1990, where the focus primarily was on social development. Infrastructure really took a backseat, and there wasn't much of budgetary flows going into infrastructure. Of course, it was also complicated by the fact that there were, interruptions by way of wars, oil shocks, etc. So we've we've looked at the historical development of how these infrastructure sectors have moved in the first 40 odd years. 1990 to 2010 or so was a period where there has been a lot of focus on infrastructure driven primarily by the liberalization and also the fact that PPPs came into being. But then we all know that there was the global financial crisis, and PPPs itself took a downturn, which then led us into the third part, which is, somewhere around 2000, mid 2014-15 onwards till now, and what we intend to do going forward. So in terms of what we intend to do going forward, the touchstone or the, the go-to document for us has always been the National Infrastructure Pipeline, which puts the investment required at rupees 111 lakh crores. So that is for all our friends from abroad. That's about 1.25 trillion USD. Now, this estimation can never be an exact science because, it's done at a particular point in time. Like I said, the definition of infrastructure itself becomes a little hazy at the edges. The third part is, it's always a shifting goalpost. Just to give an example from the part where I come from, Bangalore as a city has been growing leaps and bounds way beyond anybody's imagination. And the fact that we have a swanky airport today, and it's meeting our needs today, but the capacity of that airport is just is 90 million passengers per annum. And today we are already talking about the second airport. Now, this is something which was never envisaged when the NIP was being created or formulated. Similarly, the investment required to just keep Bangalore up and running to meet this ever-growing population demand is not something which the state government envisaged, and therefore it doesn't find mention in the NIP. So the NIP itself is a ballpark figure which gives us an idea where, the kind of investment we need to keep, to get India moving over the next 20 odd years to be a Viksit Bharat. Now, in that, we see 2 issues when we talk of such huge sums. We see a problem of finance, and we see a problem of capacity building. Now, the problem of finance is, to my mind and to our mind, the way we put it in the chapter, not a big issue, because finance does flow across the world. What you need is conducive policy and the capacity and capability of governance. So it all comes down to governance and very efficient governance frameworks. And when we look at the entire governance framework in the country, there is a huge variation between the center, the state, and going down to the local bodies. Also across states, and within states across departments. So one needs to know that these are gaps which need to be plugged, and we have to have a very strong mechanism of equalizing the capabilities across all of these dimensions. President IIAS spoke about the need to document our learnings and to ensure that there is cross-pollination of these learnings across countries. I think the same applies for us within our own country. This is the one thought I wanted to leave all of you with, that governance continues to remain the biggest bugbear even for development within our country and to meet our targets of infrastructure spending. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, we come to the close of Group 1 authors who shared their perspectives. So you could sense a feel of a blend of academic rigor and practical insight into every paper. I can only say in a simple sentence that this volume speaks about the resilience, resurgence, and transformative capabilities of the Indian Republic. I thank all the distinguished authors for being present here in this Group 1 and sharing their views and very succinctly enlightening the audience on the paper they have written. And now it is time for the Group 2 authors to come over and please carry forward the discussion.
Thank you so much. I extend. Thank you, all the esteemed dignitaries, the Group 1 authors and editors. Now I invite the Group 2 authors and editors to please come up onto the stage and have a group photograph first, please. These are the memories to be captured in the cameras and, of course, in our hearts too. Thank you so much, the esteemed dignitaries, the authors and the editors. Now I request Group 2 editors and authors to please join us here on the dais. Shri S.N. Tripathi, editor, Shri A.P. Singh, editor, Shri D.S. Mishra, Shri Anil Trigunayat, Shri Adil Zainul Bhai, Shri Ashok Thakur, Shri Alkesh Sharma, Shri S.S. Mantha. Yeah, one more chair, please. Now I hand over the floor to the chair for the proceedings of the Group 2 discussion. Please carry forward the proceedings.
Good morning, friends. After a heavy dose discussion in the group 1 and very illustrious panel with group 2, we would like to say that the best way to predict the future is to create it. And we are creating it right now in front of each one of you, because one thing I will do, we will not introduce any author, otherwise you will not read the book. 21st century is India century. A book by practitioners for academic world is virtually a challenge to the academic world. Playbook of localized SDG delivered in democracy in a country which is more argumentative than decisive. At times, we have ASEAN Constitution, a living and evolving document for we the people who gave us a sovereign republic, a detachment from the crown. But bureaucracy that we inherited from ICS to IAS, being discussed in IIAS, we had enough problem with single I, we are discussing within double I environment. The state has a monopoly over violence, therefore it needed a constitution to limit its power. But then constitution also provides how it will share the power at state and local level. Unless you read the book, many things will not be clear to you, even if you have seen India, even if you have heard many things about us. 4 million elected people's representative from Palli to Delhi and 30 million bureaucrats are selected to serve 1400 million small Indians in a place where public administration is not a PPT, which can be understood. It's a people, process, and principles. Now technology is added. So rule-based to role-based, a Karmayogi mindset requires understanding not only of India, but also reading the book that is in front of you. Growing bigger, anybody can be, but growing faster is our Indian tradition. Plan development to strategic policy intervention is the spirit of cooperative federalism. In sign, including competitive federalism, is a spirit of Team India. People-centric governance and women-led development is an act of faith for us. Friends, I am quoting this only from the book. I am making your job easy. Indirect tax reform could have been incremental, but creative disruption, being new normal, gave birth to GST, where we merged 17 taxes, a bold move, and the GST Council, which is virtually the 4th tier of government, has enough power where states have shared their taxation power to the GST Council. This is underreported, but a major innovation in governance. Government and governance, which is reflected in minimum government and maximum governance, took a rocket speed with eKYC. I think many more aspects will be discussed by the authors. JAM, DBT, DDGI, State Index, and now we are competing even with World Governance Index. Aspirational district is another innovation in India, which is less understood, need to be studied carefully by both academic and practitioners world. 112 districts out of 785 districts are being targeted for concentrated delivery of public services, which is another innovation. And adding to this, that is aspirational block, 500 blocks out of 7,689 blocks is an area which should be understood. The bureaucracy, as Mr. Musk is arguing now in America, constitutes an illegitimate 4th branch of government. It may be true for United States, but it's not so true for India. We continue to have democratic transition, peaceful, 18 elections, and bureaucracy that knows whom to serve and how. DPI is digital public good, the power of soft power, vaccine Maitri, Indian diaspora to be the mother of democracy and voice and choice of global south. Friends, all these things you will get once you read the book carefully. Digital first, is to RDD, rationalize first, digitize then, and then decentralize. It may work. If you only decentralize without doing the process reform and rationalizing it, you will end up the way 74th and 73rd Constitutional Amendment has ended itself. Time to relook. Time for India's stack to transform to artificial intelligence stack. Many more things will be discussed now here. Infrastructure, data and use cases capital is going to be India only in the AI world. We may not have deep seek now, but we will have deeper seeker in due course, because we are working on foundational models also, and there will be some glimpse of it. Today, and I quote our Honorable Prime Minister, who is the master of political seduction, and I quote him, today every institution and every individual should move with the resolution that every effort and act will be for Viksit Bharat. The aim of our goal and our resolution should be only one, developed India. Prime Minister, when he launched the Voice of Youth recently. Friends, many more things you will come to know about the book. These are only glimpses, short listed from the book itself. If you want to read the book in 1 minute, read the prologue written by our Honorable Minister. If you want to understand what is the international takeaway, read what Mr. Joyce has written. If you want to get the glimpse of it, read all that. Editors have tried to do it, but that will be a misnomer unless you read the book. Purpose is to see that a fat book with very good ideas must be read in its entirety if you wish to understand India which is on the march of progress. And I will request AP Singh to continue here and after. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, first of all, it's not fair to, if I will not say the thanks to all the contributors. First of all, I will thank to all the contributors. On the behalf of DRPG, we are very grateful to all the contributors of the present volume for their keen interest and cooperation, without which this venture could not be seen the light of day. We hope this volume will help administrator, researcher, policymaker, academician, and all those genuinely concerned with public policy and governance. And we would be remiss in our duties if we do not state the Sri B. Srinivas sir, Secretary DRPG, Government of India, has been the guiding spirit behind this work. Please give a round of applause to Sri B. Srinivas sir first, sir. Now, as you know that this book, it could be served as a handbook for those interested in the story of progress of this country has achieved in these 7.5 decades. It could also provide lessons for other countries that are still struggling on the path of comprehensive development. The volume would also serve as a reference book for any thinking person interested in learning how India navigated the path of development in these past years. And we are also very much thankful to the President IIAS, Director General IIAS, and Professor Paul, Director Publication Division of IIAS, and Steve Tropin for helping in the publication of those books. Now I am inviting Sri D.S. Mishra sir to say some few words about his article. Sir is in the IAS office, retired IAS officer of the 1940 and 1984 batch of Uttar Pradesh cadre. He is former Chief Secretary of Government of Uttar Pradesh and former Secretary Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Please, sir, please say a few words about his article.
Good morning to everybody. I start by chapter, the urban development, rise of the city-state, India's urban renaissance, empowering cities, transforming the nation, with a quote from Honorable Prime Minister while he was addressing the first anniversary of various urban missions. There was a time in our country when urbanization was considered a big problem. However, I feel differently. We should not consider urbanization as a problem, but as an opportunity. Cities have the strength to digest poverty and provide economic opportunities for the poor from other less developed areas. We must further strengthen the cities to increase their digestive ability, making them faster and wider. Economic prosperity will automatically follow. This quote speaks volume. When we started our planned development from 1950 onwards, our major focus was on the rural areas. In fact, we were shy urbanizers. We never considered ourselves to be people living in the urban areas can contribute towards prosperity in the rural areas. For the first time in the 1970s, when the HUDCO was formed, some small action was taken for the urban areas. Seriously, in 2005, with the Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission, some focus was given on the urban areas, but that too in a very, very ad hoc manner. There was no vision, no clarity of what to do. But this statement by the Honorable Prime Minister makes it so clear. The focus in the last 11 years has been the cities as the engines of economic growth. And my paper captures that, how this transformation happened in the last 11 years and what is the way forward. Our country saw the urban population growth in a decade much more than that of the rural areas when we had the 2011 census. But the projections based on various estimations are that by now, by 2021, our population would have been 450 millions, say around 35%. But when it grows by 2030, this population will be nearly 600 million, 40%. And by 2051, that is, say around after 4 years after 2047, the projection is going to be 880 millions. Over 52%, we are going to be majorly an urban country. Unless we take care of urbanization in a proper manner, in a concerted and a planned manner, the problems which we inherit with urbanization is congestion, urban flooding, problems about the infrastructure like sanitation, water, roads, transport, urban heat waves, various other issues which are going to be much more difficult for the citizens who are coming there, congregating there, to make this engine work faster. And that is to achieve the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Viksit Bharat by 2041. My paper captures that how these urban centers, which are now almost around 5,000 in the country, have been growing as the vibrant hubs for manufacturing, providing services, for innovation, startups, and rural and urban connect, that the rural economy, how this can feed to the urban areas and they can prosper together. How the population which is migrating from the rural area to the urban area, that can be given opportunities for realizing their potential in the best possible manner. And that has been the story in the last almost 11 years. How there have been three major focus which I have discussed in my paper in urbanization story. One, livability. Improve the livability, the quality of life of the citizens. Make it easier for living so that they are able to do their best in whatever field they are in. The second is economic ability. How to provide them such possibilities where they can contribute to the economy. We are projecting by 2047 India's economy is going to the level of nearly 40 trillion. And this has to come from the urban areas. Major part of our GDP is going to come from the urban areas. So how
Sir,
this economic ability will be given to the urban areas.
Sir, 30 seconds left. Huh?
Okay. And then the third is sustainability, how the cities will sustain. My paper has discussed the various urban missions, how all these things have been made possible. And paper has also come out with what are the major strategies which has been followed and the way forward, how the cities can become smarter, how the cities can become resilient to the climate change, how the cities can provide all that which is needed for making it the real engines of economic growth. I invite everyone to read this paper and get the glimpse of the transformation which has happened in the last 10-11 years. I was fortunate to be at the helm as the Additional Secretary to the Government of India in Ministry of Urban Development for the 3 years. When all this planning was being done, all the national missions were being formed, and as Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs for nearly over 4.5 years when this was being implemented, and put it and consolidate them on ground as the Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh for 2.5 years. So my paper discusses my experiences, my learnings, and the thinking, the way our Honorable Prime Minister has through the various things. I don't have time. You need to read my paper, read my chapter to see what is going to the future of Viksit Urban at 2047, which is part of the Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you all.
Namaskar. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be part of this enterprise, which speaks volumes through the contributions that have been made. I would like to express my gratitude to Honorable Secretary DAPRG and the editorial board. I was a bit of a pain, and I must apologize to Dr. Reddy. Very often it was very difficult because I don't know how to format and other things. Thank you so much for doing that. Now, it was an interesting thing because we always go back to the past to deal with the present and to formulate the future. And that is precisely what we try to do in this chapter, which was given to me in the context of India's foreign policy, how it has evolved since 1947. But what we are trying to do today, and it was spoken about how the soft power has played out. So we hear about Vishwa Guru. Are we the spiritual gurus? We have been the real gurus in the past. How are we going to achieve that in today's time and age when the world is suffering from a tremendous global governance crisis? There are 4 Gs, as I call them. That is geopolitical contestation, geoeconomic contestation, geo-religious contestation, and the geotechnological contestation. So in that, today we are once again heading towards something called a Cold War 2.0. Many of the observers feel that. How is India going to do that? The first one, we had gone through
by adopting a policy which we call non-aligned movement. We championed the cause of a very large number of countries. In the current times, we have followed a policy of multi-alignment. We have followed a policy of strategic autonomy, because in my view, the civilizational countries can't be subjugated to a secondary place or a subservient status. It is not possible. So I look at India as a country which is going to be leading the world, or at least be a third pole for the nations of strategic autonomy. And this is where our effort to be a voice of the global south is very much there. So our foreign policy today essentially is driven by 4 V's. Number 1 is value-based foreign policy, which is a sane foreign policy that comes from our civilizational heritage, the culture. And the second V is the Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, which is in our DNA. The world is one family. You have all heard about what India did, helped the world while the big powers were just hoarding the vaccines. India was going all out to provide the assistance. That was the visible impact of India's approach. And third is being the voice of the global south. And the fourth is being the Vishwabandhu, means the brother of the world, or for that matter, Vishwamitra, the friend of the world. We are there for everybody. We are the first responder today for our neighbors and countries way beyond. We have increasingly becoming and being looked upon as a net security provider. Today you are seeing, when we are talking about the latest technological thing, and it was mentioned about DeepSeek, and very interestingly, Tripathi sir mentioned about deeper seeker. We were the deeper seekers always, and I think we are going to come. Yesterday the Chinese ambassador was mentioning to me that I think you can do much better than our DeepSeek. I said, we'll do it, and we are doing it. So during this Amrit Kal, our policy is going through by 5 S, which we do. That's important, which I brought out. One is Samman, respect. Samvad, the dialogue. Sahyog is cooperation. Shanti is the peace. And Samriddhi is the prosperity. And that's what we are looking for, our people. Just to close quickly, I say that how do I look at
30 seconds
Bharat?
left.
Yes, sir. B is the biggest country, democracy, market size, and the youth dividend. H is the home of morality and spirituality. A is the action-oriented foreign policy and a domestic policy. R is reform, perform, and transform. First, risk taker. We are becoming the rule shaper and the rule makers. And A is the assume responsibility, leadership, and T tackles engagements and entanglements with equal adroitness. Thank you very much.
Great. Good morning. Good morning. I have to wake everyone up again. First of all, thanks to everyone here. I won't repeat all of that. I will only talk about one part of my article, given that we want to do this in 3 minutes, 30 seconds before he says it. And I want to link this to how, for Viksit Bharat, that the PM has laid out our vision for 2047, how are we training all civil servants to be ready for that? Okay, so how do we train civil servants for the future? And that is the big challenge that we are talking about in this article, is one of the big challenges. So I wanted to just tell you what we are doing as part of governance reform on this. So number 1, the goal is to train 3 million central civil servants, 22 million state civil servants, and 5 million in urban local bodies and panchayats. So it's a fairly small number, should be relatively easy to do. Second, the idea is, how do we train people, how do adults learn? Adults don't learn so well in the classroom. Adults want to learn when they need something. So how do we give that training and capacity building to every civil servant when they want, how they want, on any device they want, and in little nuggets? Now, we haven't yet reached the TikTok level of 3-minute training sessions, but all our training sessions are now less than an hour. So in 1 hour, while you're waiting in a traffic jam in your city, which many of you I'm sure have, or you're sitting in some other presentation that you don't like, in 1 hour you can learn a topic, the basics of the topic. So that is our approach. Today, on the digital platform, which is called Karmyogi Bharat, there are now 7.5 million users, 1,800 courses, and about 30 million courses taken. Our goal is to get it to all 25 million civil servants, 5,000 courses in 15 different languages, so that anyone can take this anytime. Let me give an example of a couple of these to see how it applies to everyone. We all want to look forward. So there's a course that we created that's 1 hour, 5 technologies that will change the world. It's been taken by 800,000 people, okay? Including the people who pat you down at the airport in security, the Central Reserve Police Force, secretaries of the government, section officers, Panchayati Raj officers, etc. Everybody is interested in it, and that is the whole idea. How can we train people on what is coming? So I will, instead of going into all of these, and I can wax eloquent on all of this, is the idea is how can we prepare civil servants so they have the competencies for the future, and how can we do it quickly because things change so fast. I'll give you one other example and then I'll keep quiet. We all talk about Viksit Bharat, but a lot of people didn't know what was involved in it. What does the PM mean by it? What does the government mean by it? And we had the CEO of Niti Aayog tape the course on what is Viksit Bharat. In 1 week, 300,000 people took that course. So now a very large proportion of people at least understand, civil servants, at least understand the broad direction it's going on. So I think this is one of the 5 reforms I talk about in the chapter. I'd encourage you to read it. But it's not that we are talking about it. I think the idea is this is what we're doing. And in the last 2 years, I think this has achieved a lot. Honorable Prime Minister, when he was in the Caribbean, mentioned that this digital platform will now be available to other countries. Of course, it's being worked out, but as a digital public infrastructure, it will be available to other countries already. So thank you very much, and hopefully if you get a chance, please take one of the courses. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be back again with some of my old friends. I see CK there, my friend and the director of LBS. I'll be speaking on behalf of both of us, my co-author, Mr. Mantha, and I will just take 4 minutes. Actually, Indian society has traditionally been very caring, or they were inclined towards education. That is the reason that we had some of the oldest universities of the world, Nalanda University, Taxila University. So that is as far as our attachment to education is concerned. That time they were called parishads. These universities were called parishads. Then the second thing which I would like to highlight, apart from it being very ancient and rooted in history, that presently our higher education system is probably the second largest in the world, next to probably China, and it has a lot of potential. And also, as they say, the proof of the pudding is in its eating. As of today, worldwide, the top executives are all products of Indian higher education system, whether it is Google or Microsoft or World Bank. So these guys internally we may find a lot of loopholes in our higher education system, but the fact remains that we have the top people everywhere. So there must be something very good about it. Our national education policy has fixed a target of 50% by 2035, another 10 years. Personally, there's a lot of skepticism about it. I personally feel it is achievable. Firstly, the ministry, since I worked in there for about 7 years, I think it should improve its system of gathering information. If that is done, and if we include the skills sector properly into it, I think this is very easily achievable. So also the students enrolled in distance education. We need to improve our system of collection data. We'll definitely make it. Having said that, things are not all that rosy also. I'll just try to highlight some of the dark points. None of our Indian universities figure in the top 200 of the world, whereas China has more than 20 universities figuring in. I think, to be fair, India's comparison should be made with China and not with the smaller countries. So I personally feel that we need to really put in more effort towards the ranking too, though ranking is, like Sanjeev said, it is debatable, but I think we can't avoid it. So that is one aspect we need to look into. Our investment in education needs to go up. Though the National Education Policy says 6%, as of today we spend less than 3%. And in higher education it is even less. So we need to have a hard look at it and try to see how we can. My personal thing to the government would be that the education cess that we collect needs to have a proper relook, because from there I think we can very easily jack up if it is properly and sincerely tapped, the education cess. Probably it is not being channelized properly. So that could solve our issue. Our universities lack autonomy. Though India had some of the oldest universities, even the modern type of education which the British started, they lack autonomy. We have universities, but on top of it, we have a super university. We have the UGC. UGC keeps issuing directives at the drop of a hat, my personal opinion. I think they should desist from that and let the universities genuinely come up, because the university should be autonomous.
So 30 seconds left.
Yes, yes. My last point is that our linkage with the industry is very poor. That our research happens in institutions other than universities. In the universities, we have no research. And since we have no research, the industry doesn't trust us. So therefore, the linkage is very poor. So with that, I'll end. And I'm sure that if proper inputs are put, the faculty, heads of institutions play a very important role. If they put their heart and soul, and the government has a system of, I would say, benign neglect, don't interfere too much, it will do very well. Thank you.
Distinguished editors and my distinguished seniors who have contributed to the chapters, I would like to talk about the chapter which we have done. This is about digital public infrastructure as digital public goods. I think most of the editors and the speakers and the editors have talked about digital and digitalization in India. Its impact on economic growth, how it has helped in enhancing productivity and multiple things. When we look at India's journey of digital transformation. So my chapter has actually started with the concept of DPI. While we had digital public, people have been talking about digitalization world over, but the actual definition of DPI was adopted by consensus in the G20 held last year in New Delhi. And that is the definition which is being adopted now. The journey of India's digital transformation, as we know, it started with e-governance. It was not easy. In 2006, we started an NEGP program with 31 mission mode projects. We talked about that. But the actual digital India transformation, the kind of transformation journey which we have seen, it actually started in 2014-15 when we launched the Digital India program, and how that has transformed the whole system, whether it is delivery of public services, we talk about digital transactions, digital payments, about our unique identification system of Aadhaar, and the JAM Trinity. I'll be talking about these in my next lecture, which is the first plenary session I'll be talking about. The whole concept of DPI, the JAM Trinity, we started a complete system of financial inclusion, where in a year's time we had to open 445 million accounts to ensure that every household in India has a bank account. We created an authentication system where today we have the population is about 1.42 billion, and almost every resident of India has a unique identity called Aadhaar. And the mobile, we ensure that people should have mobile, because that is the JAM Trinity, which help us in online transactions. And those became the foundational DPIs, our authentication system of Aadhaar, system of unified payment interface, which became the digital payment system, and the data exchange, the DigiLocker. These became the foundational DPI. And the DPI and DPG, which is, as we all know, DPG is basically an open source, open architecture, and the data set. But then we have created the systems. We have created networks, which have actually been layered on top of the DPG to make them effective DPIs. And that is what we have mentioned about it. I talked about the design principles of DPI, where we said, while Google Pay, Phone Pay, Meta, they all are digital infrastructure, but can't be called public because you have to pay there. Public it has to remain as public. It should be public-driven, community-driven, government-driven, with enough scope for innovation, for startups, for research, and the community participation, the public participation. I think that is what India's DPI has shown to the world. We have identified more than 12, now it is 20 DPIs, which our Prime Minister in 22, when he launched digital program 7th anniversary, he had actually offered it to the world. And I'm happy that almost 40 countries have now started looking at India's DPI. Many of them have our unique payment system. Our digital payment system is now being adopted even by the countries like Singapore, UAE, France, and of course, most of the South Asian countries. So these are the things which I have talked about, benefits of DPI. I don't have to talk about, obviously, it is efficiency, transparency, accountability, and it has actually helped our digital direct benefit transfer, DBT system, actually helped us in plugging the leakages, and the quantum of saving that we have made probably has been enough to actually carry forward our digital system. So I think I'll be having the next session, so I'll stick to the time limit, and in my next session I'll be talking in detail about DPI and the emerging technologies. Thank you.
Let him say a few words. No. Acha. He's not. Acha.
Former chairperson of IIAS-DARPG, please.
2 minutes, sir.
Say a few words about that.
Literally few words, sir.
Namaskar, everyone. Yeah. No, we had authored the chapter on education together. I urge everyone to go through the chapter in order to really understand the finer nuances of higher education and so on. Just 2-3 points that I thought maybe will be interesting. There's a past to technical education. Since he has already covered the higher education part, I'll just take you through a little bit of technical education. A lot has been there in the past to showcase the technical education. You could see the Konark temple, for example, the 8 main spokes that it has, and the distance between the 2 spokes is exactly 180 minutes. And you look at the Ramanathapuram temple, it has more than 1,200 pillars. Now that's the past that we had, probably 600 years of ravaging, with foreign rule, and several things were there, not in existence. But there are several AI projects where there is an application of OpenAI. DAL-E is the application with which you can actually rebuild the past history and show in a 3D form. Now that's the past. The present is extremely good. There are more than 5,000 institutions in India for technical education. There are almost 1,200 universities. Out of that, at least 1,000 of them run technical programs. There are 1 million students who pass out, who do their graduation every year in the country. Like you said, many of them are occupying the best of the positions, so the present is good. The future is, there is much to look for in the future. Our universities are certainly doing a great job. Our undergraduate education is probably the best compared to anything in the world. But the postgraduate education, there's a lot to desire still. There is a lot to do in terms of research and connect with the industry. But they're all doing, I mean, we all know in Rigveda it said, Ano Bhadraha Krutavo Yanta Vishwataha, Ano Bhadraha Krutavaha Ayanta Vishwataha. Let noble thoughts come from everywhere. That's the job that the universities do. Our universities are doing today in order to transit from where we are to Vikasit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues, for, kindly excuse me for unnecessarily enforcing the time limit, because your wisdom can't be limited in times. 240 seconds is too less a time for a 3,000-word article, and that too in front of such a lovely audience who are listening with rapt attention. When Matthew sir agreed to make me as part of his editorial team, I literally, I was shivering that 2 of my batchmates are writing and I will do the cutting and chopping. This is neither good nor desirable, but then my batchmate survived and so did I. Friends, Mr. Matthew deserves a very big round of applause. Thank you, sir, for being part of it. In fact, here 2 IIAPA professionals are present here. I am only the half of it. The second half, or the best half of IIAPA, which is presented in the editorial board, is Dr. Sheila Reddy. She deserves appreciation for all the hard work. बिना सिंह के कोई काम complete नहीं होता. You can't complete the job without a Singh or the tiger. And AP Singh played the role of the tiger. And friends, he deserves a big round of applause. I would not insist, but you can also clap for me also. The group of authors and group of listeners all deserve very good round of appreciation for each one. Over to you. Go ahead.
This is question answer session. So if you have any query or question, you can please ask the DAS and the authors and editors who are present here.
Not only this batch, you can ask any author who is present here. We will force him to answer. Go ahead with your questions, if any.
Any questions?
I think they have understood so clearly that there is no question. Yeah.
So, yeah, there is one question.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Kindly introduce and go ahead.
My name is Praveen, and I'm a professor at the Department of Political Studies, Central University of South Bihar in Gaya. This is a kind of submission if any of the authors can reflect upon it. When we try to approach our larger policies towards development and governance, my understanding is that we still have been unable to to develop some framework which possibly would be doing justice to the Indian context. So if you look at the whole concepts and frameworks that possibly, I mean, of course, I have not gone through the every article in the book, but whatever cursory glance I had in the articles and out of the discussions that have happened here, possibly my understanding is that we still are trying to look through the prism of Western literature, like say soft power or social capital. Right, so I mean that is something possibly. I mean, my only submission is that would we be doing justice to capture the real sense of development, in India that way? And second, that rural governance and the women's inclusion in the whole developmental process. I am based in Bihar, and I will share my experience. Very interestingly, there is a concept
Sir, questions only.
Yeah.
Kindly restrict to questions.
Yeah. So the question is that when you talk about women's inclusion, is that really happening? Say for instance, government's policies. In Bihar, we have 50% reservation for women in the local bodies. Local bodies, right? But there is a concept of what we call as a Mukhya Pati. Women may be represented there, but are they actually exercising power? Are they really empowered? Yeah, so
In
that's
fact,
it.
the question is on soft power, and the expert on soft power is present in front of us, Sanjeev. It's a comment, so it's okay, but then fact remains that if I say that Vidyavan Guni Ati Chatur Raj Kaj Karibe Ko Atur, you will say it is a communal comment. But if I say that Vidyavan, you need domain knowledge, Guni Ati Chatur, you need functional knowledge, Raj Kaj Karibe Ko Atur, you need behavioral competencies, people will not listen to it. And that is the problem of soft power. We have to understand the Oriental culture of managing society, Sarkar, Samaj and Bajar, the way Oriental people have managed it and theorized it. It may not militate against Western idea of Samaj, Sarkar, Bajar, but yes, there is a very strong point in it. But since our mindset is still, unless it is by some European author, it is not a good thing. And if it is by a spiritual author, it must be necessarily bad. And you have yourself said, Sarpanch Pati are the problem. Sir, stage 1 में सरपंच पति problem होंगे, stage 2 में कोई पति वति नहीं रहेगा. They will roar with power. And that is happening in many states. We will learn it through hard way. Thank you, sir. Any other question? Yeah, go ahead, sir.
My question is to Sanjeev, sir. As the technology is emerging, what is the role of training in transforming governance, sir? As every sector is challenging, so what is the role of training, especially state ATI? Labasna is doing great work, but what is the role of training in state ATI? Because they are the implementers.
Well, thank you for your question. I think to a large extent, the chairman of the Capacity Commission, he addressed that question. The fact is, you see that technology and training, they go together. Unless we know what has to be trained. I mean, a lot of things, a lot of AI tools are available, a lot of things are happening. I think the effort in the academy and in the state ATIs is to build on case studies, to build on experiences, and to build on new experience. Because gone are the days when we should have taught what was happening in the past. Today we have to make new case studies, and that is why both in the academy and in the state ATIs, we give a lot of emphasis on training from the district. So when you have the young SDOs talking, when you have the young district magistrates talking, when you have the young mission directors talking, that is how the connect takes place. So it's a continuous process. The training that we received when in 85 is very different from the training that was imparted in 21 and will continue to evolve. So a good training institution is one which keeps evolving. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Because of paucity of, yeah, okay, one last question. Go ahead, sir. Give it to him. Ma'am, give it to him. Red shirt behind. Go ahead.
I don't know which time it is. I'm from Namibia, Africa. I just want to know how to, because that's what we struggle with, the disconnect between academia and industry. I understand it's a challenge. Does the chapter writer suggest solutions to this animal? Because that's what we struggle with as well. Thank you.
Sir, time is very short. We have to break for tea, and tea will become cold. It will not be a good idea. So let's have hot tea. But all our authors will be available around, and you can talk to anyone and find out solution wherever you have doubt. Thank you. But this academia and industry disconnect is not necessarily Indian problem. This is a global problem. And unless universities respond to it and industries trust it, as Thakur sir has just said, we will be nowhere. The role is for academic world also to put relevant research. Only then industry will buy your research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I invite all of you to kindly join us for tea, and we shall resume the next session in the auditorium number 1 at 11:30.
Check one testing. Hello, one check.
Hello, check 1 2. Namaskar. Hello, check 1 2. Hello, check 1 2. Mic test going on. Hello, check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
IIARPG conference. India is ushering in a new era of modernization, innovation, and citizen empowerment through transformative administration.
ये वाला भी कर लीजिए. Hello, check 1 2. Hello, mic test going on. Check 1 2 1 2. Mic test going on. Check 1 2. Yeah, please. मुकेश जी
हाँ मैडम, इस सेशन के इमीडिएट बाद मिनिस्टर का सेशन है. इमीडिएट नो लंच ब्रेक. ठीक है, लंच ब्रेक उसके बाद है मिनिस्टर के सेशन के बाद. तो 10 मिनट पहले ये लोग ख़त्म कर देंगे. मैंने अभी बात की है. ठीक है,
मतलब चाय वाय का खर्च छोड़िए, बीच में मुझे 10 मिनट दीजिएगा.
तो नहीं, जब भी उनका प्रेजेंटेशन शुरू हो जाएगा ना तो तब आप फ्री हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि वो तो वो प्रेजेंटेशन तो वो हाँ हैंड ओवर करके और आप फ्री हो जाइएगा. उसके बाद मिनिस्टर एक
ये कि हमको ना मिनिस्ट्री के फंक्शन के लिए जैसे वो फिल्म चल रही है तो स्टार्ट कर देंगे.
हाँ हाँ, वो जैसे ही आप बोलेंगे.
और जो प्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ प्लांट्स है वो किसको देना है?
प्रेजेंटेशन ऑफ प्लांट वो आपके पास नहीं है.
हमें सीक्वेंस दिया है. अभी कितने देर में स्टार्ट करना है? ये बुला लेंगे सबको
अभी.
I request you all to kindly get seated. Good morning. Welcome back after the tea break. The topic for the plenary session is Emerging Technologies and Digital Public Infrastructures. This session will be chaired by Mr. T.M. Vijay Bhaskar, former Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka. We have the distinguished guests to speak on the topic. Mr. Alkesh Kumar Sharma, former Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Dr. B. Rajender, Additional Chief Secretary, Bihar. Mr. Inderpal Singh Sethi, DG, National Informatics Center. Dr. Nirmalya Bagchi, Director, Center for Management Studies at Administrative Staff College of India. And now I hand over the floor to the chair for the proceedings of the function.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. So this session is a very interesting session, and something from which international audience can learn a lot of things about what India is doing on using technology. We have a very distinguished panel with us who will be speaking about this topic. Before they speak, I would just like to make a few points. Technology is a great leveler. Mr. Narayan Murthy, who is the founder of Infosys, used to say, his driver, he said that he finds the ATMs, the anytime machines, are a great leveler, because he says, his driver said, when I go to a bank, the bank manager or the staff look down upon me because I am only a driver, but the ATM does not do so. So technology is a great leveler, and whether it is poor or rich, all countries, all people can benefit from technology. And this is one area where India has been fortunate in using technology to leverage our strength. It all started, in my opinion, in September with Mr. Nandan Nilekani, who is again a co-founder of Infosys, which is based in Bengaluru, from where I come from. He conceptualized this idea of a unique identification for each Indian. He mooted it to the then government and the then Prime Minister in a very visionary, Mr. Dr. Manmohan Singh, a very visionary step. He appointed Mr. Nandan Nilekani to be the chair to take forward this program of unique identification. And Mr. Nandan Nilekani, he chaired the Unique Identification Authority of India. And the Aadhaar system, which is, Aadhaar means base in Indian, in all our languages, in Sanskrit and Hindi and in other languages also. So this Aadhaar, which is a biometric identification system. So biometric, Mr. Alkesh Sharma will tell us more about it. The biometric identification, which includes fingerprints and iris scans, has been the base of all the digital transformation that has occurred in India in the last 15 years. And without Aadhaar, this digital public infrastructure would not have emerged, and we would not have benefited from the numerous aspects of digital public infrastructure that we are going to listen to. First of all, digital public infrastructure it is the base again is Aadhaar. By linking it to the mobile phone of the person and to her bank account, which is called the JAM Trinity. J is Janadan, or the bank account of the person, A is Aadhaar, and M is mobile. So by linking these three, governance has taken a leap forward in India. We have also, as a result of this, DBT, direct benefit transfer, has occurred, has been done. More than 10 crore farmers receive payments every quarter thanks to this Jandan, the JAM Trinity. Health, CoWIN, the same Aadhaar was also used for COVID vaccination to identify people who had not been vaccinated, who had not got their second dose, and this helped a lot in India to manage the COVID pandemic. You have seen UPI payments are very common now. Every day there are more than 500 million UPI payments, and this is as a tremendous, even beggars, if you, because beggars have UPI cards on their they are around their necks, and people, vendors, street vendors, beggars, and even religious mendicants. If you go to Kumbh Mela, you will find people with these UPI scan who are for you to donate money to them. So this has become a great enabler of transactions, payment transactions in the country. And the fascinating aspect is there is a tremendous growth in this. For instance, between 2023, in 1 year, the growth has been 42% in UPI transactions. It shows that the popularity of this transaction and the ease of this transaction. This, how do emerging technologies, how will these impact DPI? Emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, blockchain, machine learning, Internet of Things, all these things are the aspects which will further help us to build on the digital public infrastructure and improve governance in the country, in our countries. As a result of use of digital public infrastructure, the impact on governance has been tremendous. It has reduced the drudgery of manual processes. For instance, one example I could give you, in every crop, every farmer has a plot of land, and our land records, in our land records manually, they had to enter the crop grown for all 3 seasons in a year. This was not being done because it was impossible for the village officer to go to each field and do it. So they would just sit in a farm and in a house and then fill it up either imaginatively or ask someone. But thanks to this, we have been able to go to each field and record the crop through geo positioning grown in each season. This has helped in marketing, in enabling a good estimate of production and enabling marketing. It has also enabled issue of fertilizers and pesticides on time and technical advice to farmers on time. It has also addressed shortage of staff. Shortage of staff, when we talk about, it is a reality in all countries because government staff are reducing. So this technology has enabled people to utilize Aadhaar to reach out to large numbers of people. For these, the crop survey was being done through unemployed village youth, not through government servants. So in one state, in my state alone, 20 million land parcels are surveyed thrice a year through unemployed village youth. And banking correspondence is another aspect of the jam drainage to address the shortage of staff. So banking correspondents go to any village and they can give them villagers money on the spot by taking their fingerprint and their mobile OTP numbers. It also addresses the problem of lack of information to implement policies, and of course it is efficient and transparent. So we will be listening to all these aspects of how emerging technologies and digital public infrastructures are being used, and I think this has a lot of impact and there are a lot of learnings from this for other countries and for academics in general. So we have first I would like to call upon from our distinguished panel Mr. Alkesh Kumar Sharma. He is former Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology in the Government of India, and this ministry is in charge of the technological aspects of all the digital public infrastructure as well as the emerging technologies. So Alkesh, over to you. Okay, so each one of us, all the panelists will have about 12 minutes time. I request you to kindly stick to the time.
Distinguished Chair, distinguished panelists, at the outset I would like to congratulate IIAS, International Institute of Administrative Sciences, and the department DARPG led by Mr. V. Srinivas for this excellent conference which is being organized today on governance. I would also like to thank them for having invited me for this session today. India's digital journey has not been less than a miracle. While in the early 20th century, 21st century, when we started doing some kind of ICT programs in 90s and early 2000, we were almost at par with many nations. In 2006, then government decided that we should come out with some kind of a mission mode program, and that is when the National E-Governance Program started, NEGP 2006. We took up 31 mission mode projects, and then came the first foundation model, which became the DPI, and that was a unique identification system for each resident of India. And that was, but the actual digital momentum in India, digitalization journey started in 2014-15, when the government announced the Digital India program, and the whole objective has been, there was a vision when we started this. The vision was that we must create and work on the foundational pillars of Digital India. And those foundational pillars, as Honorable Prime Minister has spoken about it time and again, that was about giving connectivity to all. Every citizen, it has to be the last mile connectivity, everyone has to be connected. Second one was that we must ensure that there is a digital device available to the people at the last mile. Every location, people should have access to a digital device. And third one was also about affordability of availing of digital services. So the cost of data. That was the third pillar on which the decision was taken, that we must ensure that the cost of data is affordable and low. And fourth one was that Indians should have a digital mindset. We must create, we have to identify families who don't have anyone who has been fully digital literate. We identified 60 million families which needed to be trained to ensure that at least a member of the family is fully digitally literate and he should be able to avail of digital facilities. It was based on these four principles on which India's digital journey started. And the digital transformation, of course, whatever has been achieved in the last couple of 10 years or so. I'll be talking about those and how we can use India's DPI for the world at large. Yeah, we can go back to the first slide. Yes, second one. Yeah, so digital public infrastructure. What is DPI? I think what we have mentioned here is these are nothing but a set of shared digital building blocks. And these building blocks are digital identity, digital payment, and the exchange of data systems. These were the layers which became the building blocks for DPI in India. The foundation was laid in a manner so that we create a digitally empowered society and a knowledge economy, and of course, it should become an important tool for delivery of public services. So the focus has been delivery of public services. How do we make them efficient, accountable, transparent, and create huge opportunities for employment, for startups, and that was the model on which we started this. Next. Now, while there have been a lot of definitions about digital public infrastructure, how do you define DPG or DPI? UN Secretary General has come out with a definition of digital public goods. The DPI's definition in the last G20 summit, which was held in September last year in New Delhi, this is how the DPI had been defined. It's a set of shared digital system that should be secure and interoperable. It should be built on open standards and open specifications. It should be able to provide equitable access, most important, universalized. It should be equitable access to public and private services, should be modular, and should be able to scale up at societal scale. They should be scalable. It should be governed by the local government's applicable legal frameworks. So we are not setting legal frameworks. It's the individual government who will set up the legal frameworks, and it should drive development, inclusion, innovation, trust, and competition. Also including respecting human rights and fundamental freedom for citizens. This is the DPI's definition, which has been adopted in the G20, and this is the definition which is being used now. Next. Now, there are some basic core principles of DPI, which has also become in the definition itself. It should have inclusivity, universality. Everybody should be included. It should have interoperability. It should be modular. It should be extendable. It should be scalable. It should ensure that there is security and data privacy. This is the most important aspect. Collaboration, we should be able to collaborate with individuals, societies, community level, governmental level, and it should actually help in public benefit and transparency. It should help in grievance redressal. In fact, one of the largest program on grievance redressal is being handled by DARPG. That's the most important. It should be sustainable. So it becomes a DPG. It becomes a public good when it is sustainable. It should respect human rights and also lead to sustainable development, and in order to help us in achieving sustainable development goals. Next. Now, these are some of the key DPIs. I'll not go into the detail, but I'll talk about India's stack a little later. These are the basic DPIs on identity, payment, and data exchange, which India has its own Aadhaar, its UPI, Unified Payment Interface, and the DigiLocker. Other countries like Philippines, France, Singapore, I have taken a few examples. There are multiple. Every country has come out with their own DPIs. These are some of the DPIs which have been in use. So these are the DPIs. Next. Next slide. Yes, the whole objective when we started doing this DPI, that the objective of Digital India program should be that it should ensure ease of living for citizens. It should also ensure that there is ease of doing business for the entrepreneurs, and it should be an ease of governance. So we should get rid of these multiple analogous files, the bulky files which we used to move from one department to another. It should all get converted into e-files so that there is an ease of governance. These were the foundation basic on which the digital transformation in India started, and the basic trinity which I'm happy that Chair has actually done my job easy by giving details of some of these things. The JAM trinity. Now this is what we started with in 2015. We said we must, while Aadhaar is the basic foundational identification ID, we should also ensure that there is complete financial inclusion. So we started the Jan Dhan movement where the accounts, 445 million accounts were opened in around a year's time, so that every family who did not have a bank account had an account. We ensure that citizens should have identity, which is a unique identity, and they should have access to mobile. So this JAM Trinity actually has created this whole system. We made the whole system. The objective has been that we must make the system faceless, that is presenceless, by using unique identity. We should make the system cashless by using financial inclusion, and we should also make the system paperless by using mobile phones. So it was presenceless, cashless, and paperless system. That is what has been the DPI's objective, and we have been able to achieve some of it to a greater extent. If you look at the kind of transactions which are happening in India today, world's 49% digital transactions are happening in India today. 49% of world's digital. Every month we have about 18 billion transactions happening in India on digital movement. Every street vendor in the city, your auto driver, taxi driver, you talk about any entity who's doing a business, service providers, utility payments, everything is being done using digital payment system. Next. Now some of the transforming emerging technologies. Now, starting from how it can help enhancing our DPI's performance. Now, multiple technologies have come. They will help us in whether it is AI, ML, quantum and supercomputing technology, metaverse, blockchain. All these technologies are being used. And I am happy that while we have, yes. So the whole objective of AI has been that it should help in personalized service delivery. It should help in identifying frauds, detect leakages, and ensure that we are able to plug those leakages. It should not only, we are moving from systematic and diagnostic analysis to predictive and prescriptive analysis using AI technologies. And some of the example, of course, the AI-based power chat bots and all. These are being used. Next. And then, of course, blockchain, Internet of Things, and 5G. Now, almost 80% of India's towns and cities have been covered with 5G, which is a revolutionary movement in enhancing our DPI, percolating down to every citizen. Next. Now, these are the 20 stacks, indiastack.global. These are the DPIs which have been uniquely developed by India, and I would like to take this opportunity to tell you that COVID-19 has been a great opportunity for India to move, and most of these things we have been able to create a robust digital infrastructure, create robust DPIs, whether it is Aadhaar or unified payment system, the COVID, the vaccination system that has actually helped. Every citizen now has all their vaccine certificates. DigiLocker, which is a document keeping DPI. We have got Portion Tracker, which monitors nutrition status of a child right from the womb till the 5 years of age. We have Arogya Setu, which helped us in tracking and tracing the COVID patients in the pandemic. Diksha came in handy when this is an education platform where right from standard 1 to 11, standard 12, end-to-end solution, right from teaching to learning to examination, everything was conducted on Diksha platform. A multiple mobility, mobile-based Umang platform. eSanjeevani, our telemedicine platform, where in COVID it came in handy, where people have been able to consult their doctors on a tele. NCD is basically on communicable disease. We have got a government e-procurement platform, e-office, e-hospital, and then of course even judiciary. India's judicial system has adopted DPI, and most of the cases, as soon as the judgment is delivered, it's available on the website. So these are some of the IndiaStack Global which have been offered to the world, and I'm happy that almost 39-40 countries have already shown interest. 17 MOUs have been signed by MATI, and we are now sharing these DPIs with the world at large. Next. Of course, nothing is without challenges now. Now, these are some of the challenges which we have to address.
Sorry
the
to
address
interrupt.
starts right from digital divide. Half a second, sir? 30 seconds. Digital divide is first challenge. Obviously, we have to access to internet, resource availability, language. All these have become problem. Next is on the capacity building. Next. Next slide is on capacity building. Obviously, we need to create capacity building for officers, for people, for citizens. Everybody has to have access to these facilities and should learn. So multiple functions, training, learning, knowledge, skills, all those are being simultaneously being done. We have in the morning Karma Yogi Bharat, and the Capacity Building Commission is doing a great job on this. Government officials and citizens at large are being trained on this. Next is about technology. That's the most important. So we are developing multiple technologies simultaneously, whether it is on quantum compute, on supercomputing, on AI stack. AI mission has been launched by Government of India. I think we are one of the first countries who started looking at ethical use of AI, as well as national program on AI was started many years ago when AI actually became the talk of the town. So I think with this I will, and the next slide is only about how we can use it for next. Yes, DPI will help in achieving sustainable development goal, whether it is about reducing poverty, good health, quality education, gender equality, universalization of education, industry, innovation, as well as peace and justice. I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alkesh, for giving us this overview of DPI, how DPIs and emerging technologies have been used. Now we have Dr. B. Rajender. He is the Additional Chief Secretary from the Government of Bihar, who will talk to us on the subject.
Respected Chairperson, my fellow panelists, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. V. Srinivas, the Secretary DRPG, for providing me the opportunity to present the public service delivery in Bihar state. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Sanjeev Chopra, our guru, the academy who taught us, and also Mr. D.S. Mishra, the ex-Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh, and Shalini ma'am. We worked together in the same in the building, Sham Shakti Bhavan. She was in power, I was in water resources, Joint Secretary. So just I would like to make a presentation on the public service delivery Bihar. Sorry. There are 667 services are delivered through 2 acts which we enacted, Bihar Right to Public Service Act, through which 150 services, and Bihar Right to Public Grievance Redressal Act 514 services. So I'm going to deal in the detail one by one. So next is the Right to Public Service Act. Bihar is the second state after Madhya Pradesh to enact the Right to Public Service Act in 2011, and it's mainly to deliver the notified public services within the stipulated time limit, and also fix the accountability within the system by naming the public servants, that is the designated public servants, who are responsible for delivery of the services, and also to ensure transparency. There is also provision of right to appeal at 2 levels, which ultimately leads to the transparency, accountability, and the accountability and responsiveness of the system, and which improves the governance. Currently, there are 153 services of 14 departments. Majority of these services are the certificates, caste, income, residence, licenses, permits, etc. And now the workflow is applications are received online and offline, and immediately the acknowledgement is provided to the applicant, and the designated public servant is bound to deliver the services in a stipulated time. Otherwise, there will be penal provision to fine 500 rupees to 5,000 rupees for denial, and 250 rupees per day up to the maximum 5,000 rupees for the delay. There is also provision for appeal. The applicant may appeal to the appellate authority if he is not satisfied within 30 days, and then state government may also directly send the application to the appellate authority. The appellate authority has the same power as that are vested in the civil courts. Then non-compliance of the orders of the appellate authority may amount to misconduct and leads to disciplinary proceedings. There is also provision for reviewing. Within 60 days, the review may be filed. And then the key features of the Right to Public Service Act is all the certificates are digitally signed and they are verified through QR code, and also linking it to the blockchain, and it can be also seen in the DigiLocker, and it is free of cost. The penal provisions that I have already explained, so I don't want to go into the details. Again, the appellate authority and reviewing authority can fine the public servants, the public authority, up to 500 from 500 rupees to 5,000 rupees in case of denial, and 250 rupees per day up to 5,000. Penalty imposed in addition to that which is prescribed in any other act. So these services are mainly of caste and income, which I have already mentioned. 77% of caste, income and residential. Registration is 7%, mutation, the land related 4%, the social security pension 3%, etc. So far we have penalized 2,085 public servants, and we imposed fine of 2.37 crore rupees, and we recovered 1.40 crore rupees of penalty was recovered. This is the public service delivery under Right to Public Grievance Redressal Act. Bihar is the first state in India to grant legal right for redressal of public grievances. What is this system is all about? It is a system of redressal of the grievances of a common people through a process of hearing by the public grievance redressal officer, who is specially designated, is an additional district magistrate rank officer who is posted in all the districts and also in the 45 departments. And subdivisional magistrate rank officer is posted as public grievance officer at the subdivisional level. So legal right for hearing, redressal and information about the decision. This is for smooth and time-bound redressal of the citizens' grievances. There are three main stakeholders: the complainant, public grievance redressal officer, and the public authority. The officer from department relating to the complaint registered and the one who is responsible for the redressal, so he is the main person to redress the grievances. Then the process. In common grievance redressal system, complaints are referred to denial of any relief or benefit sought, but But in BRPGREA, apart from this, the complaint can also be filed to seek any relief, benefit relating to any scheme, program, service being executed by the state government. It covers all 45 departments, and 514 schemes, program and services are covered, which leading to one-stop solution. The complaint can be filed by any individual or group of individuals. The public grievance redressal officer is posted at the district level, subdivision level and the department level. The modes of complaint can be multimodal, information cum facilitation counters, which can be offline or online. Then there is a digital registration. If the application is filed physically, it is also registered digitally at the district level, subdivisional level and the departmental level. Online can also be registered, and through toll-free number, mobile app, Jan Samadhan, email also, one can file a complaint. All complaints are digitized. Registration, which I have already discussed. The key features of this act: Legal right, which I have mentioned, it covers all 45 departments, multimodal accessibility, no wrong door policy, and one-stop solution. An independent quasi-judicial officer is vested with the powers of CPC. There is a power parity. The complainant and the public authority are sitting together, and he can face at the time of passing the reasoned order, and it is time-bound. Penalty for non-compliance. There is also provision for appeals and revision. There is a complainant feedback is also there. Regular capacity building of all stakeholders are done. The public awareness is also created among the citizens. End-to-end digitization and monitoring, transparent system. So just I would like to mention about, just briefly about public authority. Notice issued to public authority enclosing complaint and supporting documents. Notice sent via email, SMS communicating the date and time of hearing. And public authority is asked to come prepared for redressal. SMS email also sent to the complainant about the date and time, and public authority presence in hearing is must. Any other officer or party can be summoned as required. The hearing is also, it's like a quasi-judicial process. Both the parties are heard. All the facts are presented to public grievance redressal officer, and the public authority to report on action taken, and the public grievance redressal officer priority is also the main purpose is to redress the grievance.
Sorry, Dr. Rajendra,
yes, sir.
Please conclude in a minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'll just complete. The reasoned order is also is part of this process. This is a hierarchy of public grievance delivery at the district level, subdivision level, and the departmental level. And use of ICT, end-to-end digitization is there in the system from receipt to the redressal, and the MIS and data analysis is also there to identify. And then, so far 17 lakh grievances are redressed, and 90% of them are successfully redressed. Feedback is also received. And these are the two awards, CAPAM award we got, KIGA award also we have got. So impact, empowered citizens, real redressal and power parity. And it is also there to identify the districts and also departments where the complaints, large number of complaints are registered, and how to resolve. We can formulate the policy. Then we also got helpline like Jigyasa and Samadhan for the information about the schemes. So just leave us our CM. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajendra. Now we have Dr. Indrapal Singh Sethi, who is Director General of National Informatics Center, which is the information, the software development center for the government of India, and also helps many of all the state governments in information IT software. So, Dr. Sethi.
Very good afternoon, esteemed panelists on the dais, Secretary DRPG, President IIAS, senior government officers, and international delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Emerging technologies are the key enabler for the DPIs. Alkesh sir has talked about the DPI, which are implemented at population scale, which are open in nature, open standard, interoperable, ease of use. And the one example I give you, that I am running the DigiDhan dashboard for the government, where any digital payment you do anywhere in the country gets recorded. And UPI alone, last month, in the month of January, 16 billion UPI transactions were recorded, which were only 2 million in 2017. So you can see the growth, the adoption of UPI. And in India, 83% people are using the UPI for, it could be 1 rupees, 5 rupees, 100 rupees, or whatever amount. Keeping with these DPI generate tons and tons of data in petabytes of data, and these data has to be meaningfully used for various analytical purpose, informed decision, outcomes, and outputs. So in 2018, government has come up with the national strategy for artificial intelligence, when Niti Aayog has advised that sectors like healthcare, agriculture, education should make use of AI for various activity. 23-24 government has come up with the India AI mission with 7 pillars. This AI mission is run by Ministry of Electronics and IT. The pillars are India AI compute capacity, India AI Innovation Center, India Dataset Platform, then application development for AI, future skills for capacity building, and this is supporting the startup ecosystem and safe and trusted artificial intelligence. So under this umbrella at NIC, we have set up Center of Excellence on Artificial Intelligence, Center of Excellence on Blockchain, Center of Excellence on Data Analytics, and we are making use of this Center of Excellence for various applications for governance. And some of the things, as you can see, that chatbot as a service. Now, the DPIs or the large-scale e-governance applications are built, and one has to browse through it. So, if the chatbots are integrated, you can it is text-enabled as well as voice-activated to support accessibility also, and one can easily integrate this generic chatbot in your portals within week to 10 days of time. So we have a Vani, which is a multilingual chatbot service, support the Indian 22 languages. We have a Shruti, it is a speech-to-text services. Then we have, these are the Sanskrit name given by our Center of Excellence. Satyapan for face verification services, Parki for document image analytics service. And similarly, we have a geospatial on India maps, Matra service for transliteration, Panini for translation service, text summarization service. Text summarization service is very useful. We implemented in the Supreme Court, where you see that the judgments are running into hundreds of pages. So using this service, we just prepare a summary in 2-3 pages that what is the gist of the judgment, and it is very useful for the honorable judges of the Supreme Court and High Court. Similarly, we have an image and text analytics service. India has come up with the DPDP Act, Digital Personal Data Protection Act, and where using this service we can easily mask the personal data of a beneficiary unless he gave a consent to use this for various applications. Similarly, we have generative AI services. So these are some of the initiatives we have implemented for various state government. As you can see that Nibrit for PII, I have already mentioned about the Aadhaar and PAN. We have a Saransh service. In Gujarat, we have a Haryana, we have a drug inventory forecasting service. In Himachal, we are using for OCR like that. So various states, governments are using the Center of Excellence, AI, these are the generic service, and if we have a data is available, language models are available, we can use these services for various services. Similarly, you see that in transport, Vahan and Sarthi, we have 53 faceless service, and last year 240 million people have used this driving license, learners driving license service sitting at their home only. They are now going to the 1100 RTO, regional transport offices in the country is now avoided, and people sitting at their home using the portal can use these services. Honorable Prime Minister launched the text summarization, text transcription and summarization service at the Supreme Court. With former Chief Justice of India is also seen in the picture. And there are two services. One is the text summarization service, and second is that the judgment is given in the local language to the litigant. So if a litigant is from Andhra Pradesh or Kerala or Punjab, if the judgment is in English, then it can be using the AI services. These are translated in the Indian language and provided to the citizen. As I mentioned that we are also using this Vani Assistant chatbot as a services, and close to 14 million hits are happen on this various chatbot services integrated in the various application Kanyashri, e-way bill, e-district, Vahan, Sarthi, Awas, and various other services. Similarly, as a part of data analytics, we have developed a dashboard called Prayas for Honorable Prime Minister, where 186 schemes of government with 1200 KPIs are integrated, and data lakes, data warehouse, and various services are developed using this. Similar service is given as a Darpan for the UP Chief Minister and Uttarakhand Chief Minister, where all in UP, all the decisions of the UP government are reviewed using the Darpan dashboard, which is a powerful engine and data analytics tool. Similarly, we have a Center of Excellence on blockchain in Bangalore, a property chain for land record and property, certificate chain for the various certificates. Like that, we are making use of it. And NIC is fully aligned with the vision and mission of Digital India program, and we are keeping abreast with the technology and helping various government departments making use of emerging technology, data analytics, e-governance program, capacity building. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sethi. We have the last speaker, Dr. Nirmalya Bagchi. He is the Director, Center for Management Studies at Administrative Staff College of India. Dr. Bagchi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Chair. First and foremost, I would like to thank Shri V. Srinivas and congratulate the Department of Administrative Reforms for conducting this workshop, this conference, and also for inviting me. I would not like to go too much into the technology part of it because more eminent people have spoken about it, but just wanted to put everything in a little bit of perspective, especially because there are a lot of international participants here. Starting with India. So, my country is vast, and not just geographically, it is vast geographically, it is diverse. Different parts of India, people speak different languages. We are number one in population, as you all know. We are the most populous country in the world. If you look at languages itself, we have probably 22 official languages and probably 300 languages that are spoken here. Our constitution itself is not the easiest of ones. We have a, some say, quasi-federal kind of a structure with provinces which are governed sometimes by different political parties who may not totally be at sync with the central government. That brings its own pulls and pushes. We have a three-tier system of governance, where there is also a local government which is in place. Large income disparity, some parts of India, the income levels will be sub-Saharan Africa levels, but in some parts of India we will be at Switzerland levels. So as they say, whatever is true for India, the reverse is also true. But slowly and surely, especially from 2014 onwards, we have seen that there has been a positive direction in which the polity, the economy and the social change, as they say, singularity benefits we are now reaping. So what are the basically problems that we were grappling with, which we seem to have, at least some cue at solving those problems in the last 20 years? We had a huge problem of identity. People in our country, still about 15-20% of them are illiterates. They did not have a face, an identity. Many a times they would have to search for one. Many a times they come from different villages, come to the cities, lose their identity, and that used to create problems for them. So first problem solved with Aadhaar. Now we have the world's largest program in which almost about 100% of the citizens of this country is covered. Each individual now has an identity, it's a number that is given, and it is also biometric enabled. So irrespective of whether you can remember the number or not, you're carrying the number with you, your fingerprint, your iris scan. So that's a great thing. The other problem that we used to face in our country, 20 years back, is that there used to be a lot of low-level corruption, which used to happen. So we have kind of, with Aadhaar, we have plugged those loopholes, and probably that's an interesting case in which some of the developing countries can actually look into. because many of the systems which are in India are also there everywhere else in much of the former colonial setups. The other issue which in India we face is that the principal agent ratio in India is very adverse. I mean, many people would not know, but in our country, the number of government officers that we have is actually very, very low vis-a-vis the population we have. So what I'm trying to drive home is that we had to go digital. It was not a serendipitous kind of a thing. We chose to go digital, and that's the way we actually have enabled citizen services have improved. So it was a deliberate act which the government took. As the former Secretary Mehti has said, that it started maybe 15 years back, but the real push came in 2014, wherein the infrastructure which was created, facilities, services started being built on that. And now you have something which we have defined in the G20 meeting as digital public infrastructure. But again, going back and forth, how this digital public infrastructure actually works, and especially the learning for some of the developing countries, is that before this story happened, there was a broadband rollout which happened all across the country. There was a mobile internet rollout which happened all across the country. For a country of 1.4 billion people, we have about 1.3 billion mobile connections. Many of the people in Delhi, for example, if you take, will have more than one, definitely, you know, on an average, I think it's 2.5 in cities like Delhi, the number. So what it means is that you already have the infrastructure on which then you can plug on these digital services. Another data snippet that I would like to throw at you is India's data consumption as a country is more than US and China put together. So that's the power of our, you know, which we have in terms of data consumption. And what was needed was that over this infrastructure, you needed to create, you know, stacks. So based on this DPI, what is the government trying to do? If you look at on a theoretical level, what each of these DPIs or services that the government is trying to do is basically identify the underprivileged. Earlier it used to be very difficult. Now you can actually identify whom you want to target. So targeted initiatives have now become possible. If you look at the normal curve, you know, so the long tail kind of problems can now get solved. Earlier we were only looking at the median problems, now we can actually solve the long tail problems. So we identified the real underprivileged, we have a target beneficiary initiative, and then we do a feedback mechanism. In fact, the Department of Administrative Reforms runs the world's largest grievance redressal system, wherein, you know, 20 years back, nobody would actually, you know, even consider grievance redressal as a valid thing in our country. But now, because you have a digital kind of infrastructure, all the services are digital, the grievance redressal also is becoming more, because, you know, you have raised the aspirations of the citizens to a level where that's also being given thought. Earlier, it used to take months for each grievance to get redressed. Now the data shows 14 days, you know. The number of days is just 14 days in which your grievance gets solved. So basically, what we have been able to do is, we have been able to roll out a whole lot of digital services that has actually helped the citizens in their everyday life. And as you all probably know, India is not just Delhi, you know, here we are all probably English-speaking people, but India lives in its villages. 50% of the country is still rural. So a whole lot of services have been rolled out for the people who actually live in the villages. That has helped actually in improving their standard of living and integrating them with the national systems. For example, take banking. There's a study which has been done by the International Banking Association which says that what India did in the last 9 years after 2000, you know, after UPI was rolled out, would have taken India 47 years had there not been a digital stack available. So what we are trying to do is, with digital services, we are trying to leapfrog. We are not trying to just do a linear way in which the development has to happen. We are trying to leapfrog using these digital tools that are available. For these digital tools, we have already invested in the infrastructure. The infrastructure is already there. Now all that we have to do is use these stacks. And through these stacks, connect the people, and then connect them with the national priorities. Future, what it holds, perhaps what we are right now doing is all the transactions have become digital, the citizen is empowered, he or she, by the click of a button and the touch of a thumb, can access hundreds and thousands of services, literally. What probably the new things which already Mr. Sethi talked about is using that data for doing something predictive, like if there's a health emergency which crops up, can we have, using AI tools, can we have a prediction around it as to how that health emergency is going to play out? Those are exciting things which is going to come up probably in the coming 2 to 3 years, and we will be looking forward to it. At the Administrative Staff College of India, we continuously do research on these matters, and if there is anybody who would like to connect with us, in fact, we are right now doing a lot of research on CP Grams, which is the grievance redressal portal. I'd be happy to connect with you offline. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Bagchi. So now the floor is open for questions. So we have an eminent panel of experts. Yes, sir. A mic, can someone share a mic? Yeah. It's not audible.
Hello.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, sir. I am Dr. Harpal Sangwan. Dr. Rajendran and me are from the same institute. My question is to him. Dr. Rajendran, I congratulate you. You gave a wonderful details about the Act, although you have shared most of the data, but I have very specific points. Is this Act only in Bihar state? And you have shown data which shows the progress, but I feel that if this Act is progressing, the number of grievances should go down. And if it is happening, then why this Act be considered as a model Act and replicated throughout other states of India? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Public Grievance Redressal Act is the only state to, so far, to enact and implement this. I think other states are also doing in a different way, but I think Uttarakhand has taken steps recent, Uttarakhand and Haryana. That's what I know. Yeah, it's going to give relief to the citizens by this act. Thank you.
I think many states have enacted this public grievances redressal acts. Many states have implemented. So, but of course, the quality of implementation differs from state to state, I would say. So the next mic, yes, please. Thank you.
Yes. Hello. Good morning and good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the panel. I have a question to Mr. Indra Pal Singh. You've mentioned, I've seen the two tables of adoption by the states, but not all of them are taking all of the services, or if I would say all the stacks. May I know why they are not all taking all the services? But at the same time, what would be your criteria or your thinking on how to enable more to take and adopt the services? Are there any reasons behind it, and how it can be developed further?
Thank you, sir, for your question. You know that with the large multimodal models and large language model, we need a huge amount of compute, GPU as a service. So under AI mission recently, MIT has secured 18,000 GPU from the industry in PPP mode, and which we will be getting. So right now we have a limited compute infrastructure to process this voluminous data and come out with a informed decisions. And we are using CDAC. We have our sister concern. Aravat is the supercomputer right now, is being used for various services. So once we have a sufficient infrastructure, then this utilization will pick up definitely. And though we have a basket of services offered to the state, and it depends on the state, provincial government, state government, that on which kind of portals or which department is coming forward to use the services. We are only enabler and facilitator, but they have to come forward for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. No,
yeah, my
gentleman at the back, then you, please.
Okay, thank you. And my name is Bashir Omar Isa, Director General of School of Management and Public Administration from Somalia. And my question is directed to Rajendra. I was very attracted with the Act of Right to Public Service Act. And the question is that it is really timely public service delivery in India, and in my research I've seen this act is specific to India, and India as an old country, we always want to have example of their acts. So what is the motive of adopting this act in India, and can you give me an explanation about how this is benefiting for India? Thank you.
So thank you very much. Actually, we had large number of complaints from the citizens, and they used to come to the administration and the public authorities. But there was lack of transparency, there was lack of accountability. So that is the reason why this act was promulgated, and then that is the motivation. And the first state in our country is the Madhya Pradesh state to do so, and after that many states have followed the suit. So now it is so every state is implementing it. There's a lot of impact. So if public authority is not delivering the services in a reasonable period of time, Karnataka, from where the chair comes from, so they have got more than 1,000 services. So if it is not delivered on time, the public authority is liable for punishment. Sometimes departmental action, the fine, etc. So it is there is a tremendous impact on the people and also governance.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, yeah, please.
My question is to Dr. Rajendra. Number one, what is the penalty? I am T.C. Gupta from Haryana. So what is the penalty in case of under the Public Grievances Act, Redressal Act? What is the amount of penalty? Because you said that penal provision is there. Number two is that's 2085 officers, very impressive number who have been penalized. But your maximum penalty is 5,000 rupees per person, right? So it's adds to about 1.04 crores. But you have mentioned that you have collected more than 2 crores. You have imposed penalty of more than 2 crores.
We've collected 1.47. We collected.
47. But the total comes to only 1.04 crores, even if the maximum amount of penalty is imposed on each and every person.
Sir.
Yeah.
So it
and
is.
Last is just you can answer. Last is what if the paucity of funds is there? There are many schemes where the state governments won't be having funds, or it is dependent upon there are schemes where the funds have to come from Government of India. So in that case, what do you do?
So first of all, sir, in case of Public Grievance Redressal Act, the maximum punishment, the same case that of the RTPS, that is Right to Public Service, that is 500 to 5,000, and then 250 rupees per day, like that, sir. So the amount which is to 2008-5, public servants have been punished, or they impose the penalty. So it is also the delay, for delay also 250 rupees per day. So there may be calculation error, but it's the point is that we are imposing the penalty on the public authorities who are denying and delaying the public services. That is one, sir. And then two, regarding Government of India schemes, so there is absolutely no problem. We have, as far as Government of India, whichever the schemes that are 514 services covering all 45 departments and the schemes which we have. So if any, for example, road is constructed, the road quality is bad, if somebody is coming with the complaint, it is redressed. So though it is the PMGS maybe Government of India scheme, but it is implementation by the state governments. So I don't see any paucity of funds or any kind of thing from Government of India or from state government. So I've been in government for the last 30 years, or is also there. So it is the public authorities are responsible, and we can, if people are not satisfied with the implementation of scheme, they will come to you, you have to redress it. That is the ultimate idea, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
May I, sir?
Yeah, the gentleman at the back.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Professor Mohammed from Kenya School of Government. Let me address it to, I think,
You're not audible, can you please speak louder?
Okay. My name is Professor Mohammed from Kenya School of Government, Director General. My question is to Dr. Barji. The question is about the culture change, especially when you deal with the whole issue of digital transformation in the public service, because I'm from the public service. So how did you overcome, as you now build, because the people who are implementing all these critical agenda are the senior government officials in the service. How did you change the culture of them accepting and sustaining the whole process through the capacity building? Because the challenge we have in Kenya is the issue of the culture change, them accepting, the senior officials accepting and also cascading down. So how did you overcome the whole issue of culture change in the service for them to accept and sustain the whole process in the entire public service, probably including the artificial intelligence and the change, especially in the digital transformation?
Dr. Bakshi.
Well, as you rightly said, all electronic IT-enabled services effectively look for transformation in this thing. But the Government of India also has change management capacity building programs which are inbuilt in these mission mode projects. So there's a lot of money which is spent on training of the people, not just in a structured way through classroom sessions and all that, but also because people learn on the job. Is it an ideal situation? There's always scope for improvement, but yes, that's an important thing which is already taken care of. Yes.
May I be permitted, sir?
Yeah, the lady there.
Hello, this is Shruti Daya. I'm from Punjab University, Chandigarh. So my question is to you, Dr. B. Rajendra. Since you have mentioned about the working of this Right of Public Grievances Act in Bihar, so I would just like to ask that with the implementation of this act, along with the CM window option that we have and other appellate authorities to which a person appeal or can go to against the inefficient working of an administrative officer, so does it gonna create another, it's like, are all these options be overlapping or they run in, simultaneously to each other as in a way to complement each other? So can you please explain it?
Yeah, so thank you very much for your question. It is complementary and supplementary to each other, that is number one. Number two, we are not there to, it is not overlapping. It is only to pressurize the public authorities to do their work efficiently and also to diagnose the problem geographically and also in a particular department and a particular in a place, which is the, for example, if there are a large number of pending cases related to the land disputes, if somebody is coming with the land related issues, so we can identify which district we have got large number of such land related issues. So we can formulate the policy, we can focus on that particular area. So that is what is the idea. It is not to It is, of course, it is to pressurize to the public authorities to perform the duties. Thank you.
Just one more thing. So,
Yeah.
Does that mean that person has not to go to the High Court? So you can. Do you mean to say that it works in a form of prerogative writs, so that we don't have
Yes.
to go and file?
Yeah, we have got positive list and negative list. There is also negative list we cannot entertain. The citizens, for example, if somebody is already filed a case in the High Court, so we cannot entertain that. The things which are in our jurisdiction, the administration at the district, subdivision, the department which can be resolved, only they can be filed. There is a clear-cut list of positive and negative lists.
So it will reduce the burden on
Which
the
will,
patients.
yeah.
So we'll, the lady there, madam.
But at the same time asking the people to please stay back because
Thank you very much. My name is Randi Rawlock and I'm from the University of Westminster in London. Thank you so much for your really fascinating insights into all aspects of your strategy. A couple of questions. I was interested in issues around how you've tackled digital poverty, particularly with communities and groups of citizens with lower levels of literacy, and particularly in terms of affordability of hardware, Wi-Fi, equipment. So if you could perhaps say something around how you held, what actions you've taken in terms of minimizing digital exclusions of certain communities, that would be helpful. And then secondly, around your capability. So was all the capability that needed to be used to build all the infrastructure homegrown, as in did India do it itself, or did you have to import some technology and capability? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Of course, as I also mentioned in my presentation, that these are the challenges which digitalization brings along with it. So digital divide has been one of the challenges which the world is facing, and we have also been facing that. And when we realize that yes, there is still a large segment of population, and we identified 60 million families who did not really understand digital literacy. So that program started in a mission mode, PM Disha, where we identified at least one member of the family who should be trained in the digital literacy up to a certificate level. And when we say it's a certified digital literacy, so those have been trained. Similarly, we also had to ensure that the digital device may not be available to all. So in India, we created a network of common services centers. Today, there are 521,000 common services centers which are available almost in every village or close to the village. So if somebody does not have access to digital device, he can go to the common services center and avail of those services. So the whole objective of how do we create, ensure inclusion, also we are looking at, and we are not only looking at digital, the neutral platforms. We are also looking at that how we make it gender, not only gender neutral, it should be gender empowered. How do we include gender into it? Gender attentive solutions. So our new platforms in DPI, we are largely targeting that the gender should not be excluded. So that is a very positive step where Government of India is working, and most of the DPIs where we look at, we ensure that there should not be digital exclusion. On the capacity building, of course, it was asked by somebody else also. When we created this digital system, when we created the whole IT network, in every district of India, we created an NIC office. And they were supposed to train the government officials at all stages, right from the assistant at the lower level to the secretary of the government. We also empowered, actually, we had to do capacity building, so we provided a set of experts who could give them training, hand-holding support and all. So that was also done. So this is, the whole process has to be a continuous process, and we have been doing it, and we have been able to achieve it quite a bit. Thank you.
Do we have
Honorable
time
Minister
for
has
one
arrived already.
gentleman who had put up his hand? The last question, please, sir. Sir, please. There's one person.
He doesn't have the mic.
Very short. Please keep it short. Honorable Minister is arriving and
he's already
thank
arrived.
You. My name is Hape Kayuni from the University of Malawi. I have several questions, but I will ask one in the interest of time. One, when you have talked about a lot of advancement, which is quite interesting, but are there mechanisms to handle the issue of data management, security in particular, security? Otherwise, there's some kind of vulnerability when there's this kind of advancement. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. As we have mentioned that data, India has a humongous set of data. And then the issue of data privacy also comes along with that. So in order to ensure that our DPIs are fully secure, data security aspects have been taken into account. We have come out with a Digital Personal Data Protection Act. We also have created a data security architecture. So to ensure that the security at each level, right from the level of person to the devices, to the application, to the network, the whole system has to be fully secured using proper zero trust architecture so that the data is kept secure as much as possible. But then, yes, there are technological challenges. While we develop a system, we plug one attack, you find there will be another attack. They are much more intelligent, and so we have to continuously keep fighting with them. But we have to keep on upgrading technology. We have to keep on upgrading our systems to ensure that data are safe, data are secure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to the distinguished members of the panel, Mr. Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Dr. Rajender, Mr. Inderpal Singh Sethi, and Dr. Nirmalya Bagchi. And I thank all the members of the audience for their patient listening and their questions. Thank you.
I request all of you to kindly stay back, please, because Honorable Minister has already arrived. He'll be here in a very short while from now. So I request all of you to kindly stay back for a moment. Thank you, all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister has already arrived. He is in the building only, and he'll be arriving here in a short while from now. I request all of you to kindly get seated. May I request you all to kindly get seated, please. Keep sitting, because Honorable Minister will be here in a moment. We are just arranging the dais plan. I request you all to kindly remain seated. Kindly stay back. Honorable Minister will be arriving in a short while from now. I request all of you to kindly stay back, please. May I request the dignitaries to please come up onto the stage. I read the names. International Institute of Administrative Sciences, President, His Excellency Dr. Raid bin Shams. Secretary DARPG, Shri V. Srinivas, Shri S. N. Tripathi, Mr. Sofyan Sehravi, DG International Institute of Administrative Sciences, Shri Puneet Yadav, Dr. Suresh Misra, Professor, Indian Institute of Public Administration. हाँ वो तो है ना repeatability के हिसाब से ही कर
Excuse me,
रहे हैं
do
yeah
you know whether we speak from here, me and Prof. Suresh, or do we speak from there, the rapporteurs, for the 5 minutes? Do we get up and speak from the panel, or do we speak sittingly?
no on the panel here the podium
Okay, so when it's my turn, I go here,
Yeah,
I speak,
yeah,
and I
yeah.
go back to the
Yeah,
chair,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then does he the same?
Sure.
Okay, very good.
नहीं वो तो कह रहे थे announce We extend a very warm and hearty welcome to Honorable Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office, in the Ministry of Personal Public Grievances and Pensions, in the Department of Atomic Energy and in the Department of Space, Government of India. Please give him a big round of applause. Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh. Namaskar. On behalf of Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Government of India, we extend a very warm and hearty welcome to all the distinguished guests and invitees to IIAS-DARPG India Conference 2025. We extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Science and Technology and Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office, in the Ministry of Personal, Public Grievances and Pensions, in the Department of Atomic Energy and Department of Space, Government of India. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has always been our inspiration and gave us the guiding mantra of reform, perform and transform for ensuring citizen-centric governance and reaching the last mile. In India, we begin any auspicious occasion with lighting of the lamp. May I request the Honorable Minister, Sir, Dr. Jitendra Singh, to kindly light the ceremonial lamp to begin this auspicious occasion. I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join him for this inaugural ceremony. Asato ma sadagamaya, tamuso ma jyotirgamaya. The glowing light of the lamp symbolizes our collective journey from darkness of ignorance to the light of knowledge and wisdom. Lead me from unreal to real, from the darkness of ignorance to the light of knowledge and wisdom. This is an ancient prayer in the Indian culture. Thank you so much, sir. In India and in Indian culture, the guests are held in the highest esteem and we say Atithi Devo Bhav. I now request Mrs. Sarita Chauhan, JS-DARPG, to please welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. Please present a plant to Honorable Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji. The plant symbolizes greenery, the progress, the life, the vibrance. International Institute of Administrative Sciences President, His Excellency Dr. Raid bin Shams. Mr. Sofyan Sehravi, DG, International Institute of Administrative Sciences. Mr. Wolfgang Drexler, Tallinn Technological University, Estonia. Secretary DARPG, Shri V. Srinivas. Shri S.N. Tripathi, editor of the book. Dr. Suresh Misra, Professor, Indian Institute of Public Administration. Shri Puneet Yadav, Additional Secretary, DARPG. Thank you so much. And may I now request Mr. V. Srinivas, Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, to kindly deliver a welcome address.
Honorable Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, the President of the International Institute of Administrative Sciences, Dr. Raid Mohammad Ben Shams, the Director General of the International Institute of Administrative Sciences, Mr. Sofyan, the Director General IIPA, Dr. S.N. Tripathi, Additional Secretary DRPG, Shri Puneet Yadav, the Presidents of the IAS affiliate bodies, the ECPA, LACPA, IASIA, AGPA, members of the Council of Administration, the Scientific Committee of IIAS, the rapporteurs of the conference, Mr. Wolfgang and Professor Suresh Mishra, colleagues from Government of India, state governments joining online, distinguished delegates representing 58 countries to the IIAS-DARPG India Conference, as also the NCEG alumni joining us from 34 countries online. On behalf of the Government of India, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to the Honorable Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, to the IIAS-DARPG Conference 2025 at New Delhi. I also extend a warm and hearty welcome to the President IIAS, Dr. Raid Ben Shams, the Director General IIAS, Mr. Sufyan, the Director General IAPA, Dr. S.N. Tripathi, Additional Secretary DRPG, Shri Puneet Yadav, and all the distinguished delegates today. This is the first time India is hosting the IIAS annual conference. This was possible under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi, who has always envisaged India as a nation that is deeply committed to multilateralism and democracy. Under the guidance of Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, the Honorable Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, the officials of DRPG, along with the IAS Secretariat, have strived tirelessly over the past several months to make this conference possible. The IIAS, as an international non-profit organization with scientific purposes, as a federation of member states, national sections, and academic research centers, jointly elaborating public governance solutions to policy challenges of the day, fits well with the Indian policy focusing on high-value academic and research work with policy practitioners as the nation pursues the stated policy of Viksit Bharat at 2047, when India celebrates 100 years of independence. India has modernized governance systems and academic institutions to meet the 21st century governance challenges by adopting a saturation approach to reach every citizen under the motto Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. The IIAS-DRPG conference marks a significant milestone moment in India's long-standing association with the IIAS, has witnessed 383 abstract papers that will be presented from 208 institutions across 58 countries, and will feature 7 plenary sessions, 66 panel discussions, and significant opportunities for networking and knowledge exchange. The theme of the conference, Next Generation Administrative Reforms, Empowering Citizens and Reaching the Last Mile, is timely and relevant. It encapsulates the collective aspirations of nations to design governance systems that are efficient and effective, as also equitable and responsive to the needs of every citizen. Governance is most impactful when it ensures that its benefits reach even the remotest corners of society, leaving no one behind. Distinguished colleagues, India joined the IIAS as a member state in 1998. The partnership has been mutually beneficial. India has been a member on the Council of Administration from 2018 to 2024 and has demonstrated its deep commitment to the IIAS statutes and pursued the best practices in public governance research to a global audience. We appreciate the gamut of work undertaken by the IIAS member states and the academic research centers through conferences, publications, research projects to influence administrative practices. The IIAS represents the largest collective firepower of professional academics and practitioners within the overall realm of administrative sciences, which can have immense benefits for public good. To mark this conference, the seminal publication Viksit Bharat, Vision India at 2047, Governance Transformed, will be launched by the Honorable Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions today. This 700-page book publication, with contributions from 20 authors and 4 editors, would be the first IIAS India research publication that would provide deep insights into India's governance models, policy and research work on key areas of agriculture, health, education, urban development, and digital public infrastructure. Truly, the IIAS-DRPG partnership represents a shared vision to build governance systems that are inclusive, transparent, and citizen-centric. Bilateral and multilateral collaborations in public policy and governance have been a cornerstone of India's governance reform strategy. They have enabled knowledge exchange, adoption of global best practices, and institutional transformation. India's collaborations with several European nations, France, Portugal, United Kingdom, have enabled modernization and digital transformation and civil service reforms in both Europe and in India. India has offered the CP grams as a global public good for replication in Commonwealth member countries, and our partnerships with Singapore and Australia have played a pivotal role in workforce development, leadership training, and e-governance advancements. We have engaged extensively with Africa, as also with Southeast Asian countries, to promote advanced capacity building initiatives for senior civil servants. In fact, the National Center for Good Governance has emerged as India's largest capacity building institution for international civil servants, and over 4,400 officers from more than 34 countries have been trained through NCGG's programs. Over the next 5 years, we aim to train an additional 8,000 civil servants. The IIAS-DARPG Conference 2025 at New Delhi is a high-impact event involving both public service and academia. I'm delighted that several young colleagues who are recipients of the Prime Minister's Awards for Excellence in Public Administration from all states of India are participating in today's discussions. The end conference objectives are to produce and disseminate relevant knowledge on public policy and good governance. On behalf of the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, once again, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to each of the delegates and thank the Honorable Minister for making time to inaugurate this conference and the week-long conference deliberations. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. V. Srinivas. May I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Raid Mohammed bin Shams, President IIAS Bahrain, to kindly address us and share your valuable thoughts with all of us on this momentous occasion.
Honorable Excellency, Minister of State of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Excellency Shri Srinivas, Secretary to Government of India, Department of Administrative Reform and Public Grievances, distinguished members of IIAS, and distinguished colleagues from around the world, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace be all upon you. Allow me, please, before we begin, I don't have the presentation. Before we begin, please allow me to pause to honor Dr. Fabienne Maroon, whom we recently lost, known to many as Lovely Fabienne. She embodied the very spirit of IIAS, dedication, warmth, and serenity. Throughout her years of service, particularly her invaluable contribution to IGPA, she touched countless lives with her gentle presence and welcoming smile. Her loss creates a void in our hearts, but her legacy inspires us to approach our work with the same grace and dedication she showed throughout her career of 24 years. As we tackle the unprecedented challenges before us, let us carry forward her spirit of gentle determination and unwavering commitment to public service. Her memory will forever remain a blessing to our community. I invite you all to join me for a minute of silence. Thank you. Distinguished friends, old friends and new friends, honored guests, and fellow architects of public service excellence. Our world is definitely shifting from the VUCA to the BANI complexities. The killing worldwide is seriously incomprehensible, making peace so brittle. Justice is paradoxically creating anxiety, which in turn makes the way forward definitely non-linear. As we stand at this remarkable crossroads of human governance, our mission to empower citizens and reach the last mile has never been more timely or crucial. The next generation of administrative reforms must navigate these turbulent waters with wisdom and foresight. As the president of IIAS and a member of the board of the Afro-Asian Council for AI and Cybersecurity, I can attest to the fact that the current era of artificial intelligence and quantum computing presents unprecedented challenges to traditional governance frameworks. However, amidst this complexity, we also discover untapped opportunities. We now possess advanced tools and technologies that were once mere fantasies of our predecessors. The primary challenge we face is not merely to adapt to these challenges or to these changes, but to fundamentally redefine our approach to serving our citizens, regardless of their location, whether in bustling metropolises or remote villages. This is where we encounter difficulties in our colleagues' the adoption of new technologies, not only in the domain of artificial intelligence, but even in simply daily tasks such as checking their conference schedules online instead of physically bringing printed documents from home. Let me share a stark reality that should give us pause. While the top 1% of our global population leverages predictive AI governance tools, nearly 1/3 of humanity still lacks basic digital government services. This isn't merely a digital divide. It's a fundamental challenge to democratic principles and human dignity. Therefore, I see three critical imperatives that demand our immediate attention. First, we must reconcile technological advancement with human-centered governance. In so many countries, AI-assisted deliberative platforms have shown us how technology can amplify marginalized voices, increasing participation from undeserved communities by exponential percentages. Yet technology must remain our servant, not our master. Second, we must reimagine governance for a world facing unprecedented challenges. From climate refugees to quantum encryption, from blockchain voting to neuro-adaptive interfaces, our administrative systems must evolve faster than the challenges they address. So many unified service delivery platforms demonstrate how we can adapt governance to local contexts while maintaining universal standards. Third, and perhaps most critically, we must forge new pathways for South-South cooperation. The BRICS nations have emerged as laboratories of innovation, from indigenous knowledge integration to climate-resilient governance models. These aren't just success stories. They are blueprints for a more equitable future. Let us clarify that our gathering today here is not solely focused on sharing best practices. Our intricate societies and even our own complexities as human beings render the adoption of good practices ineffective. Furthermore, such adoptions or adaptations often lead to chaotic outcomes, as CINFIN studies have clearly demonstrated. This gathering is about confronting unsettling realities. When we advocate for smart cities, we must pause and question. Smart for whom? If we are going to ask another question, when we celebrate digital transformation, we celebrate for whom? We must question who is being left behind. The ancient Sanskrit wisdom, I hope that I pronounce it well, Vaziduhavana Katambikam. Correct me if I'm wrong, sorry for the words. But it means simply the world is one family. Takes on a new meaning in our interconnected age. As administrators, we aren't just mean managing systems, we are shaping the future for generations to come. We must ensure that our governance structures embrace both the teenager with smartphones in a remote village and the elder who values traditional face-to-face interaction. Looking around the room, I see not just public servants and scholars, but guardians of humanity's collective future. Over the next few days, let us challenge our own assumptions, share our innovations, and forge partnerships that transcend borders. Our success won't be measured by the sophistication of our technologies, but by our ability to reach the last person in the last mile. It won't be judged by the efficiency of our systems, but by their ability to uplift human dignity regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, color, location, or political inclination. As we begin this conference, I challenge each of you, let us not just envision the future of public administration. Let us create it together. Let us ensure that the light of good governance reaches every corner of our global community. The future is simply calling us. Let us answer with wisdom, courage, and unwavering commitment to the public good. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, Mr. Raid Mohammed bin Shams. May I now request Honorable Minister of Personal Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jitendra Singh, to kindly inaugurate the conference by declaring the conference open.
I declare the IIAS-DARPG India Conference 2025 open.
Thank you, sir. From creating infrastructure on the ground to landing on the moon, from heralding digital revolution to becoming bright spot on the fastest growing and fifth largest economy in the world, India has witnessed an unprecedented rapid growth and development at a scale and speed never seen before. Now we present before you a film on administrative reforms in India.
India welcomes all the delegates of IIAS-DARPG conference. India is ushering in a new era of modernization, innovation, and citizen empowerment through transformative administrative reforms. Guided by the visionary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, these reforms focus on reaching the last mile, ensuring inclusive growth and building a future where governance truly serves every citizen.
Good governance is the key. जब people centric governance होती है, जब development oriented governance होती है, तो वो समस्याओं का समाधान भी करती है और बेहतर रिजल्ट भी देती है.
India stands as the fastest growing major economy in the world, currently the fifth largest, and projected to be the third largest economy by 2030. The Government of India is leveraging technology to revolutionize governance. Online grievances platforms like CP Grams, enhanced transparency, and e-office is streamlining operations at government offices across the nation. These initiatives deliver faster, more inclusive, citizen-centric services. Capacity Building Commission ensures effective implementation of Mission Karma Yogi. Bhashini bridges linguistic barriers with translation services by supporting 22 Indian languages. Building on this digital momentum, India's telecom revolution is redefining connectivity on a global scale. With over 1.18 billion telephone subscriptions and 969 million internet connections, India stands as a leader in digital inclusion, ensuring that every citizen has access to information, communication, and opportunities at their fingertips. India's digital revolution is unparalleled. Aadhaar, the foundation of India's digital public infrastructure, empowers over 1 billion Indians as the world's most trusted digital ID by making everyday services more accessible and streamlined. Unified Payments Interface (UPI) has transformed India's payment landscapes from local street vendors to the largest malls, bringing financial inclusion to citizens with quick and secure payments, anytime, anywhere, from bytes to bridges. India's infrastructure is transforming rapidly. With a 6.67 million kilometer of road network, the second largest globally. The Vande Bharat Express and Kavach technology are enhancing rail safety and efficiency, while Rail Madad portal streamlining grievance redressal. PM Gati Shakti initiative and metro expansions ensure faster, safer and more accessible travel for citizens, connecting rural and urban hubs. India is on track to have the second largest metro network in the world. Simultaneously, the nation leads a global clean energy revolution, providing affordable and sustainable energy to its citizens while working toward a greener and cleaner environment for future generations. With these reforms, India ranks among the top 3 globally in the number of startups, with the growth of diverse fintech, edtech and health tech startups in cities like Bengaluru, Pune, Gurugram, Bhubaneswar, Hyderabad and many more are not just IT hubs. They are the epicenters of innovation, creating new job opportunities. Good governance helps the nation emerge as a global hub for research and innovation. With over 16,000 PhDs awarded in science and engineering and a growing number of researchers. Institutions like IITs and IIMs are nurturing talent and expanding globally, solidifying India's role as a beacon of knowledge. India's innovations extend beyond Earth. With Chandrayaan-3, India became the first nation to land near the moon's south pole, marking a monumental achievement in space exploration. India, a global leader in modernization and sustainable growth, is proud to host the IIAS-DARPG India Conference 2025.
I am delighted to welcome you all to the IIAS-DARPG India Conference 2025, which focuses on next generation administrative reforms, empowering citizens and reaching the last mile. This platform is pivotal to redefine governance, especially for the developing nations. And India is proud to share its journey of innovative governance through initiatives like Digital India, Ayushman Bharat, CP Grams, Mission Karayogi, so on and so forth, which reflect our commitment to inclusivity as well as efficiency. May this gathering inspire transformative ideas and foster global collaboration in public administration. And together, we can build a future rooted in accountability and innovation. My best wishes for the conference success. Thank you.
We have just seen how a committed and decisive leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji can transform the lives of the citizens and take the country forward. In India, the dreams meet delivery. Honorable Prime Minister of India has given us the vision of Vikasit Bharat by 2047, when India celebrates 100 years of independence, and that is making India a developed nation by 2047. May I now request Honorable Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji to kindly launch the book Viksit Bharat at 2047 Governance Transformed digitally. First, digitally, I would like to request Honorable Minister. There's a remote, kindly press the remote button. Honorable Minister is kindly requested to physically launch the book. Viksit Bharat by 2047 is not only the commitment of the Government of India, but also the dream and the aspiration of 1.4 billion Indians. Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047, governance transformed. Thank you, sir. A doctor who was medical practitioner, an author, a professor, a columnist. All these professional qualities get clubbed nicely with a seasoned politician who is always dedicated to the welfare of the citizens and is successfully fulfilling the responsibilities of being an honorable minister of many important departments and many important ministries. And he is none other than the Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. So may I request you to kindly address the August gathering. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Seated on the dais, President, International Institute of Administrative Services, Mr. Rai Ben Shams, Director General, Indian International Institute of Administrative Services, Mr. Sofiana, our colleague in the Department and Secretary Administrative Reforms, Mr. V. Srinivas, Director General, Indian Institute of Public Administration, Mr. S. N. Tripathi, Mr. Wolfgang, Mr. Puneet Yadav, Professor Mishra. I can see some of the dignitaries over here. Mr. Durga Shankar is there. Mr. Chopra is there. Senior officers, representatives from different departments, agencies, different states, senior officers of the Government of India, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I have to perform the pleasant task of congratulating the organizers, the International Institute of Administrative Services, also the Department of Administrative Reforms and the Institute of Public Administration for having organized this beautiful conference. And I'm sure this is going to be a great learning experience for all of us. And we are proud that India has had the opportunity of hosting this year. And I also must compliment them for a very thoughtful theme, which is next generation administrative reforms, empowering citizens and reaching the last mile. So I think this is not only topical, it's also futuristic, and it also reflects the transition that we are witnessing from today to tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, as far as India is concerned, I have the confidence to say that this journey on this course, in fact, started on the evening of the 26th May 2014, when the moment Shri Narendra Modi took over as the Prime Minister of India. And the results henceforth in the preceding 1 decade are there for everyone to see. From fragile 5, we are now among the first 5 economies of the world. From just 350 to 400 startups, we are now almost 1.7 lakh startups, and as was being mentioned in the film that you witnessed just now, we stand number 3, ranked 3 in the world ecosystem of startups. In the Global Innovation Index, we were just about rank 81. It's been a quantum leap. Today it is around rank 39. In patent filing, we rank number 6 in the world, with as many as 38,551 resident patents and 38,517 non-resident patents. Our broadband connections have gone up to 94.92 crore, which is almost about 80% of the population of India, and there has been a quantum leap of 142% in the last 10 years. And this is the story or the journey from 2014 to 2025. And that's why I said the journey, in fact, for all of us started on the evening of 26 May 2014. And all this has been accomplished through next generation administrative reforms, which to my mind means the reforms which could have been thought of tomorrow, but we tend to think today. And thanks to the visionary, futuristic approach of Prime Minister Modi. And these are not simply reforms. They have been followed up with perform, and they have culminated in transformation. So it's a perform followed by transform and preceded by reform. And essentially, all of these have been technology driven. And I don't think it could have been otherwise, living in the times that we live in. Coupled with this, the citizen centricity. We have a beautiful program ongoing, of course, which is emerged as a kind of a role model called Swamitva program, wherein a citizen can map his farm, his land, using drones, using satellite images, without seeking the assistance of any revenue officer or government official. And I think that is one of the best coupling examples of technology with citizen centricity. And of course, it is also next generation, in the sense where my and your generation had to run after the revenue officers. The next generation will not have to. And the combination of these two aspects has produced some beautiful outcomes which would be case studies for several years to come. The digital transactions is something that the world is talking about. The direct benefit transfers. And I'm sure the audience in the room will be amazed and also be proud of the fact that today 46% of the digital transaction across the world is happening in India. In other words, of the entire gamut of digital transaction happening across the world, it is India which is utilizing 50%. Something which could have been hardly imagined till a few years ago, till a decade ago, because India was not seen to be that technical savvy. And if you just see the statistics, because I have that crazy itch of doing so, I singled out one single month of October 2024, where I found that the UPA processing had been done for as much as rupees 23.49 crore, and the number of transactions was 16.58 billion in a single month. And that is the changing face of India today. And UPI, as I always take fancy saying, most of these reforms brought under the present government are not merely governance reforms. It will be actually slighting them saying so. They have a huge, huge socio-economic impact as well. And when you're talking of UPI at this moment, it's not only financial transaction, it's also financial empowerment, and it also gives citizens a level playing field and also lots of opportunities which would have otherwise evaded him. Like the abolition of interview happened through this government within a few months after taking over from the within a few months of the government having come in. And Prime Minister declared that in his Independence Day address from the ramparts of Red Fort, and most of you would agree that the Independence Day address of the Prime Minister is a kind of a declaration of intent of the government in place. And the message had gone loud and clear that, look here, we will be seeking a level playing field for the youth of this country, using all means, technology and otherwise. And that's why I said, these are not mere financial reforms or governance reforms. They are also democratizing the very concept of democracy. Soon after this government came in, the Prime Minister gave us the mantra of maximum governance, minimum government. How does it translate on the ground? There was reference just now made by Mr. Srinivas, whose team came out with a unique model of CP grams, the online redressal of grievances, where the grievances get redressed in a limited time of 5 or 6 days, and the disposal is almost 100%. It's not only living up to the aspirations of the people of this country, but also gathering important inputs and reforming ourselves for the next set of reforms and determining what nature of reforms are actually called for. The RTI, the right to information, which is also unique to this country, underwent a change, and again through a second generation reform, it was converted into an app. It's now available on your mobile phone. So you can file an RTI at any hour of the day and even at any hour of the night and from anywhere in the world. Most of the information is now available on websites. And if you talk the citizen centricity focused reforms, I just now mentioned Swamitu, we have a beautiful concept which is again I'm sure going to emerge as a role model for the rest of the world, is the aspirational districts, which are not necessarily backward districts, but we have a scientifically devised mechanism where 40, 41 indices are identified depending on health or healthcare structure, on sanitation, on education, on connectivity. And there is a real-time dashboard competitiveness among the districts of the country to Y to B equal to the one which is at the top in that given index. And creates a beautiful ecosystem which is both competitive as well as cooperative in the sense that it tends to learn from each other's practices. And having got enriched from that experience, we have now percolated down aspirational blocks, and very recently the same department also announced Viksit Panchayat, which would be carrying it down further. And that, I think, lives up to the theme, the last mile, and the last man in the last queue in the last mile. As far as the elder citizens is concerned, it's the same department which came out with the digital life certificate concept in case you needed to authenticate your being alive. You didn't have to suffer the inhuman plight of reaching out to a consultant or a medical practitioner to get yourself certified that you are still living on this planet. We use biometry, and very recently I think we are among the first to have used the face authentication technology. Within 30-40 seconds, you just look into the camera of your mobile and the whole world knows that you are alive. And of course, Mission Karma Yogi. I think a unique model of governance which actually gives you the confidence and capacity building to train yourself each day, each hour, each moment for the next task that you're performing. Even if I am driving to this venue for this conference, I can immediately reach out to that platform and ask it, what am I going to do there? What is going to be the nature of the conference? So that kind of capacity building, so you don't longer have to learn from others, or you don't have to, and particularly the government services, by the time you begin to learn, you're transferred to another post. So it's a beautiful transformation happening, as I said, by the means of the cutting edge technology. And when the reference was being made to Viksit Bharat, I think the groundwork has already started to determine a global role for India. We are among the first to have launched a national quantum mission before most other countries could do it. Very soon, we are going to be into it in a big way. We have a cyber physical system. We have an open network of digital commerce. And the anchor lady was referring to Chandrayaan, etc. I think what is the biggest achievement of all these success stories is that it has helped change the perception of India as the rest of the world was looking at it. When we talk of Chandrayaan, please don't miss, it was launched by ISRO, the agency which was born in the year 1969, the year when America landed first human being on the surface of moon, and today we are first to have landed on the southern pole of moon before others, before all those who started before us. Aditya L1, among the first 3 in the world to have embarked on a solar mission to discover the mysteries of sun. Our vaccine story is something which is going to startle the world. In fact, it's already done that. We were the first to come out with a DNA vaccine for COVID. And I don't know how many tuckers. We were known as a country hardly serious about healthcare priorities, even in this society. If you fell sick, you waited for 5 days, either to get well or to get serious before you got yourself a hospital consultation. Today, the same nation, the same country is being acknowledged as a leader in preventive healthcare. What a huge 360 turnover. A nation, a society hardly taken seriously for curative health is now being looked up to for preventive health. And now we've also very recently come out with an HPV virus vaccine which is used in cervical cancer prevention. We are also among the first to have carried out a successful gene therapy trial in the other department of biotechnology also, which I am related to, for the cure of a disease, a bleeding disorder called hemophilia, which is caused by the deficiency of clotting factor 8. In fact, many centuries ago, one of the members related to the royal family of Great Britain had it, and for many years it was known as Queen's disease. Today we are now finding tomorrow's remedy to this century-old disorder, which had no radical cure. And why I'm saying all this is that it's taken tremendous amount of hard work, consistency, passion and focus to get that kind of acknowledgement at the global level. Very recently we came out with the first ever indigenously developed antibiotic called erythromycin. So far, all the antibiotics beginning from penicillin, which was hailed as the queen of drugs when it came out somewhere in the late 1940s, the trials were done in other countries, mostly the European countries or the US. The salt was developed there. All that we did was manufacturing and marketing. Today, we are doing it from A to Z. And I use this opportunity because that makes a good news. You have this ongoing Kumbh Mela, where crores and crores of people are coming and going. Did you ever ask yourself how the hygiene part of it is being managed? With more than 1 million liter of fecal sludge emanating from that huge crowd, how are we still able to maintain the kind of atmosphere there that most of you have seen? I'm proud to share that's again another department associated with me, the Department of Atomic Energy, which has set up a series of FSTPs, which means fecal sludge treatment plants in and around the venue, which take care of all of you who go there so that you can come back hygienically protected and you can have a fragrance odor instead of a foul odor. And this precisely is the translation of next generation technology to bring in ease of living in the life of a common citizen. And therefore, India today is no longer a follower. We are in a position to offer cues to others, to offer leads to others, and also lay targets for others. It is the Indian Prime Minister who in COP meeting set the deadline of 2070 net zero and 50% by 2030. And all this has been possible because of the enabling milieu which was provided by the political dispensation of the day. And more than us in India today, it is the rest of the world outside India which is talking about Viksit Bharat. In fact, Viksit Bharat, though heavily loaded with a Hindi word, has become a talking point even overseas, because they are now awakening to a huge, huge real prospect of India emerging in a big way. And therefore, when I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I have the courage and conviction to say that the last leg of journey to the destination of Viksit Bharat 2047 has already started. All the very best.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. We have now the presentation, two minutes presentation by the rapporteurs, Mr. Wolfgang Drexler and Dr. Suresh Misra. First of all, I would like to request Mr. Wolfgang Drexler, Tallinn Technological University, Estonia, to kindly give his presentation.
Thank you so much. So, dear colleagues, ladies, gentlemen, and others, it's a great honor, pleasure, and privilege to be one of the two rapporteurs for this wonderful conference, which is so interesting for all of us, whether it's the inside view or the outside view. Now, the classical role of the rapporteur used to be, and the perennial Dr. Steve also told me to outline exactly what kind of panels and papers are coming. But as the great sociologist Max Horkheimer said in a famous speech in 1953, ever since we have the technique of printing, it makes no sense to speak anything out that you can actually read. Therefore, I will go to the today contemporary role of the rapporteur, and that is something that I most recently learned from my good friend, Professor Eduardo Angaro, previous president of ECPA, in trying to sum up and synthesize what this conference is about. Now I will just do the very general survey, but this will be in the very final end of the conference, that you kind of wrap it up and synergize it. Now, the grand narratives have come to an end, and the themes of this conference are not that easy to pull together. The last mile, the digital, the next generation service provision, and all of these things. So in a way, it seems like a challenge, but it really isn't, because these elements partially joining to each other and partially being disparate is exactly what makes up the treasure trove that this conference will be. So I will not force things together that represent the multiplicity of the situation we actually have. Yeah? The government dichotomy is now a quarter of a century old. That means this transition and the dialectic between the two is something that we look at almost in an anniversary of how this has come to take place, and it is particularly interesting, I think, here. And the challenge that a complex conference like this, with occasionally shifting schedules and different possibilities does, is actually something that for those of us who believe in agile stability being the foundation of the entrepreneurial state is a positive thing. It is almost like in a computer game that you navigate a conference like that and you look for the valuable things that you take and keep for yourself and that make you reflect and make you better. Because, as we all know, I think, in this context, it is not only the display of the achievements that make a scholarly administrative conference such as this, but also the critical reflection on it, from which comes the insight, intellectually speaking, but also the possibility of learning and making things better that we have heard so much about. So in this context, I wish all of us a great and rewarding conference, and I'm looking forward to see most of you at the subsequent plenary panel on next generation administrative reforms, same place at 3 p.m. after the lunch, but meanwhile, I'm standing between you and the lunch, and so this is it, what you will hear from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Suresh Misra, Professor, Indian Institute of Public Administration, is now invited for his presentation.
Honorable Shri Jiten Singh sir, dignitaries on the dais, and distinguished participants, I wanted to skip because it was already told that we are standing between you and the lunch, but then I have just 2-3 points to make. I was also one of the reviewers of many of the papers that came, and as a student of public administration, both theory and practice, when you read the literature, when you read the theories, there are a lot of theories why the reforms have failed in many of the countries, especially the third world countries. You always find two important reasons. One is lack of political will and lack of poor leadership, essentially poor leadership. Now we are fortunate that we have both. We have a strong leader and we have strong political will to implement reforms. And I think the success of the reforms is because of these two major factors. The other important outcome of this conference is that it has given a great fillip to the study of public administration in the country. We have been corresponding with many universities and research institutions. A lot of youngsters have shown interest in this, and they're all, some of them are here also presenting paper, but those who have not contributed a paper, they have also been in regular correspondence with us of how they can use the proceedings and others that will come. So it will give a big boost to the study of public administration. Secondly, the more important thing is that it also gives an opportunity to showcase the reforms that we have initiated and the good practices that can be taken across. And it also gives us an opportunity to learn from other countries what reforms they have initiated and how do we go about. So with this, we look forward. In the morning, we had few sessions, very interesting sessions. And next 2 days, we have another 60 lined up, and we look forward for your deliberations and also contributions. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Puneet Yadav, Additional Secretary, DARPG, is now requested to propose words of thanks.
Namaskar. Respected Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Government of India. Esteemed Mr. Raid Benshams, President IIAS, Shri V. Srinivasji, Secretary DRPG, Shri S.N. Tripathi, DG IIPA, Dr. Sofian, DG IIAS, distinguished editors and authors of the book Viksit Bharat at the rate of 2047, Governance Transformed, distinguished members of the IIAS Scientific Committee, Finance Committee, and the Council of Administration, dignitaries on and off the dais, esteemed scholars and practitioners, the conference rapporteurs, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all. A very good afternoon as well. As we conclude this momentum's inaugural session of IIAS-DARPG Conference 2025, it is my privilege to express the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. Sir, your gracious presence and insightful words have added immense value to this conference. Your keynote address, coupled with the launch of the seminal book Viksit Bharat at the rate of 2047, has reinforced our collective resolve to drive transformative governance through innovation and inclusivity. I extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Raid Benshams, President of IIAS, for his enlightening address. We thank the IIAS for hosting the flagship conference in India. Sir, we hope that the conference will be a landmark in global collaboration, sharing of best practices in governance excellence, and building bridges, as you said in the morning session today. Your perspective today on global collaboration for administrative reforms have immensely enriched the discourse of the conference. A special word of thanks to Shri V. Srinivasji, Secretary DRPG, for his inspiring welcome address and steadfast leadership in curating the conference. His guidance has been pivotal in every aspect of organizing this conference and in the minute details of planning and execution. I also appreciate the support of the IIAS Secretariat, especially Dr. Sofian, DG IIAS, and Mr. Steve Trupa, for close coordination with the DRPG team. The seamless execution of today's session, from the symbolic lighting of lamp to the compelling film on administrative reforms, reflects the common commitment towards the objective of this conference. I thank all the delegates and participants, who number in excess of 600. Their participation and active engagement has infused this conference with energy and purpose. Their presence underscores the shared commitment in advancing governance reforms for a Viksit Bharat and global cooperation. I thank the media representatives for covering the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey of the next generation administrative reforms, let us carry forward the ideas and collaborations forged today and during this conference. Together we shall strive to create governance ecosystems that are transparent, agile, and responsive to the aspirations of all at the last mile of connectivity across the globe. As we share the message of one global family, the Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, let us continue to work collectively towards a future where governance transforms lives and empowers every global citizen. Thank you and Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh, for your gracious presence. Thank you, sir. This concludes the inaugural session of IIAS-DARPG India Conference 2025. I request you all to kindly join us for lunch. The Indian cuisine will be served in this floor. The international cuisine will be served downstairs. That is the in front of MR19 PFA. The international cuisine will be served there at the downstairs, and Indian cuisine will be served in this floor. I request all of you to kindly stay back. Honorable Minister is gracing the occasion, and these are the memorable moments when the memories will be captured in the camera as well as in our hearts. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you all. We shall resume the next session after the lunch. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Jai Hind. May I request you all to kindly take your seats, please? Welcome back after the lunch. May I request you all to kindly take your seats, please? Welcome back after lunch. Next generation administrative reforms. This is the topic for the plenary session. Mr. Wolfgang Traxel, Tallinn Technological University, Estonia, will be chairing the session. This session will be co-chaired by Dr. Suresh Misra, Professor, Indian Institute of Public Administration. We have also on the dais Mr. V. Srinivas, Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Mr. T.C. Gupta, Chief Commissioner, Haryana Right to Service Commission. Dr. Meghna Sabarwal, Professor, the University of Texas at Dallas, USA. Mr. Ruben N.G., Associate Professor, Lee Kuan Yew School, National University of Singapore. May I request all of you to kindly get seated? And may I now hand over the floor to the chair for the proceedings, please.
Yeah, so once again, welcoming you after lunch to our first and truly joint panel. This kind of plenary panel is the classic format which unites, if you will, the host country and the organization. So we will have a truly integrated format, and we will have 4 papers. Seeing with the time and the slight delay after lunch, what we thought is that we have 4 papers in a row, about 15 minutes each approximately, and then we will open it up to a general Q&A. So I think the procedure is clear, and I'm just standing in the way of the first speaker, and I will not introduce the first speaker, but my distinguished colleague will. So,
Good afternoon, all of you. We'll begin the panel discussion, and we have with us Shri V. Srinivas, Indian Administrative Service Officer. He is currently Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, and he is a person who has been very much a part of the process of reforms that have been initiated in the country. And I'd request him to initiate the discussion. Sir, over to you for your, as a first panelist.
So, very good afternoon to all. The subject is Next Generation Administrative Reforms, the Indian Experience. And let me share with you the structure of the presentation. So we'll share with you India's policy for good governance. We just heard the words of Honorable Prime Minister in the film, and also the Minister of State, how deeply committed India is to Sushasana or good governance. How do we recognize meritocracy? The effective redressal of public grievances as a state policy, improving service delivery, benchmarking governance, and secretariat reforms. Collectively, these form the major initiatives with regard to administrative reforms in India, and let me take you through each of them. To start with a quote from the Honorable Prime Minister. This is a quote from his address from the ramparts of Red Fort on 15th August 2021, wherein which he said, in this decade of Amrit Kal, that is the next 25 years to 100 years of independence, we will give priority to next generation reforms. We will ensure that all facilities like service delivery reach citizens up to the last mile. It should reach the last person seamlessly without hesitation or any kind of difficulty. For the overall development of the country, unnecessary influence or interference by the government and government processes in the lives of citizens has to be ended. What it basically meant was digital transformation of institutions and digital empowerment of citizens, so which required considerable process re-engineering. And working groups across Government of India have been working on formulating a vision India at 2047. DRPG is one of the departments that's formulating this, and the theme is titled Imagining India Through Innovation. We have an advisory group chaired by the Minister of State with 15 sector specialists. There's a working group that is led by Secretary DRPG, which has consulted numerous stakeholder consultations across the globe, and knowledge partners to the Indian Institute of Public Administration. We've identified 40 young officers below the age of 40 who would go on to hold policy-making positions by 2047. The theme is bringing citizens and government closer. So that has been the theme of the conference also when we formulated it. Since we've done so much work on this subject, we thought we'll take this forward in the IIAS conference too. The agenda for governance, Honorable Prime Minister's historic third term has laid down an agenda of maximum governance, minimum government, and that is based upon his Panch Pran of Amrit Kal, which he had announced, the first objective being to realize the goal of a developed nation. And in this direction, a 16-point governance agenda has been outlined. And the 16-point governance agenda seeks simplifications of rules, regulations and processes, easing of lives of citizens, whole of government approach, capacity building, qualitative improvement in grievance redressal systems, IT systems to be more resilient, as also women-led development to be pushed. Let me take you through recognizing meritocracy. One of the biggest steps of keeping this massive bureaucratic machine going is to ensure that the brightest talents are recognized and are adequately, the meritocracy is encouraged. So a step in this direction is the Prime Minister's Awards for Excellence in Public Administration. These are conferred on Civil Services Day by the Prime Minister, and this is a scheme that has been replicated in many nations across South Asia. It is conferred to civil servants for outstanding performance who have institutionalized best practices, encourages constructive competition with emphasis on good governance, and also promotes innovations in public administration. 21st April is celebrated as the Civil Services Day, wherein which civil servants across the nation rededicate themselves to the cause of serving the nation. So we have a number of plenary sessions and breakaway sessions on good governance, and the Prime Minister confers the Civil Services, the Prime Minister's Awards. The last one, we had more than 26,000 civil servants who participated in the two-day discussions. Some of these awarded initiatives, let me mention to you how technology has enabled bringing government and citizens closer. Face authentication has been extensively used, particularly by pensioners, to generate digital life certificates. And this year we had more than 2 crore, that is 23 million digital life certificates that were generated, of which 40 lakhs, that is about 4 million, were through face authentication. It's an app in which you can sit at home and generate your life certificate. The second one is PM Swanidhi. To reach the last mile, the PM Swanidhi program has been successfully implemented. This is a program that was awarded for Varanasi district, wherein which vending zones were created, and through digital integration, collateral-free loans could be given to a number of street vendors. The National COVID-19 Vaccination Program uses advanced artificial intelligence as also data analytics, and within a very short period of time, 2.2 billion doses of Covaxin could be administered with digital tracking. And in fact, on a single day, we had 255 million doses that were administered. Every citizen's health records could be available and updated and could be monitored. The CoWIN platform was used for registration, scheduling, and monitoring the entire vaccination process across the nation. We also have Gati Shakti. In fact, India's infrastructure budgets have gone up to 14.5 lakh crores. That is $1.45 billion is spent on infrastructure projects. To monitor this massive expansion of projects, also to plan infrastructure sanctions, the PM Gati Shakti is a GIS-enabled platform with more than 500 digital layers that are available, and it has significantly improved logistics efficiency, reduced transportation costs, and also simplified procedures. An award was conferred to different startups, and there are more than 1,000 different startups which have functional under the IDEX program and the Innovations and Defense Excellence, in which a huge number of startup companies have taken part. The National Generic Documentation Registration System, this has enabled land transfer in a very smooth way. You heard the Minister of State mentioning Swamitva. In fact, registration of land as also title being changed through mutations was a very complicated exercise. The National Generic Document Registration System simplified the process with online and on-time registration and also land transfers. Within 45 minutes to 15 minutes, that was what the transaction time was reduced. Then we had One Nation, One Ration Card, particularly useful in pandemic times when we witnessed massive migration. It eliminated paperwork. The citizen could use and the food and public distribution system across the country without actually going back to a paper process. Another of the award-winning initiatives was UDAN, wherein which a regional connectivity scheme for linking more than 220 airports across with more than almost 100,000 flights could be operationalized. We disseminate these best practices through regional conferences across states. Almost 6 regional conferences are held every year. A regional conference is attended by about 500 officials from a group of states that is participating, and the award winners are presented. And we also have national conferences which are attended by about 2,000 to 3,000 officials, which are largely held with focus on either e-governance or specific focus areas in which, like the right to information, wherein which actionable points are taken up. The last regional conference that was held on 29th and 30th of January was held at Gandhinagar. You see these pictures here. That was attended by more than 300 officials. The regional conferences are, we find, one of the best ways of disseminating best practices. And between 2014 to 2024, we have held 28 such regional conferences, and nearly 10,000 officers have participated in these conferences. The second subject that I'd like to take up as part of the multi-pronged approach for improving service delivery and administrative reforms is India's approach for effective redressal of public grievances. CPGrams today is the world's largest citizen interface platform. 2.8 million citizens are registered on it, and 12 million grievances have been redressed in the last 5 years. The grievance redressal time is 13 days. If a citizen writes to the Prime Minister or to the Government of India, you can be assured that the Government of India will respond within 10 working days' time. It is a paperless process and works through multiple mobile applications, also through an online portal and through the common service centers. It has been rated as amongst the 100 big technology ideas for Viksit Bharat at 2047 because it completely eliminated paper and brought citizens and government closer. It has also been rated as a state-of-the-art grievance redressal platform for replication in 56 Commonwealth countries and under the Digital Public Infrastructure Initiative. The CPGRAMS is backed by multiple knowledge partners and technology players ranging from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, the National Institute of Smart Governance, we have the AI-driven Bhashini, the BSNL, MyGov, across the board, multiple technology players, more than 200 officials work in the backdrop of creating the world's largest citizen interface platform. It also has tremendous focus on technology enhancements, and intelligent grievance monitoring dashboards have been created. Universalization of grievance officers is there. More than 107,000 officers are mapped on this CPGRAMS platform. The languages, it is translated into 22 Indian languages. All states, all ministries are mapped and ranked on this, and the feedback call center takes every citizen's call record is monitored and maintained on a dashboard for call quality and also call audits. We also have tremendous inclusivity in this through the common service centers. Each one of this 107,000 officers mapped on the system is trained. Data strategy units for data analytics are available, and monthly reports. If you walk down the exhibition that has been curated, you'll find a huge number of volumes and volumes of reports, monthly reports, annual reports, the grievance redressal index reports that have been developed, which have been published, are on display. This is the first step for reform that we had taken in 2019. We found the process of ensuring that a grievance reaching the last mile took more than 14 days. And the first step was that the grievance should land in the last mile. If you have a grievance with a post office in Araku Valley, which is one of our most remote destinations, it should land in real time within 30 seconds of filing the grievance. That is how the technology has been enabled to ensure that the grievance lands in real time at the last mile. So across ministries and departments, 23,000 categories have been identified, 107,000 officers mapped, and a grievance you file sitting in Bharat Mandapam will land in the most remote corner of India within 45 seconds. It's available on a mobile platform, and all you need is to download the app, and if you have any grievance or suggestion to government, you can file. And you can have an e-governance solution. You add artificial intelligence to it, and that's what makes for transformative governance. When you're handling this massive volume of data, it is important that not only language translations, but also data analytics are available. CPGRAMS today is available in all 22 Indian languages, and reports are published in all languages. So this, in fact, we do receive grievances in Sindhi, Bengali, Telugu, Kannada, and replies go back to the citizen in the same language in which he is filing it. The third area is improving service delivery. We've tried to transform physical services into digital services. And how do we do this? The National E-Services Delivery Assessment monitors every national and state level digital platform and benchmarks it for service delivery. If you have a grievance, file it for repair of a street light, and the street light does not get repaired for 1 week, it's no use having a grievance portal. It's important that the portal is adequately manned and delivers service. So these are the parameters on which the e-services delivery assessment is monitored. The portal should be accessible, it should be easy to use, end service delivery, integrated service delivery, it should have adequate security features, content should be frequently updated, status and request tracking should be available. We also monitor in terms of open government data, emerging technologies being used, and participation levels. So this is India's map of how e-services move. And one lesson that I have learned from this experience is, once you start going digital, it is very fast. You can escalate at a great speed. So we had 11,000 services in April 23, and today we have 19,000 services. In fact, 5 years ago, we used to have 877 services across the nation. So from there, the pace at which we could grow was quite phenomenal. And you could see Karnataka, Jammu Kashmir, Tamil Nadu, every state across India is going digital. And this is a pattern that I've seen across nations, be it from Estonia to Australia, be it from Singapore to United States, everybody is going digital. So we have a roadmap for e-governance that is formulated every year. This was the conference at Mumbai, which was attended by more than 2,500 delegates, and the Mumbai Declaration on e-governance was adopted. We also map metrics of good governance. We compare states. In fact, I have the former Chief Secretary, Durgashankar Mishra ji, is here. In his tenure, Uttar Pradesh had witnessed a double-digit increase in good governance. How is it? Across 10 parameters, 60 indicators, the state of governance across Uttar Pradesh, 75 districts had shown improvement. The latest good governance index released was that of Maharashtra. This is one of Gujarat, which showed almost all districts at the same level. We also have a Karma Yogi competency model. In the Karma Yogi competency model, more than 1,400 courses have been mapped. So an officer need not take time off to undergo training. He can just enlist himself in the online program and continue learning. We also have a portal for digital empowerment of pensioners. When you have more than 20 million pensioners in the country, it is important that a pensioner gets his pension on time. On date of retirement, his pension papers should be filed. So we ensured that an online platform is created for pensioner application forms being processed and tracked. And the digital life certificate has generated millions of DLCs across the nation. We've also tried to undertake simplification of forms. Often, we used to have 9 pension forms, several formats. This form simplification into an integrated form, cutting down the number of 125 entries, most of which are auto-populated today through the EHRMS, has ensured that much simpler and timely pension disbursement. Secretariats in India are very large bodies. A state secretariat normally has about 100,000 employees. A national secretariat has 500,000 employees. So delayering, digitization, delegation, desk officer system have been taken up, and we've ensured that the number of layers have come down to about 4 layers, and almost 99% of our receipts are digital receipts. This is the growth in e-office that we have witnessed, and monthly we bring out a secretariat reforms report. We've also tried, another part of it was to clean up, reduce the physical files we were carrying, and we weeded out almost 13.14 million files, and paper scrap sales earned us almost, this is how much, 23,640 million rupees. That's a lot of money we had earned from scrap sale across the nation. These are the countries with whom bilateral collaborations are there. India collaborates across the globe, and not only across South Asia, but also across many countries of Europe and Australia. And we've tried to aim at inclusivity, efficiency, and accountability. And to conclude, let me say what Honorable Prime Minister has said. Last century, when India won its freedom, it inspired many countries to free themselves from colonial rule. In this century, when India sets the benchmarks in growth, it will inspire many other nations to do the same. So, as I said, the vision is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas, which is the last mile, and which aptly describes the theme of the conference, which is bringing citizens and government closer through next generation administrative reforms. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think, yes, now it is. Okay. I have a pretty booming voice, but this is too large a room. So thank you so much for this. And moving on, as you can see, this is a fully integrated panel. So we now move to one of our guests, who's already there. Yes, exactly, Prof. Meghna Sabharwal, who is Professor of Public and Nonprofit Management at University of Texas, Dallas, highly cited and very prominent member of the American public administration ecosystem, editor of more journals than I can remember, and in the, shall we say, kaleidoscopic way of this panel, looking at the various aspects of the last mile, in this time of the biological law, I'm very much, and I hope you're also looking forward to her presentation. Thank you so much, Meghna, for coming.
Thank you, thank you. I need a stool, I think. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Meghna, as Wolfgang said. Deep gratitude to Wolfgang to invite me to be a part of IIAS. And so I'm very happy to be here. I was born, raised in Hyderabad, and so it's always great to be back in the place you were born. I've spent now half the time in US and half my life now in India. So I feel like it's always a pleasure. So when Wolfgang said IIAS in New Delhi, I said yes. So again, thank you, Wolfgang, for that invitation. Thank you to IIAS-DARPG, everybody who's been working behind the scenes. It's been awesome. And thank you to the leadership of Mr. Srinivas to bring IIAS to New Delhi. My first IIAS, but when Wolfgang told me the topic, I was super excited because I've been working in this space of diversity, equity, and inclusion for a while now. So what I'm going to do today is, and I'll try, and that's why I prepared notes, because academics barely get warmed up in 15 minutes, and Wolfgang told me I have 15 minutes to present a concept that I've just developed recently in a book that was published. I'll talk about it. I'm going to talk mostly about a framework that we've developed. It's called Liberatory Public Service. So we talk about inclusion, but what I'm going to present is how to do that work of inclusion. So it's a framework that I'm going to try to present here. I say reach the last kilometer instead of the mile. We are in this part of the world and we use kilometer, so I thought let's stick with that. But how do you reach the last kilometer? Of course, we've been talking about reforms, but they must be very equitable and not equal. And there's a difference between equal and equitable. Equal is you're giving everybody the same thing, right? Equitable is you're giving what they need, because not everybody needs the same thing. So we often focus on equal, a one-size-fits-all, and then we see something is not working, because equal is not what we are hoping for. It's more equitable access. I'm hoping, and there's a lot of research done in this space of how administrators must be trained in DEI and cultural competencies. So these are some ways you can reach the last kilometer or the last mile. But how do we do it? And that's where my work comes. This was recently published. I'll share the book with you, Managing Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, a Liberatory Justice Approach. So it was published in 24. And here's my definition for what LPS means. Liberatory public service is a vision, a process, and a practice of creating the conditions for liberation to emerge through alignments across policy work, administrative work, structure and cultural change work, and it's an embodied social justice leadership approach, which means you serve all. All means all. LPS involves the systematic removal of oppressive policies, administrative and cultural barriers, one step at a time, until we collectively eliminate all forms of oppressive policies, administrative and cultural barriers. So that's our definition. Rashmi Chordia and I published this book. Rashmi, special because she was my first doctoral student, now a tenured associate professor at Seattle University. So it's both our work here that I'm going to present. Here's a framework. I don't expect you all to digest any of this. I'm happy to send anyone even this framework. It's online on our book's website for Rutledge. So you can download this framework. But essentially there are 5 principles, and I'll walk you through these principles as quickly as I can, given that we've written the whole book around it. So it's going to be a little difficult. But more importantly, I'm going to share an example where you'll see how this framework actually can work. So let's go to that first principle. First principle says that LPS integrates inner transformation and collective transformation. So transformation doesn't happen till you first look at your internal biases. Who's making the policy? What biases they may have. So that inner work is important before you go on to do that collective work. So in the inner part, we focus a lot on those prejudices and those implicit biases that we all hold. If we have a brain, we have a bias. As simple as that. So how do we counter those biases? So we talk about that. But principle 1 is truly about your inner transformation leading to collective, because we have to make sure that the systems are transformed. And how do we do that? So that's the important part. Our principle 2 is focused on the historical and intergenerational marginalization that our communities have faced. And every country has their own histories of oppression. There's power dynamics anywhere you go. So this framework hopefully is kind of universal and would apply to all the contexts, and I know that many countries are represented here. So public policies must acknowledge that marginalized communities have historically faced discrimination and systemic oppression. Trauma is not just personal. We all have personal traumas, I'm sure. But it is collective, and it is generational and institutional in nature because it lasts for a long time. So policies, when you make a policy and if you ignore the historical injustices, then you're going to have problems, right? You're going to keep facing those same issues. So you really have to look at this principle of historical and intergenerational trauma that you're causing to communities and how you're harming them and not addressing those. And that's important to see. Our third principle is rooted in repair and healing. So it's not just about the trauma, what happens after, what are governments doing after a community might be faced with a certain trauma over generations. We talk about healing justice, restorative justice, and these are all trauma-informed approaches. So public administration should really move away from punitive systems towards more restorative approaches that center repair, reconciliation, collective healing, rather than criminalizing mistakes. So that kind of healing, within communities, within nations, takes some time. You really have to focus on how are you going to make sure you're going to restore that justice through repair and healing. Our principle 4 compassionately centers the margins. Who's being most affected by this? We have to ask that question. I think the president of IIAS this morning asked that question. That's important. Say you're making a policy on homelessness, and you've never talked to one homeless person and you're making a policy around homelessness, it's meaningless in that sense, because it's not really centering the voices of the people who are most impacted by whatever those issues might be. So you really have to center the voices of the people you're making policies towards. So that's our fourth principle. And then the fifth one is probably the most harder one, is it seeks to transform conditions of harm and end cycles of oppression. To end cycles of oppression, really, you have to not just fix the broken systems, not just dismantle them, but actually fill them up with justice and nourishing systems. So the ultimate goal of LPS is to disrupt and end cycles of harm and oppression and create equitable and liberatory alternatives. Like I said, Principle 5 is probably the most radical and most difficult to actually achieve, because you are questioning those dominant systems, you're questioning who's in power, you're questioning how these policies were made. And people like to maintain that status quo of power and dominant systems because it benefits a lot more. And so oftentimes those who are marginalized are left on the exterior. So ultimately, the vision for this work is to interrupt and end cycles of harm, oppression, by not just dismantling what exists, but by creating liberatory alternatives that are rooted in values of compassion, love, joy, transformation, solidarity, all that we do in our work in public service. So those values are very important. Well, you may say, Meghna, all of this sounds very excellent, it's all normative, it sounds all great. How can I apply this work to my daily work? So here's an example for you. Some of you may have heard about the Dutch child care benefits scandal that happened in 2021. I'll walk you through if you don't quite know, but we've been talking about digitization, technology, and that's been quite a big theme globally. What happened was the Dutch government was trying to put in algorithms using AI to create an algorithm to increase efficiency in the Dutch welfare system. So essentially they created a logarithm to catch fraud in the welfare system, in the child care welfare system. So the goal was to make things efficient, right? That's what we want, that's what we work here in governments. Now what happened was the Dutch tax authority, like I said, created this logarithm and a system that would flag people for fraud in the child care system. Between 2012 and 2019, when the algorithm was initially developed and over the years, about 25 to 30,000 families were cut off from their child care benefits, They told they owed about tens and thousands of euros back to the government. They were falsely flagged for certain reasons, because if you were an immigrant, you were flagged. If you had dual nationality, you were flagged. If you had parents from different nationalities, you were flagged. So all of these were considered risk factors, and so the system would flag you, right? And then what happened was all these people were cut off from the welfare system. And eventually this scandal blew up, and in 2021 it came into light, and the government actually admitted to institutional racism, and they launched a benefits restoration program to compensate these families. I mean, but let's be real, this caused a lot of stress and trauma for these families whose kids were taken away, whose houses were taken away because they couldn't afford to give back to the government. They were already marginalized and vulnerable communities, and they're further marginalized by the use of AI, which was, the logarithm had issues because, face it, right, we create these logarithms and we have our own biases. So we really have to question those. While I love digitization, it's all great, but who is it including and who is it leaving out? We really have to be careful in that aspect. So what lessons do we have? Technology is not neutral as we think of it. When governments use AI and algorithms without transparency, without fairness, without human oversight, things can go downhill pretty fast. So you really have to question this, as a lot of countries here, people sitting, are making these AI kinds of decisions, using AI to increase efficiency. They are forgetting about equity. They are forgetting about inclusion. And so those values are very important as public administrators that we hold. Social equity, as you know, is now the 4th pillar of public administration, which was declared back in 1968 by George Frederickson when he was at the Inaugural conference. So this is a very important value that we must hold, because if your policies are equitable, everything else is usually taken care of. So using this example, if I had to quickly go to my principle 1, it reminds us that transforming public service requires both personal accountability and systemic change. I mean, we have to train ourselves, right? We have to start with the inner. We have to train our officials for ethical AI use, for systemic bias. It doesn't harm the same people we want to help if it harms them. So, you can see that principle 1 in action. Now, for principle 2, clearly, instead of supporting vulnerable families, what happened was the system was criminalizing them, and it created intergenerational trauma now, because children lost their homes, families were separated, and trust in government essentially was shattered. So you can see how that example relates to principle 2. And then going to principle 3, repair and healing, while the government did start a restorative program, but it had created so much damage and harm that to build that trust again takes a lot of time. And principle 4, did they really center people who they were going to target the policies for? They did not. So that's another thing that one has to be very careful. And then the last principle, of course, there were systemic failures that one has to look into. So this was not just a one-time failure, it was a massive systemic failure. So I'm hoping you can use this framework and start thinking about the spaces you all work in, and question all of these different values that you all bring to your work and to your policies. So this work, of course, is rooted in new public administration, new public service work, rooted in a lot of work done by Mary Guy on emotional labor, addressing race in government, Susan Gooden's work, name, blame, claim, that she has the framework. So it's really built off of all of this and social justice work. So this framework has emerged from that. So we thank all the people who, of course, have built this, but we've tried to comprehensively move the field forward by offering this new framework called LPS. And we invite you all here to test this framework in your own work. If you're doing research, see how this framework, that's kind of our next step as well that we are working on. So lastly, as we design systems, programs, policy, we must ask ourselves, who is this system efficient for? Who is left out? Is this policy truly just? Who does it help? Who does it harm? because we are creating unintended consequences when we focus on one value over the other. So if we truly are committed to reaching the last kilometer or mile, these are not just optional questions, these are very crucial questions. And ignoring them leads to harm, exclusion, and systemic failure. So I urge you all to think about this in a deeper fashion. This is the book I was talking about that was released. It's a textbook. I teach a whole semester on this, so doing justice to it, and I don't know if I'm sure across 15 minutes is hard, so I'm happy to answer, of course, any questions, and that's my email. Reach me at any point. I'm on LinkedIn as well. Happy to talk more about this. Thank you all again.
Well, friends, now the third presentation is by Mr. T.C. Gupta. He is Chief Commissioner, Haryana Right to Service Commission. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, respected Chair, Co-Chair, and very dear Shri V. Srinivasji, whose heart is into public governance, and fellow panelists, distinguished audience. I'm here to present this next generation administrative reform. This is improving service delivery through effective implementation of Right to Service Act in Haryana. So due to paucity of time, I'll be restraining myself only to the few slides, but we have much more to say. What is the purpose of administrative reforms? As Honorable Prime Minister has already said, Mr. V. Srinivas propounded that very correctly. That is maximum governance, minimum government. And there are two pillars, ease of doing business. There are so many pillars, but here I am concerned with two pillars, that is ease of doing business, ease of living, and then simplification of rules, regulations, etc. And Honorable Prime Minister has emphasized ease of living in many of his speeches. So I wish I could show them to you. And it can be promoted by providing services in seamless and efficient manner. This is delivering service in online mode. I must compliment NIC and Ministry of Electronics and IT, who have done phenomenal job. And we have been able to build on that. And delivering service in online mode, then DigiLocker, e-compulsory, strengthening citizen feedback mechanism, as CP Gram was showing, they have made the feedback compulsory, and that's why they have been able to collect that 55% is the satisfaction rate during 2024. I think this 55% is less. I'll come to that only because the state's satisfaction is less, and you are not monitoring the states. But as far as the Government of India is concerned, my personal experience and experience with the citizens who are lodging their grievances on CP Gram, their satisfaction level is 95% plus. So, but because the CP Gram is also collecting the grievances relating to state governments, where you are only forwarding that, and there in many states there are not dedicated officers who are seeing the disposal of those complaints. That's why the satisfaction rate is only 55%. Now, the CP Gram, 1.2 crore grievances, 55%. Mr. V. Srinivas has spoken that in detail. CM window, for example, that is equivalent of CP Gram in Haryana, where 13,60,000, 1.36, the 13,60,000, 3631 complaints were received. But resolution is, though it is 12,71,000, but resolved in time is 3,68,000 only. So the role is whether the services or the grievances are being resolved in time or not, whether the public services are being delivered in time or not. In the morning, you heard the Bihar, Dr. B. Rajendra, speaking about the implementation of the Public Services Act in Bihar. So here I'll be talking about Haryana. Fortunately, this RTS Act is there almost throughout the country. Now, there is a background to that. I won't come to that. There was a movement against corruption India against corruption, against that was around 2012 Anna Hazare movement. At that particular time, Government of India, they prepared a bill, Right of Citizens for Time-Bound Delivery of Goods and Services and Redressal of Their Grievances Bill 2011. It was introduced in Lok Sabha, but somehow it did not see the light of the day, and then it was circulated to state government for adoption. And many of the state governments, and this is, you see the All India picture. Here it's All India picture, where you can see it's only Telangana where they have their own act, Tamil Nadu, they have the equivalent to that, there is not an act. And then in Northeast, you can see only the Sikkim and Nagaland, they are left out. Now, this act is there. Green is where the commissions are there. Like I am Chief Commissioner of the Haryana Commission. So there are commissions in 7 states, Punjab, Haryana, Uttarakhand, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Meghalaya, Assam. Karnataka, there is no commission. Act is there, Sakala Act is there, but the implementation is excellent. So without commission also, there can be implementation of the act, delivery of public services. With commission, I am sorry if people are there from Punjab. So Punjab, the commission is there, but I'll give them, if not minus, I'll give them 0 marks. So this is the kind of difference. So commission is not, you can say, panacea for all the ills, but the thing is, fortunate thing is, the act is there. I have given the names of the acts also, because in many conferences people come to me. A person came to me in Hyderabad when the national conference was there. Sir, is this kind of a act also in UP? Maine kaha, yes, it's there in UP. Is it there also in Delhi? Maine kaha, yes, it's in Delhi also. So I have given the names of the acts also. Just for the sake of clarity, these are the names of act where they have been enacted. Now, what are the salient features? I am not going through this Haryana scenario. Now, there are time-bound delivery of services, means there is a service which a citizen needs. And in case of Haryana, we have notified 802 services. You think of a service which a common man needs and it's notified with a particular notified timeline. For example, if the light goes, it has to come in 4 hours. If there is a solid waste outside your house, if you complained about that, in that case, it has to be lifted in 2 days. If there is a sewerage block, in that case, that blockage has to be removed almost immediately. So these are the type of grievances. But services, Mukhya Mantri Vivah Shagun Yojana, a person belonging to the scheduled caste, they get about 71,000 rupees when a girl child is born or the marriage is done in that case. So for that also, the period is prescribed. Within 30 days, this service will be delivered. So there are schemes of government, hundreds of schemes are there, subsidy schemes for MSME, for large industries, for small industries. And the subsidies are in lakhs also, subsidies are in crores also. For that also there is a prescribed period. And then this is grievances, services and schemes. Now, there are services like you need a birth certificate, you need a death certificate, you need completion certificate, you need your building plan to be approved, you need your caste certificate. So you think of a service, you need an electricity connection, your electricity bill is on a higher side and you are complaining about that and the electricity department is not listening. I am getting maximum number of complaints regarding the electricity. So you think of a service like registration of death, registration of birth, food. If you are not getting the food, food rations, mutations, revenue services. If you are complaining to police and the police is not acting upon that complaint, so that is also notified service. Police authorities have to take action on the complaint within 30 days. So that is the notified timeline. So we have penalized 2 SHOs also for delaying the verification in case of passport. So these kind of things. So almost all the services, excuse me. I'm sorry. Now, whether this act is sufficient to ensure delivery of service. As I said, it is almost in every state in the country, in union territories also. But if the implementation is not there, people are aware. Now, what is the system? System is a service has been notified that this is the period during which it has to be delivered. If it is not delivered, then in that case, that person will file an appeal against non-delivery of service to the first appellate authority. And this is almost in all the acts. If that appellate authority is not disposing the appeal in 30 days, which my friend from Bihar also mentioned in the morning, then it will go to the second appellate authority, 30 days, and then it will come to the commission, or in case of Karnataka, to the administrative secretary, in case of Gujarat also the administrative secretary. Supposing they are not acting upon that, in that case, and a person is not interested in filing the appeals. Now a person is there in a village, old age pension, he is applying for an old age pension which is to be sanctioned within 20 days, say. If it is not delivered, if it is not sanctioned, then he has to file, he has to go to the town to file an appeal, and his appeal is not decided in 30 days. And after that also, then maybe he has to go to the state headquarters. In case of many services, the second appellate authority is sitting at the state headquarters. That is why this act has not taken off in the country. And in case of Haryana, though 4 crore 20 lakh applications were received, 70 lakh were not delivered within RTS timelines, but only 7 appeals were filed. Because either people were not aware of the act, but if they were aware, in that case, they were not taking the trouble of filing the appeal. If your electricity goes, in that case, if the electricity connection is not sanctioned, in that case, you will be pestering the SDO, or you will be adopting some other means, the middleman, etc., to get the electricity connection sanctioned, instead of filing an appeal with the SDO or with the XCN and then with the commission, which will be a time-consuming process. Now, what we have done is, this is a lack of awareness, inconvenient procedure, no IT-enabled platform for filing appeals, and this is true of practically all the states. Now, what we have done is, we have devised an auto-appeal system in Haryana, and we have got a copyright for that. That is, it is nothing but auto-escalation. You apply for a service, now after you have applied for a service, you have lodged your grievance, or in that case, either that service is going to be delivered or the grievance is going to be resolved, otherwise the penal provisions will be attracted. Automatically, if that old age pension is not sanctioned, after 20 days, it will automatically escalate to, thanks to NIC and the IT-enabled delivery systems. We get about 13 to 14 lakh applications for various kind of services every month. So, out of those 13, 14 lakh now, approximately 97 to 98% are disposed of in time, and whatever is not disposed of, it is auto-escalated. So, auto-appeal system, I am not going to the nitty-gritty how it functions, and it is very citizen-friendly. At each stage, we are giving messages to the person concerned. Supposing that person has applied for approval of building plan, or electricity connection, or say birth certificate, or say death certificate, or say subsidy under a particular scheme, or supposing he has lodged a complaint with the police. If within the notified period that is not done, immediately after expiry of the notified period, appeal will be filed, a message will go to the appellate authority, a message will go to the applicant, a message will go to the designated officer also who has to deliver service. You have not delivered the service, against your inaction, the appeal has been filed. And the appeal will be filed. So this is, and these are, I have deliberately shown that in English. Now we are sending most of the messages we have categorized. So where the public is not very literate, we are sending all the messages in Hindi. And in rest of the cases, for example, urban areas, we are sending the message in English. And this ask, now you see, in 7 years of the implementation of the act in Haryana, we got only 7 appeals. But now it is 15 lakh, 61 lakh appeals. Why? Because if the service is not delivered within time, automatically the appeal is filed. So earlier, if the 50 persons were not getting the electricity connection in time, or the building plans were not being approved, maybe nobody was filing an appeal. And even if the IT-enabled platform is given, maybe only one person will file an appeal. But here, all the 50 appeals will be automatically escalated. It will put pressure on the designated officers to act fast. And even if they, supposing, in case of Haryana, the building plan by the Haryana Urban Development Authority, which is called Haryana Shahri Vikas Pradhikaran now in Hindi, HSVP, they have to sanction a building plan within 6 days. Because of the IT-enabled, earlier it used to be 30 days. Now 6 days. If it is not sanctioned, 7th day it will be automatically it will be escalated, it will be counted as an appeal. Even if that person sanctions the building plan on 7th day, in that case also that appeal count will be there. So this is, and the commission has got only 2,854 appeals First appellate authority, they have got 14 lakh. Second have got 1,54,000. That means the first appellate authorities, they have been very effective. And this effectiveness we have created by issuing various notices. This is salient features of IIAS automated operating system, promotes transparency, paperless working, reduce legal burden, good governance, SMS update. Now, this has been appreciated at the national level. About full-page advertisement had come in the newspapers. I had written about this in the Hindustan Times on completion of 9 years of government in Haryana, revolutionizing delivery of service. Haryana shows the way. Auto appeal system ko mila adhikar. The other commissions, they have also visited at Assam. We have done some hand-holding, and then Maharashtra also visited us. Now, the range of, and the newspapers, they carry on. HSVP chief administrator reprimanded, penalized, UHBVN ke karamchari ko. Even the bank has not sanctioned the loan to the poor persons in time. Naliyon ki safai nahi hui, if the streets have not been cleaned properly or the sewerage has not been cleaned. So, the officers face action over poor maintenance of Pachkula Park. This is latest, 10 days back only. People were not aware that maintenance of public park is a notified service. They filed an appeal with us, and then and I also visited that park, and we deputed a commission to visit the park. It was in shabby condition. Within 1 week, they improved that, but still I imposed penalty on the concerned person. And now we have started receiving so many applications or grievances from Faridabad, from Gurugram, nearby Gurugram, that this public park is not being maintained. So public is not aware, but potholes. Now regarding potholes also, if there is a pothole, it has to be covered within 10 days. Otherwise, there can be accidents. So potholes, the notified services, 10 days only. Earlier, they were not paying heed to that, but after we issued notices and we imposed penalty in some cases, now the JEs, junior engineers and the SDs, they are ready with the premix, and they have floated tenders, premixes there in their offices. Immediately when the complaint comes on an online portal, it is called Harpath, and immediately they see the location and go, and there they just fill up that pot for the purpose so that the penalty is not imposed by the commission or no notice is issued by the commission. And this is the range. Now, we have imposed penalty on super time scale IAS officer, which is a very senior IAS officer, commissioner rank IAS officer, state civil service officers. In some states, I will not name, the highest level whom they have imposed penalty is Naib Tahsildar. I am just saying quality. Whosoever is withholding the file, if there is a person who is withholding the file of any person regarding delivery of service, we have been very ruthless in implementation of this act. And district forest officer, director level, deputy director, sub-divisional officer, junior level, this junior engineers, patwaris. Then we are monitoring this through a Saral helpline also, where we are receiving close to 2,971. We receive the daily report. This is how many calls were received, and we are providing them not only the facility, how to avail the information, but they can know the status of their application. Our Saral, this Kendra, V. Srinivas was kind enough to visit along with his team to Haryana. We showed them 7.5 crore applications have been received till date, and entire data is there on their laptops. So immediately when that person tells the call operator that he has filed this application for this service, he will pull out the application, and when he starts narrating that this is your application, this is your name, and you have applied, he feels very happy. At least he is talking to a concerned person and he has got the record. And then he will tell that RTS timeline is this, kindly, and if that timeline has been breached, then he will be informed your appeal has been filed. And they also file the appeal. Now, person can file the appeal himself. After receiving the notice, he can just click. But supposing that person is computer illiterate, he can just call up, because in the message that number is also there. Sorry, just half a minute, sir. That number is also there. He can call up the call center and tell that he is not satisfied with the service delivery, and therefore kindly file appeal on my behalf. So this, and besides that, this process re-engineering, that's very dear to us, and we are spending time on process re-engineering also, and we have devised one-page form for 400 departments. Instead of 3-page form, there should be only 1-page form, and whatever information you are having, you should not be asking that. So these kind of things, this is process re-engineering, some of the letters which you have. And आज अधिकारी छुट्टी पर आए आप कल, this was a thing which we used to witness, कि this person is not there. So we have introduced a concept of link officers in Haryana. For IAS officers and state civil service officers, that concept is there. So supposing I am not there, then there is a person who is looking after his work. So we have introduced this concept for all the levels of governance where the link officers are there. So even if a person is on leave, in that case, there is somebody else who is taking care of his job. And this is impact final orders. So this is all happy stories, and this is, if you go through the presentation, I have shared the presentation, and I am thankful to Mr. V. Srinivas, whose heart is into this public service delivery and governance reforms, and he has got his formidable team of Puneet Yadav, Sarita ji, and then Mr. Subhashis and Mr. Bhatt. So my sincere prayers for their long life and more powers to them for administrative reforms and governance reform. Thank you so much.
So, and now it's up to me again to introduce as the cliche goes, but is also true, the last but certainly not least speaker, Professor Ruben Eng from the Lee Kuan Yew School at National University of Singapore. And what has to be said about the quality of Singapore PA, Secretary Srinivas mentioned it before, the cooperation with India is quite obvious. And in there, I can really say that Ruben is one of the stars. He is in this famous Stanford list of the top 2% of scientists in his field. And I've heard him referred to as the human side, the human face of Singapore PA. That's kind of an ironic thing, but I think it's quite interesting in this context. And so I think out of this change, this kaleidoscopic view of the last mile that I've been talking about, we have a very nice periodization and a very, very good final paper. Thank you so much, Ruben.
Thank you so much, Wolfgang, for that really generous introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruben Eng. As you can see here, my surname or last name has no vowels, NG. So when I spend some time overseas, people always think NG is an abbreviation for no good. But I tell them, no, it's not no good, it's a nice guy. So I'm from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. It's actually my first time to India. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm glad that my introduction to India here is in New Delhi to the IIAS conference. Okay, so today I'm really going to be talking about, I'm going to be talking really from a practitioner's perspective. So the three distinguished speakers before us today talked about some of these important acts. Typically, I guess the strategy, right? The strategy and the first mile and even the middle mile. So here I'm going to share with you about some of these last mile implementations that we do in Singapore. Prior to academia, I was working as a consultant doing data strategy, AI strategy, and I was also in the government sort of double-hatting in the Smart Nation Program Office, trying to implement some of these plans, and also in the Prime Minister's Office strategy group, trying to bring these things to the last mile. So a lot of what I talk about today may not have a citation, but these are stories about what has worked, what hasn't worked. So I'm going to reflect on some of these experiences in three different stories. Now, I think the first thing I want to mention is that it is really important to integrate different tools for last mile implementation. We can't be too siloed in the tools. If we are AI professionals, we can't always use AI, right? Because AI may be great for the first mile, giving a lot of insights, but what does it mean for changing behavior? So I want to talk to you about, in Singapore and also in some of our work, how do we integrate AI, BI, CI, and DI? So AI, as we know, artificial intelligence, BI, behavioral insights such as nudges, behavioral economics, and things like that. CI is change intelligence, right? Most of the time, we have great technology, but sometimes processes don't change. Then people still revert back to the old technologies because the processes don't change. I think the speaker just before us talked about business process reengineering and how important it is. I'm going to share with you one story right after this. And the other thing also is design intelligence. So let me quickly share with you three different stories. The first one is really inventory optimization case study. So inventory optimization is well known. You would know it's typically how much you buy, how long you keep in your warehouse, and when it leaves the warehouse. So when we were doing this inventory optimization project for a government agency, we were just so excited because we found that if we optimize 3 items on the inventory, it saves them about $200,000 per month, right, leading to over $2 million of savings a year. So we were just really excited. We were high-fiving each other because seldom we get to save so much public monies. So very excitedly, we shared this with the project manager on the other side. And they were also very excited as well, right? Because you're saving public monies, taxpayers' monies. But to our surprise and disappointment, this project was never implemented. Like you, I was quite quizzical. So I decided to dig a little bit deeper to find out why a project that would save over $2 million a year was not implemented. So I spoke to the project manager and he shared with me that, okay, he's afraid actually to tell his boss, the CEO, about this project. So he says that because he imagines this conversation that he's going to have with his boss, so he goes to his boss and say, hey, sir, let's implement this particular inventory optimization algorithm system. We would save about $200,000 a month. Then he's imagining that his boss will ask him, how long have you been working here? And he would say, sir, 2 years, sir. Then he's imagining his boss going to tell him, 2 years, 24 months, does it mean that you've been losing us $200,000 every month for the last 24 months? Right, so it speaks to the culture of the organization, right? So when I heard about it, I thought, my gosh, this is not good. I better have a conversation with his boss. So I went to his boss and said, look, sir, you can do this right now. It was not possible before. You can do this right now because you've just done your data warehousing, data lake, or whatever fancy names consultant call it these days, right? It's possible now, not possible 2 years ago. So since it's only possible now because of all this background work that you've done to your data management systems, so please reward forward instead of punishing backwards, right? So fortunately, the CEO saw my point of view, and he actually promoted this manager who was having cold feet 2 levels up to associate director. After that, one of the most amazing things happened. All his peers started asking him, hey, what did you do to get promoted so quickly? From that day onwards, data, analytics, and AI took root in that organization. So this goes to show that sometimes if we have brilliant AI, right, you created great systems, but sometimes people don't follow it because we don't have senior management buy-in, you have not done your change management properly, that last mile will not happen. I've done over 100 data and AI projects, I guess in the last 10, 20 years. And one of the big hurdles I've seen is when you have a great system, but poor change management, this is what happens, right? Most of the time, if you have a great system, maybe the old system requires 10 steps for inventory management. Now with the new system, you just require 4 steps. But you need to do business process re-engineering. You need to change your processes. Because if you don't change your processes, having just those 10 steps, nobody's going to use the new technology, and they'll say the new technology doesn't work. So it is really, really important that when we use some of these techniques like AI or data analytics to pair it with business process re-engineering, new technology needs to have new steps. So this first case study basically pairs AI and change intelligence. It's really important. Change management is absolutely critical. Now, let me quickly move on to the second story. Now, the second story is about social care in Singapore. Singapore, as you know, is a rapidly aging population. In maybe 2 years, we'll be super aged society, just like South Korea and Japan, which means 1 out of 5 people in Singapore will be 65 years and above, right? So a couple of years ago, our Prime Minister came up to celebrate what we call the Pioneer Generation, okay? So the Pioneer Generation simply means those 65 years and above who helped build up Singapore. So this was presented as a Pioneer Generation package. We call it the Pioneer Generation policy. So he would give every older adult this PGP card. So what this PGP card actually does is that if you visit a doctor, the dentist for eye care, it's heavily subsidized to the point of it being almost free. So at the time I was in government, we were thinking about how shall we present this particular policy to the public? How shall we sort of talk about this in the public? So in Singapore, most of the time, every time before we roll out a policy or do a policy implementation, we will co-create it with our constituents. So for example, if this is going to be rolled out to older adults, then we will get a group of older adults together to co-create. How shall we present some of these? How can we communicate some of these policies? How can we present this card to older adults? We need to co-create, right? So at first, we were of the perspective that, hey, you know, maybe we should present these cards to them like an Olympic medal, you know, to say thank you so much for your contributions to society, even give it in a lanyard, right? Present it like an Olympic medal, you know, it's like they have won something. So this is an example of a design thinking process. We will co-create it and things like that. We were so delighted that we were so glad that we co-created this because the initial idea of presenting, you know, the card in a lanyard, it was such a terrible idea. Look at one of the comments here. Lanyard, wear in front, no thanks. Wearing it is like having a sign, I've got Alzheimer's. Okay, so boy was I wrong. So sometimes when we do policy communications, it cannot be a policy maker-centric position of policy communications, but it needs to be co-created to the people we are communicating with. So the lesson we learn here is that AI needs to be combined with co-creation and design intelligence. So AI plus DI. Now the final case study is this. We have talked about a lot of technical stuff, last mile and things like that. But let me share with you this particular study that we did to use art to communicate health risk. Okay, this was with the Ministry of Health. It's really, really interesting. So how did we, so we first started out with some AI tools to look at how risk have been talked about in the last 200 years. So as part of my data science project, sort of my team put together a historical English corpus. So this historical English corpus is rather large. It's 1.4 billion words, consisting of 4 different genres: magazines, newspapers, fiction and non-fiction, from 1810 all the way to 2019. So what we did was we tried to use machine learning, AI techniques to understand what are the topics related to risk. So with regard to health risk, it was really interesting because in the early 1800s and early 1900s, when people talk about risk, health risk, this word neck came up very often because people were falling off their horses and breaking their necks. But in the last 50 years, it has changed to chronic conditions such as cancer. So for example, in the 1990s, as you can see here, the word cancer was the most prevalent used word with risk compared to even other things like disasters, earthquakes, and things like that. And also heart disease. So we, you know, as data scientists, we thought about how can we present this to the public, right? Most of the time, I would write an op-ed, maybe I'll use a PowerPoint presentation, but it doesn't quite work. Who can communicate best to them? It's actually artists. So we actually work together with batik artists. So batik is a sort of hand-printed sort of cloth originating from Indonesia. So we work with batik artists to create some of these things. Now the length of the strip shows the highest prevalence of the topic compared to other topics. Okay, so they hand-printed some of these things. So this was how the batik artwork looked like. Okay, so you can see here are the decades and the different lines talked about the different risk. But what you don't see here is that actually on the right of this installation is actually the security guard post, right? And beside this artwork, we had 2 posters talking about the complex data science that we used. How did we analyze 200 years of risk topics through 1.4 billion words. But after a while, guess who was the docent of this artwork? It was actually the security guard, right? Everyone was so curious and started asking him, hey, could you tell me more about this work? So it was really interesting because he didn't know we created it, so I went incognito to him. I said, Encik is an honorific for Mr. in Singapore in Malay. I said, Encik, could you elaborate and tell me more about this work? To my surprise, he got it 80% right because he read the poster, the data science work that we did. He read the poster, and he was able to weave in his own stories. He talked about heart disease, risk of heart disease, right? And he was even able to weave in his own stories. He was saying, oh, a couple of years ago, I got a heart attack, so you need to watch your diet, you need to sleep well, and things like that. The conversation with him almost moved me to tears because that's exactly what I wanted to do, right? I wanted to use art to communicate science. And there you have it. So why is it that art works when it comes to last mile communications? Now, I've thought about it for a while. I've done some research. I realized because it goes through 2 different routes of persuasion. Most of the time, if I give you a talk, if I show you some slides, it's via the cognitive route of persuasion. But art doesn't just go through the cognitive route of persuasion. It also goes through the affective, emotive route of persuasion. And that's why it works. So I think some of these things that we are talking about, the last mile, I think the key message I wanted to highlight here is that we need to integrate different tools. And most importantly, we need to understand what gets to people. And art could be that way to get to the people, to close that first mile with the last mile. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so exactly, we have finished in time, but, and thank you so much, Ruben, but, and of course, now would be the time for a wonderful large question and answer period, but that of course would go into our tea time, and I think all the 4 panelists will be very happy to talk to all of you during that break. That said, does anyone have a truly burning, brief, brilliant, and elucidating question to one of the panelists that you think would justify keeping your colleagues from their well-deserved coffee break? All right. Professor Mishra?
This is a question. Thank you very much, Professor Dressler. I think I heard with great aptitude the talk by Dr. Rubin. My question is that there is a philosophy of policy making by, the first president. And also, if you go through the book by Kishore Mehbubani, he talks a lot about policy. How did the first president was there for 30 years? How did it do? So my question to you is that it's not integrative. What you say is not integrative, it is not organic. It is an inorganic thing. And therefore integration is different thing. You talk of the model just by saying that under root 2 DO or IC, that's the mathematical model of inventory management, you solve all the problems. No. Because business, and that's the question I think to most of you who are in public administration. Are you making public administration society-oriented, or you are taking it to the business? If you are bringing business in public administration, you'll get away, I think, from the society. And society will wholly reject you. And therefore, I think you have to rethink to what extent you should make it, business-oriented. It's not corporate-oriented. Please.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you so much for that important point. I think it's really important to acknowledge what, the important thing that you said, whether is it business-oriented, is it policy-oriented, and things like that. Now, so I was speaking really from a sort of practitioner's perspective. Now, from a policy maker and practitioner perspective, what we try to do is to try to see what works. So we are not, I guess, too siloed into looking at one particular area and then we try to implement sort of everything. We study sort of different industries. So for example, if there are some business principles that could work, we will bring that in and make sure that last mile is fulfilled. But having said that, I think even though we bring in maybe industry-relevant principles to really make it work, make it more efficient, I think it's important to have that heart, that heart for society. So I think if the heart is in the right place, I think the hands could do a better job. Thank you.
That was such a brilliantly brief answer and profound as well. Thank you very much. An equally brilliant and short second question.
Sir, I have the most basic question on the ground. I come from Haryana. Gupta ji, what he has said, it is good also and very painful also. Now I'll tell you, please give me any answer, any law under the Constitution of India, any article which allows the existence of grievances or any rule in India. They exist because somebody, public servant in the public office, whom the public is paying, is not doing his duty. He has conduct rules and no action is being taken on them. And I give you a glaring example. There is one IIAS officer, Durga Shakti Nagpal. I'm an alumnus of Pusa Institute. She is living there from the last more than 10 years. I wrote a complaint to the Prime Minister. I wrote it to the Home Minister. Till date, no action has been taken. This is how the grievances are redressed. Ramesh Chand also, he is a member of Niti Aayog. He is also living in Pusa Institute illegally. So why I am saying so, if at this level grievances are not redressed, do you think at the rickshaw puller level or the farmer level grievances will be redressed? Thank you very much.
It's unfortunate that the grievances are existing, and that's why these kind of acts are there. It's unfortunate these kinds of acts were to be enacted. But in Haryana, we are trying to do our best so we can have a chat over tea time. Right.
Does it already go to you? Let me observe whether there's any major Oh, yeah. It seems the mics are dished out without looking to me first, but that's okay. We can sell that as democracy. Please.
Thank you.
And that is the final question before the wrap.
Okay, Gabriela Racca, University of Turin. I'm a professor of law, and I fully appreciate these presentations on the next generation reform. And I wanted to share the idea when you would talk of artistic approach. Also, we are trying to develop a view on the next generation reform in Europe from beauty. And beauty affects, it's a view that we can integrate with health and social inclusion. So in the next policy, we will have digital transformation because it makes everything simple. And so that's why we need a huge digital transformation. But that takes into account all the value that we consider we acquired. And we will integrate them also in the policy, for example, in public procurement, having social integration and beauty as beauty helps health. And so health as an holistic, comprehensive quality of life, what in our constitution is called the full development of our personality, of each one in our relationship. So I think it's really important to take into account the digital transformation with the green transformation, with the social inclusion, beauty, aesthetic, and artistic values. So thank you very much for this.
I think this was more of a statement than of a question, correct? And so for the final summarizing goodbye words, Professor Suresh Mishra.
Thank you so much. Well, friends, just take 2 minutes, not more. And first of all, let me thank the 4 panelists for the excellent presentation and highlighted a lot of very important things, critical issues that are there as far as next generation administrative reforms are concerned. Mr. Srinivasan focused on the various reform initiatives that have taken place and how the digital interface has brought citizens closer to governance. He also talked about reforms like Gati Shakti, which is integrating many of the infrastructure projects, elimination of paperwork, UDAN, linking airports, and then the regional conferences which are held to disseminate the good practices, which is very important in a large country like India. And also the redressal of citizens' grievances, CP Gram, which is something unique where citizens are making use of it to a large extent. He also talked about Karamyogi competency model, which is essentially looking at the reforming the civil services, digital empowerment of pensioners, simplification of forms, many of these things, initiatives which he has highlighted. Dr. Meghna essentially moved away from last mile to last kilometer and reforms more create equitability in this. She essentially presented a liberatory public service framework of 5 principles and talked something very interesting, that technology is not neutral, so one should be careful when you look into integrating with you should not forget equity and inclusiveness of the technology that is there. Mr. T.C. Gupta gave an account of the Haryana Right to Service Act and how it is helping the citizens avail to a large extent 802 services that have been integrated for time-bound delivery of services. He also given an overall picture of the national scenario. Somewhere it is being implemented well, somewhere it is not. Lack of awareness among the citizens to avail of the services is also one of the major drawbacks. And he also talked about the process re-engineering that is taking place to ensure that this act is there. Mr. Ruben Egg essentially talked about integrating A1, B1, C1, D1, last mile implementation. He had 3 case studies. And through the case studies, he talked about change management and also communication of health risks through AI. So this is the shortest that I could be. Thank you so much. And thank all the 4 panelists. And thank the chairman for all his presence here. And it has been wonderful. Thank you all. Thank all of you for your patience.
Kindly stay back.
Yeah.
I would like to invite Dr. Sofian Sehravi. He's DG International Institute of Administrative Sciences, Belgium, to please come up onto the stage. And he wants, as a token of appreciation, he wants to present mementos or maybe kind of gift to all the guests on the dais. Dr. Sufyan Sehravi. To Mr. Wolfgang Drexler. To Professor Dr. Suresh Misra, Mr. V. Srinivas, Mr. T. C. Gupta, Dr. Meghana, and Mr. Ruben. Thank you. Please join us on a cup of tea. And we shall resume after 15 minutes for the last session of today. So please join in. Thank you so much. Namaskar. After 15 minutes.
Am I audible? Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, there is also an exhibition going on the lower floor, right in front of MR10. So whenever you are free, you can have a look at some of the stalls which are at display in the exhibition. You may like some of those products. There are some very good books on the public administration from IIPA. There are some stalls from Indian Post. I am sure you would like to see some of those things at display. There is a stall from Tea Board, so some of the best Darjeeling tea and the Indian tea are also at the display. Whenever you are free, you could have a look at those stalls. Thank you.
बनवा लीजिए।
Okay, maybe here, yeah. I'll pretend.
Hello. Welcome back after tea break. After this session, there is an exhibition at the ground floor, and that is very interesting. So please visit and explore that exhibition. This is at the ground floor towards the left side. The topic for this session is More Skills for a Better World.
That's hard. I'll get the pen and write. Don't worry, even my Belgian colleagues don't pronounce it correctly. So. Van den Broen is okay. That's okay. No, I think one. Yes, yes. Soekal.
Welcome back after the tea break. The topic for this session is More Skills for a Better World. His Highness Raid Mohammed bin Shams, IIAS President Bahrain, is the chair for the session. We have on the dais Mr. Peter Van den Broen, HRD Advisor, Head of International Relations, DG Recruitment and Development, Federal Public Service Policy and Support, Bosa, Belgium. Ms. Licia Sena Yu, President Academy for Quality in Training and Education, Geneva. Dr. Yunus Abuyu, Chief Governance and State Building, Governance and Conflict Prevention Division, United Nations, New York. We extend a very warm and hearty welcome to our esteemed dignitaries on the dais, and may I now hand over the floor to the chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for everyone. I know it's the last session. I hope it can be more invigorating so that you don't sleep. So I don't want you to stand up and sit down so that you can be more energetic. I just had a thought, at least from my perspective, about today's session. So as we gather today at a pivotal moment in history where the boundaries between human capabilities and AI are being redrawn again daily. Our session is called More Skills for a Better World. We were thinking of even changing the name to fit to different type of things, but I think it also fits to whatever we are going to discuss today. It's about the skills of people, how they can really manage through all of this changes. And it's timely to navigate this transformation from pre-AI of public administration and the new era of augmented governance. So before 2022, we focused on digital transformation and e-government. And today we are really grappling with generative AI that can really draft policies, analyze vast data, sets and predict social trends even. Even more significant is the emergence of what we call in AI, agentic AI rather than predictive AI, which presents really unprecedented opportunities and challenges for public administration. The agentic AIs, they are systems that can autonomously act and make decisions. Some of the gurus in this area suggest that they may even possess a form of consciousness. This is sometimes bizarre to think of, but if those who are their hands in the mud, they are saying this, then we need to keep an eye on what's going to happen in the future. 4 critical dimensions shape our future public administration. First, we must examine how our institutional frameworks need to evolve to accommodate AI technologies, particularly in complex environments where really governance structures are being tested and reformed. This includes understanding how AI can support crisis management and conflict resolution while maintaining human-centered governance. Second, we must understand the unique perspective of the Global South and how emerging economies are navigating this technological revolution. Each and every country have their own cultures, have their own histories, which really formulates their futures. It's crucial to examine how nations can harness AI's potential while ensuring inclusive development and avoiding new forms of digital divide. We are witnessing firsthand the intense competition between Western and Eastern countries, between developed and developing economies. Third, we must align AI capabilities with sustainable development goals. This intersection is crucial as we bridge the gap between technological advancement and human development needs. Our AI-driven solutions must accelerate our progress towards the SDGs while ensuring no one is left behind. That's not easily said, but the challenge is definitely worth challenging ourselves. Fourth, we must tackle the practical challenges of implementation and training within government institutions. As we transform civil service skills and competencies, we need effective approaches to integrate AI while preserving the essential human elements of public service. And in particular, in this case, we as individuals all are complex human beings. And usually for us to simplify things for ourselves, we group ourselves into categories. Hey, we need so-and-so behavioral changes. We need to so-and-so behavioral skills. However, each one of us is different, not from the behavioral point of view, but also from the incentives of internal incentives of our, from inside and our conceptual levels. Unless we really look into these, we are really not going to solve unless we are only want to solve the symptoms, because behaviors are only symptoms. They are only coming from much deeper reasons behind that. So the fundamental question before us is not merely about adapting to AI, but really reimagining public administration for this era where human judgment and artificial intelligence needs to work in harmony for one simple reason: to serve our common denominator, which is citizens. Our discussion today hopefully will help to shape this reality, ensuring that public administration remains effective, ethical, and human-centered in the age of thinking, quote-to-quote, conscious machines. Let us embrace this opportunity to chart a course for public administration that really ethically harness the power of generative and agentic AI, as they call it, while upholding the values and principles that have always guided our service to our societies. I'm delighted to have my colleagues for the panel. Mr. Peter van der Broen, I pronounced it good, because you've already tested my pronunciation just a bit before, and I really failed miserably, as I was told. Peter has over than 25 years of experience working in the field of learning and development within the Belgian Federal Administration, as a Director General Recruitment and Development of the Federal Public Service Policy and Support, which we call BUSA. He leads a team of training managers organizing trainings in different fields, in personal effectiveness, communication, digital skills, languages, and so on and so forth. As an expert on human resources development, Peter has shared his experience during conference presentations and workshops with civil servants all over the world. We are happy to have him on board, coming from Belgium. The title, as was told, to be about ensuring generative skills for a continuously evolving world, how to identify and develop and evaluate the skills we need to survive 2025 and beyond. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ben-Shons. As you heard, I'm not an academic, I'm a practitioner. I'm a civil servant, and I come from the Belgian Federal Administration, where for many years I've been working with my team to plan training and learning and development for Belgian federal civil servants. And in Belgium, we're aware that there's many challenges, and we're going to hear some of our expert speakers also mention some of these challenges. There's challenges all over the world. AI is one of them. There's many others. And we feel we have to help our Belgian federal civil servants prepare to face these challenges, because ultimately our goal, as your goal, is to help the citizens, to enable our public servants to deliver a better service towards the citizens. So we spent a lot of money in training, and over the last 25 years that I've been there, we've really spent a lot of money on training, on classroom-based courses, online learning, alternative learning methodologies, and so on. But sometimes, I have to admit, sometimes nothing changes that much on the working place, even after people took a training. And then the $1 million question is like, why? Why is it we send thousands, in Belgium, in your case, in India, hundreds of thousands of civil servants on training courses, online courses, e-learning courses, and yet sometimes maybe in the working place, it's hard to observe a change in behavior. We believe in Belgium that there are a couple of key components that we have to take into account to make sure that our training and learning has an impact, that there is a transfer in the work situation. Number one, we need to be careful about how we identify the needs. A couple of years ago, I met someone coming to our training organization, presenting himself at the reception desk, saying, "Hi, I forgot my paper. I'm here for training." And the guard said, "Okay, which training?" Said, "I don't know. My boss asked me to come to a training here." All right. Maybe that boss had some lists and key performance indicators, and everyone should take a training. But if the staff member himself or herself was not aware of what training he or she had to take, maybe there was something wrong with the needs analysis. How can we identify what is necessary? We're going to hear some topics here, and AI is one of them. Okay, but how can we be sure that it's AI we need? How can we be sure it's communication we need? So, investing time in making a good needs analysis, analyzing what your service really needs, is an important step. And we look at training as a way to bridge the gap. And we are here now, on the left-hand side, the current situation. This is where an individual can be, a team can be, an organization can be. Belgian Federal Civil Service. an Indian ministry. You are there, and the other side of the river is where you want to go to. Maybe you feel like right now you're number 2 or number 3 in the world in terms of AI, and maybe your challenge is you'd like to be the number 1. Maybe you feel like there is still 15,000 or 1,500 or whatever complaints sent through your online complaint document you have here. Maybe you want to reduce that by 20%. That's maybe the other side of the river where you want to go. And training, learning, development can be a way to cross the bridge. This is a gap analysis. You analyze the gap between where you are now and where you'd like to go to. And just to give you an example how we do this in the Belgian Federal Civil Service, well, we make a constantly changing training and learning and development offer based on different inputs. One input is the political level, managerial level. I don't know how this is here in India or in the countries where you're from. I can tell you in Belgium that when we have elections and we have a new minister of the public service, she or he usually wants to change something and wants to put her own accents. Like, okay, that was the past. The past minister liked training on well-being. I'm more into leadership things. So this is an important input we have to take into account. Second input we use is what our clients, our customers want. Some people ask me, Peter, are you talking about the public service? We don't have clients. We feel we have clients. Our clients are all civil servants in the Federal Civil Service. And they're working for their clients, and their clients are the Belgian citizens. So that means we have to work close together with the different ministries, with their HR departments to analyze what is it you need. And it's nice to identify needs at a global level, saying we need AI, but maybe for the Ministry of Defense, that means something different than the Ministry of Public Health. And maybe for the Ministry of Public Health, it means something different than for the Ministry of Social Affairs. A third component is what we call benchmarking. We make a special offer, a special effort rather, to check what others are doing. You check what other organizations are doing, maybe other ministries, maybe other countries. That's the valuable thing of today here. We can exchange with other countries, we can learn from that, and that gives us an international view or a national view, but gives us also some feedback. Because sometimes when you ask someone, what do you need? Sometimes someone is not aware of what he doesn't know. So it's good to check around you what is being offered. And the last thing is statistical data. Lots and lots of data that can help us indicate like these kind of trainings are important, they're valuable, they're popular. We need to put them on the menu again. First was identify. Second important step that will determine whether or not your training efforts have a lasting impact is the development phase itself. How are you going to develop your staff? And I should say all too often, I plead guilty myself, when you're in training and learning and development, sometimes you go for the quick fix. In an ideal world, if you're responsible or you're working in training and development, in an ideal world, you sit down at your desk, you take all the time there is to make a good needs analysis, you identify all the factors, you consider the budgets, you launch an action, and then you evaluate so you will not make the same mistakes again, and everything is perfect. In reality, we're all busy doing 100 things at a time, so we're trying to find solutions that will make the problem go away long enough so we can concentrate on all the other issues we have to solve. That's the quick fix. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's when a manager of a ministry says, we have a serious leadership issue in our organization. Okay, let's send all of staff on the leadership course. Tick, 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 boxes being ticked, but is it really going to solve anything? Instead of quick fixes, we need to look at learning and competency development in terms of upskilling and reskilling. And this was mentioned already in one of the presentations this morning. Once again, I don't know how this is in your countries, but I can tell you that in Belgium, where we have lots of civil servants who have a lifelong appointment, you have to work with them. And some people have been doing the same job for 20 years, quite repetitive, and all of a sudden AI arrives. And from an HR point of view, you feel like, okay, I'd like to fire them and recruit some of these new young staff. You can't. You can't. What are you going to do with the other people? You need to upskill them, reskill them. And this shows the importance of continuously keep changing and educating your staff. I recently got a complaint from one of the training directors of a ministry in Belgium that told me, Peter, these people, you know, they've been doing the same kind of repetitive work for 20 years, and now they kind of refuse to go on this training course. They find it hard. I said, sure, they find it hard. What do you think? If your organization hasn't given you the challenges, the context to keep working on developing yourself for 20 years, it's no big surprise that it's going to be hard to start changing after 20 years. We need to install a learning culture. Our organizations, our ministries, try to convince people they have to keep on learning. This is where lifelong learning comes into the picture. We need to create learning organizations. Learning organizations where it's okay to make mistakes. And this leads to competency and talent development. Long time ago, very long time ago, that was my secondary school. Traditional secondary school in Ghent, city in Belgium, I used to say, and I still say, one of the most loveliest cities in Western Europe. So if you ever go to Belgium, make sure to visit Ghent. Anyway, I had lots of French lessons there. I'm Dutch speaking, my native language is Dutch, so I studied French there. When I was 14 years, 15 years, 16 years old, I had a lot of knowledge. I learned all about the French poets, medieval poetry, Renaissance poetry, Verlaine, Ballade des Pendus, and what else. And I had lists of lists with grammar rules and grammar rules and grammar rules. And I had excellent results in French. And then when I was 17, there was this school trip to Paris, and there was this grocery store. And when I entered the grocery store, I could not ask a single thing. Not a single thing. I had no idea what a tomato or lettuce or an aubergine was in French. There I was with my excellent knowledge of the medieval poets. It didn't help me in real life. We've been training sometimes our civil servants in knowledge, but we forget the competencies linked to that. It's nice if your civil servants can say, identify all the different AI systems in the world. No, they need to be able to apply that AI system in their specific environment. So instead of just traditional learning and knowledge-based learning, we need to work with social media, coaching, using MOOCs, on-the-job learning, knowledge management, e-learning, talent development, whatever, but linked to competencies and competency building, not just knowledge. Same thing about AI, example I just gave you. And then the last thing is evaluate. Because the way we evaluate learning and training and development is important for whether or not it will show transfer or impact. And there's lots of ways to evaluate training and learning. Many organizations count the number of training days. Some organizations count the total number of courses, the total number of people who took an e-learning course. Maybe it's 90%. Even worse, sometimes calculations tell you about the number of percentage of the salary invested in training. That doesn't say anything if the percentage of money your ministry invests in training, if it goes up by 20%, don't be happy. Maybe you just paid more expensive consultants. It will go up by 20%. It does not mean at all that your staff will be better equipped to face the challenges they have to face. So questions is, are we measuring the right things when we evaluate? Are we measuring what really matters? To conclude, this is a picture my daughter sent me a couple of years ago of her class, last year secondary school, when she was 18. She's 25 now. She tells me, Dad, you're not going to use that old picture anymore in your presentations. I said, yeah, Cynthia. Her name is Cynthia. I said, yeah, I will. Is it okay? Okay, then. In this secondary school, they evaluate learning and training and development the way it is evaluated in an academic context. And those of you who come from a university or academic background, you know that exams are very important. And quite many of these exams are rather knowledge-based. And schools sometimes go even further to check the percentage of students that pass entrance exams at universities to say, hey, we're a good school because this and this and this. But what does it really say about true learning? And what frightens me is that in our public services, in real life, as a practitioner, sometimes we're using the same evaluation systems. At the end of trainings, we do an exam to see if people have acquired the knowledge. That doesn't say anything about whether or not they're going to do something with that in reality. I know you've all been dying to find out who my daughter is. You're probably staring at this picture saying, okay, who might be his daughter there? Okay, maybe someone guessed it correctly. This is Cynthia, this is my daughter. And a couple of years ago, she asked me, Daddy, can you please drive me to a guitar shop because I want to buy a guitar. I said, Cynthia, I love her very much, but I said, Cynthia, I'm not sure this is a good idea. Because you're taking violin classes already, you're taking dance classes, you're studying very well, you do some sports, you go out with your friends. I simply don't think you'll have the time to take guitar lessons, you know. She said, Dad, it's my money, I've been saving for it, she didn't drive herself, could you just drive me to the guitar shop? Drove her to the guitar shop, she bought a guitar. I said, okay, it's her money. A couple of months later, 6 months later, when I was passing her bedroom, she asked me, Dad, you want to come in? I'm going to play some songs for you. She took her guitar, she started playing some songs, and I was like, wow. I know daddies used to say about whatever their daughters do, like, wow. But truly, she was playing some nice guitar songs. And I was like completely surprised because I thought, well, if I had tried to measure the amount of learning that had taken place with the traditional indicators that sometimes we use in our organizations in terms of number of training courses being taken, 0. Number of formal qualifications, 0. Number of exams passed, 0. And yet there she was. She had acquired the competencies to play the guitar. What she'd been doing is sitting next to a friend of hers who knew to play the guitar and who showed it to her. This is how people learn in your organization, in my organization. Maybe some of your staff is better aware of AI already. Why send the whole team on an AI course if maybe that person could peer-to-peer learning, this is called, help the people around them. And she'd been online. She'd found the information on YouTube a lot faster than register for a training course. We're getting new civil servants, new generations into our public service. This is how they learn. They're not going to wait another 2 months before the training course is offered. And they might not necessarily join the app that you have prepared for them. They'll just find the information. This is us. This is us this morning. If you're going to evaluate whether or not learning is taking place, because face it, this kind of event is a learning situation. It's not about just ticking the box like, okay, so many people of my organization took part in that international seminar program, tick, tick, tick the boxes. No. It's about where you as an individual are now, what you know, how you want to get to the other side of the bridge, what you want to acquire instead of extra experience, maybe some nice ideas that you hear that you feel like, hey, maybe I may implement this in my organization. And the same thing for your teams. Maybe it's about where a team is now and how a conference like this may inspire your team to cross the bridge and augment your competences in a certain field. And it's finally about where you as an organization, where your country stands now, and where your country wants to stand in a year from now, in 2 years from now, in 5 years from now. And to what extent a learning situation like this one has helped you cross the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Thanks for the practitioner perspective, for learning. Sometimes it's important to listen to the other perspectives and to look at the other side of the river. It's not usually greener, but there is another side, this way or that way. Thank you very much. Second in my list is my dear colleague, Dr. Saner, the President, Lucia Saner, President of the Center for Socio-Economic in Switzerland, correct? Specializes in sustainable development and institutional capacity building. Her work focuses on implementing SDGs through effective policy frameworks and training programs. She has consulted extensively for international organizations, including the UN and World Bank. Her research and practical experiences is definitely worth listening to now and learning from as part of our learning today. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, for your kind introduction. Well, I also want to thank Peter for laying a very Also, I want to thank Peter for laying a very open starting point of training and learning is about building bridges from today to the future. And what I would like to do in my limited 15 minutes is really trying to go beyond the box and say, let's look beyond what we could do in terms of public administration and, and how could in-service training contribute to the performance of the government. And start to look at one of the commitments we have about the population for the citizens is about meeting the last mile. So what is this last mile that I'm trying to address? I'm trying to address the last mile, which is about employability task, which requires huge amount of resources through partnerships, through a better quality management system, so that we can use the limited resources in a more effective manner. By the way, about 20 years ago, together with also colleague Professor Peter Fong here, we had a joint research between IIAS and IIAS. The research is about looking at the role of in-service training and how does that contribute to the strategic reorientation of the state. And I will have to say, out of the 15 country cases, 15 country and territories, the results was not very promising. And I could see from today's discussion, we have really moved miles in terms of that. And the book is still available with IIAS if you're interested. So, if we look at what are the skill sets we're talking about that will make us, each individual, more employable or can be sort of not necessarily through employment by others, but self-employment through entrepreneurship, we need these 4 different types of skills. Fundamental skills, which is dealing with literacy and mathematics. If you look at the SDG 4, looking at the sort of a global performance according to UNESCO, I would say that the result is rather sad, because it's really not about learning about AI. It is about learning how to read and how to count. And still, hundreds of millions of children today, and also including adults when they grew up into, could not read or count. So we are failing on this accord. The second thing is about socio-emotional. The affect domain of our life skills. How do we deal with interpersonal relations? It is the second area of work. And third level, which is increasingly with the AI demanding individuals provide different type of interaction with the machine, that we have to develop much higher cognitive skills. And if you are familiar with Bloom's taxonomy, we are talking about more than understanding, but rather going to analysis, evaluation, and synthesis, and creating something beyond that. And the last one is specialized field of specialized skills and cognitions. And if we look at these 4 types of learning, then we can ask ourselves, is our current education system, not just for the public administrators, but rather for the whole society, are we delivering? Do we have the technology to do that? And so today, I think we are facing really a major challenge in terms of making our educational and learning and training systems fit better for purpose. But there are many barriers that exist. First of all, is that if we read different consulting reports, we can remember that many reports reminding us, because of technology breakthroughs, more than 40 or 50% of jobs are yet to emerge. So we do not know what kind of new jobs, new competences are required. And so we continue to use yesterday's knowledge and to deliver yesterday's competence. Are these competencies are still useful? Yes. However, it does not represent the whole story, so we have to catch up. The second, I think, our teacher training. If you look at OECD study, teachers are oftentimes working in very difficult situations, especially when they are not in the university level, but rather teaching at the elementary level. In some countries, teachers are not paid sufficiently. They are forced to have to collect tuition at the school gate, or they have to take on other jobs. So they are too strapped in order to develop, continue to invest in their own learning and development. So how can we expect them to catch up with the current development? And the demand for reskilling, upskilling are enormous, because we're no longer talking about children of the schooling age, but rather a lifelong learning journey, and that means even beyond 60 or 65. So the scale of this learning and training needs is overwhelming. So funding for TVET, technical and vocational education, has never been very generous, and therefore they are not able to really invest from an equipment point of view, from tools point of view, into their education process. And so on and on. With this fitting in terms of delivering needed competencies, what we have is a new group of people with a term called NEET. It sounds very easy, NEET. It's not employable, not in education, and not in training. If you look at this global map visualization, the dark red means it's more than 40% of the youth. And the lighter, it's better. So if we look across, quite a few countries are facing major challenges. The young people are not in education nor in employment. And even to the advanced countries like North America, we are also looking at 15%. So what does this mean? That means that we have a lot of young people who are not meaningfully engaged and are most likely falling into some other activities. So one of the recent publications by UNRIST, United Nations Research Institute for Research Social Development, it's look at the most challenging issue that were confronting us as a whole. It's not just about economic growth, but it's also about social equity, about this entrenched situation. And when you are not in school, not employed, young people find it difficult to get married, to move forward, and has a sense of hope. And I think this is also underpin many of our current crises. So what kind of, in the context of today, digitization, the industrial 4.0, as well as climate change, everything needs to somehow transit into a more greener kind of practice, hopefully is zero carbon. These are the 8 different skill areas. And if you look carefully, you notice besides environmental awareness and marketing, the rest are all soft skills. Soft skills require quality interaction between the student and the teacher. And oftentimes it is not possible in our current school setup. So in an ideal world, we would say, a more qualified, high quality vocational education and technical education need to fulfill the following criteria. One is value for money. This is traditional World Bank's Washington consensus type of demand, make it efficient. And also brings return on investment so we can do our calculation. But from a people's point of view, what is the value that contributes to the individuals? Are we better their ability to cope with the uncertain future and also ever-changing environment? And the third is value for sustainable future. Sustainable future is about not tomorrow, because tomorrow is already almost today. So, but rather to look at how would that perpetuating a kind of a pattern that allow us to meet the sustainability goals in 3 areas: social, environment, and economic. And if we recall the study done by the Asian Development Bank, it is very interesting. You cannot really achieve social social development and leaving little people behind unless you have more than 10 years of sustained 2% economic growth, and also making sure that the economic opportunity is actually inclusive. So there's a lot of things to be done. And of course, I'm not suggesting that through the training or educational institutions, these goals can be achieved. But I think we can all contribute to making sure these things are considered. So if we analyze the situation, we are proposing a 4-level model to go from micro to the meta. Micro at the school, meso level in the industrial sectors, and macro is national as well as meta. What is important is that between different levels, there need to be some linking pin mechanisms to allow alignment, better to allow a better alignment and also better, more efficient utilization of resources and achieving the common goal. And this is important. Without such, it is very difficult to talk about international partnership for developing together the future generation. So the way forward, I think we need to start to look at some common visions and common reference framework, SOP, standardized operational procedures, as well as what are the important pillars. And I will not go further into it, and I suggest the following to consider. The first is mutual recognition of qualification. We know except a few regulated profession, the rest of qualification or usually is not really sort of mutually recognized. For example, if you get a medical degree from the Philippines and if you want to practice in Switzerland, probably one has to go through retraining and take a test. So that creates, sort of some form of a discordance. And I think this is the first thing that we need to do. The second thing, in this effort, it is very interesting to look at the experience from European Union, because it is trying to streamline and to bring to convergence between different countries in terms of qualification. And that is something that we can find policies and practices to consider. And that includes rules, some concepts, and also creating different systems to accommodate different degrees of stringency. And in that, there's also an international treaty to deal with this. It's called Lisbon Recognition Convention. It is interesting, it's not only for the European countries, because you see the members, the signatory members go beyond the number of EU countries, and it reaches 50. So that means, that like some other international treaties that the European Union has sort of put together, they are also trying to bring it beyond the European scope. And so this Lisbon Convention potentially could also help us to think about how do we bring different vocational qualification together so that we could facilitate better mobilization, sharing of teaching resources, and necessary investment. Give you
2 minutes.
2 minutes, I'm finishing. Just give you a sense of investment. A few years ago, I took a delegation to visit one of the professional schools in Geneva. And one question that I asked is how much is the budget for each student, because it's meant to train lab technician, operators, and it turned out that it costs 50,000 Swiss francs per person per year. You're saying, oh, okay, Switzerland is a very high-cost country, but that's not the reason why it costs so much. Of course, the teachers of the school also have PhDs and coming back from the US, but most important is that invest in the labs that these students are learning. A youngster of 16 years old who's going to become a lab technician for Novartis, for example, he is doing gene splicing, for example, at age 16. I just want to give you a sense. Why vocational education has been difficult in many countries is because we could not afford that kind of investment. So pulling together seems to make sense. So I won't go into the potential benefits, but I wanted to say that while we're talking about replacement of jobs by the digitalization and artificial intelligence, what we could also look at is the other side, is how many new jobs could be created. So the jobs could be created, it's not because that there's no job and therefore young people are sort of being displaced and they could not find jobs, but it's because they do not have the necessary skills for that. And then on the top 5, you could see that many new jobs are being created. Peter was giving a very nice sort of PACD circle. And that is a very classic training cycle. What I suggest is that we should link into alignment with a broader needs of the schools at the societal level. And so let me conclude, since I have no more time. I think one thing that we can think about is a partnerships for green and digitalization of the TVET. There are 2 levels, 2 things, 2 directions we can undertake. One is about creating a common TVET skill development architecture. And there are many tools available, taxonomy, sort of using the ISO industrial standard classification of occupations, and we can build the skills development capacities for the TVET. and also through mutual recognition, and also accreditation, and also quality assurance kind of scheme that we can do that. And the second thing we could also do is to look to engage in the public-private partnerships. Businesses are training young people in order to support their business needs every day. And some countries even have the requirement of spending minimum. For instance, in France, it's 1.5% of the total payroll per year. And China has 2%. Whether they're really spending it well is another question. But there are, sort of finance and budget. So how can we use this kind of opportunities better to prepare the students, to train the teachers, so that they could sort of more making progress in terms of what they would like to do. And ultimately, the digital divide is very big. While we are talking about using access to data, there are difficulties in many areas and also different age groups. So that how can we make sure the learning is not only for youngsters between age, before age 24, but actually go beyond 60 and even including healthy older persons in this learning process, learning journey will be very useful. So let me conclude my last comment. It is for citizens to function well, they need to maintain certain capacities for transparency, for integrity and self-renewal to perform in ever-emerging circumstances. And that's what my answer to the regenerative skill development in the uncertain times. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucia. It's nice to also understand now from organizational to societal we have moved. And now again, with a different view, let's welcome our colleague Yunus Abu Ayoub. He's the head of Governance and State Building, Emerging and Conflict-Related Issues Division. Yunus has over 20 years of experience in international affairs, geopolitics, diplomacy, and international development. He is currently heading the Governance and State Building Division for Western Asia, North and East Africa at the United Nations. He has previously worked in different positions. He's been in conflict areas like Yemen, Libya, and others in Africa. Previously, he was also appointed as UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon as the senior regional expert in charge of the political issues in the UN Security Council panel of experts on Sudan and so on. Welcome, my dear brother. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It's a renewed pleasure for me to be among you here to give, as I was asked, an overview of the evolving dynamics of the global order as we navigate the post-COVID turbulent and conflict-prone era. What my colleagues, esteemed colleagues, just talked about earlier are important development. What I'm trying to do here is to put them in context, because what you said is happening in a global context, which affects also national contexts. So as we are meeting today, we are witnessing before our eyes the end of what I call, and what is called by many scholars, the international liberal order. And as the Italian philosopher Antonio Gramsci said, the old world is dying, the new world is struggling to be born, and in this twilight zone, it's the time for monsters. What do I mean by international liberal order? It is not the post-World War 1945 order, but rather it's the 1990, post-1990 order. Because before, and that is what is so specific about this, is that it's unique in history that we had this international liberal order. And what I mean by it is that for the first time in human history, you had one hegemonic superpower that controlled the whole world, and through it tried to shape it through institutions, through governance system, economic structures, to its own image. That's the 1990s, with all institutions that were developed or reformed to fit that shape. Because before 1945, we had a multipolar system. After 1945, we had a bipolar system. After 1990, we had a unipolar system that still exists, but it's dying. That's what I meant by the end of the international liberal order, which is based on certain ideology, market-driven, a single unipolarity, and institutions that are related to it. So indeed, the world is undergoing profound transformations today. These transformations are driven by technological advancements. We heard a lot today about AI and technological developments. There are also geopolitical shifts, and the urgent needs now before humanity is to address these challenges. Because these trends that I'm going to show briefly are reshaping the way nations interact, compete, sometimes collaborate, and they demand our collective attention and collective action. So basically, to sketch a global landscape with trends and impacts, let me address a few salient points. First, the rise of multipolarity and regional power centers. The global order is no longer dominated, as I said earlier, by a single superpower or by a bipolar structure as it was during the Cold War. We are witnessing the slow, yet painful, emergence of a multipolar world, where regional powers are increasingly asserting their influence. Countries like India, Brazil, China, Russia, South Africa, Nigeria, to name just a few, are playing increasingly significant roles in their respective regions and on the global stage. While emerging powers from what we call now the global south continue to expand gradually their economic and geopolitical footprint. This shift is definitely creating a more balanced, but also a more complex and at times contradictory global landscape, where cooperation coexists with competition. The trend, if it continues the way it is, and I opine that it will continue that way, will change the paradigm of the global governance as we know it today. And with it, it will change the institutions born out of the 1945 era, and more particularly that of the post-1919 that I just said. And the institution that I work for will be among those that will be changed. Number two, technology as a geopolitical tool. We've heard a lot about technology today as a tool for public administrations, for enhancing and upskilling the skills of public sector officials, but the missing point here that is also a geopolitical tool. Technology has become today a central arena for global competition. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology are not just drivers of economic growth, but they're also tools of geopolitical influence. Today we saw quantum leaps in the use of technology in India. It was an interesting experience to see it and to hear from the experience of India, which providing better service provision, and it shows that it's a promising field in the global south. All over the globe, nations now are racing to achieve technological supremacy, or at least to guarantee some sort of technological sovereignty, recognizing that control over critical technologies will determine their position in the global order hierarchy. And as the African adage say, if you are not sitting at the table, you're definitely on the menu. So at the same time, there are ethical implications of all these advancements, such as issues of data privacy, cybersecurity, democratic participation, privacy, fundamental freedoms, human rights, and the increasing militarization of AI. All these are sparking intense debate and necessitate international frameworks for regulation of these tools, and most of all, for the protection of the human rights framework. 3, climate change and the green transition. The climate crisis alone is the major threat for the existence of humanity, not nations alone, not regions alone, but the whole humanity. And we have reached a critical juncture, which marks a turning point in the global response. The transition to renewable energy is accelerating, with countries and corporations committing officially to a net zero target. However, this shift is also creating a lot of tensions among countries, and we saw recently with the new administration in the US that withdrew from the Paris Climate Accord for the second time. There are also tensions about access to rare earth minerals, which are essential for these green technologies and the green transition. All this has become a strategic concern, while developing nations are facing a different type of challenges because they're trying to demand a greater support to adapt to climate change. The global order must therefore balance competition with a minimum, if not a maximum, collaboration to ensure a sustainable future for all. 4, economic fragmentation, resilience, and trade wars. The global economy is increasingly fragmented. We see nations prioritizing supply chain resilience and economic self-sufficiency. The pandemic and subsequent geopolitical tensions have exposed how vulnerable globalization is, which led to a rise in regional trade agreements and the reshoring of critical industries. While this trend enhances national security, that's what we see in the MAGA movement in the US, Make America Great Again, is also risking to deepen economic divides and slowing the global economy. Bridging these divides will require innovative approaches to international trade and investment. And as I said, with the return of the American administration, the world is on the verge of devastating trade wars on the world economy, which will threaten further all the achievement, despite the fact that they are slow of sustainable development trajectories. 5, the evolving, or for some people, the failing role of international institutions and global governance. With the collapsing of this international liberal order, traditional international institutions, such as the United Nations, the Bretton Woods institutions, World Trade Organizations, and others, are struggling more and more to adapt to the new realities of the global order. We saw the creation of DOGE by the Trump administration, led by Elon Musk, and how he's moving now from a national agenda to an international agenda. And already we're seeing the decisions that are made in terms of reducing budgets for international organizations and agencies of the United Nations. So these organizations, as I said, are trying to adapt to these new realities. There will be a rise of some sort of flexible coalitions, based partnerships, and these new formations will hopefully allow countries to address specific challenges, issues such as pandemics or cyber threats or climate change. But it will be limited because no one country can do it by itself, and the small regions cannot do it. We need a global response to global challenges. Of course, some people are criticizing furthermore, at the national level, the excess of red tape and bureaucratic slow movement in terms of public services and public sector. But it's also the same criticism that is now being applied to international organizations such as the UN and others. But despite all of this, despite all the challenges and what some people say are failure of the international system, humanity needs a global governance paradigm. It needs a structure. It needs some sort of what I would call a parliament of man to resolve and discuss global issues at the global level to get collective answers. 6, the human dimension of this crisis that we see mostly in terms of increase in migration and increase in socioeconomic inequality. We cannot ignore the human dimension of these global trends. Migration, which is driven by poverty, conflict, climate change, and most of all, economic disparities, is reshaping societies and testing the limits of the international system and most of all, international solidarity. At the same time, inequality, both within and between nations, remains a persistent challenge. Addressing these issues will require not only economic solutions, but also a renewed commitment to shared values and human dignity. 7, conflicts. As the world is in this period of transition, which is full of uncertainty, multifaceted crises, and competition, conflicts are raging and will continue to rage in strategic zones. And these conflicts are threatening to spread further in other parts of the world if no serious and, most of all, just solutions for the root causes of these conflicts are not found. Let's not forget, there can be no peace without justice. So as we look further towards the future, and despite the current gloomy conjuncture that you know about and that I tried to briefly sketch here, I do contend that the global order is defined still by both opportunity and uncertainty, by crisis and potential pathways, by challenges that yet with emerging new horizons. The trends I have briefly outlined here today before you: multipolarity, technological competition, climate action, economic fragmentation, institutional evolution at the global level, and protracted conflicts demand from all of us bold, but more importantly, ethic-based leadership, as well as innovative thinking. No nation can tackle these issues alone. We must embrace a spirit of cooperation, recognizing that our fates are intertwined in an increasingly interconnected world. In the 80s, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher once said, "There is no such a thing as a society." This apparently benign statement was full of disastrous consequences decades later, as it ushered in an era of neoliberal policies in the US and the Ronald Reagan administration, in the UK under Margaret Thatcher, which later on spread globally after the Cold War. These neoliberal policies, which deconstructed the state, the social and development state, and eroded public services in favor of privatized services that can be bought and sold as mere commodities, left in the aftermath a trail of disastrous socioeconomic tragedies that we witness today. What basically happening today is we're paying the invoice of what was done back in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s.
1 minute.
I'll conclude. If we continue down this path, it is the fate of humanity which is at stake. To this nefarious ideology that I described earlier, I oppose the African adage, if you want to walk fast, walk alone. If you want to walk far, walk with others. So let us rise to these occasions. Let us walk together, not as competitors, but as partners to build a global order that is equitable, sustainable, and resilient. Ladies and gentlemen, the choice we make today will shape the world of tomorrow for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Yunus. Again, it's a different perspective. It's a global perspective, going from, again, organizational to societal to international. And I think the key aspect out of the three is putting the problems of skills on the table from different perspectives. Not necessarily the solutions, by the way. And I really would have not loved to see the solutions to be put on the table for one reason, because each and every context is different. What really works in Belgium might not work in Bahrain, though there are lots of similarities, lots of things happening together. We all have TNAs, training needs assessments. But the way to be done, the things behind it is different than there in Bahrain. The global context for India is different again from Bahrain, or different from Europe, or different from anywhere else. And at the same time, when it comes to societies, each and every locality might be different than the other. That's why you have really researched so many different localities. Thanks for our panelists. I know that we have ample time, but I know that you are already at the end of the day. But I have a question. I will raise the first question for my colleagues on the table. With all of these different levels, one thing which is common, which is the differences between us all, which I've just tried to mention briefly. I call it culture differences. Either in organizations, between organizations, or within organizations, or within societies or localities, or between the cities within each and every country, or between countries, as we are seeing how things are being challenged on the world arena. How should we address, without going into the more prescriptive, how should we address the cultural differences that we already have? We have lots of things on our table. We need to minimize things to make things happen, but we are not going to lose lots of details if we do that. So how should we really deal with this paradoxical issue? I would start with you.
Okay, thanks. It's certainly an interesting question, and I think in international meetings like this, we're faced more than ever with these kind of cultural differences. Belgium is a very, very, very tiny, small little country. I'm almost afraid to admit, when being present in the most populous country in the world, that Belgium has exactly 11 million inhabitants. That's, if I'm not mistaken, about the number of civil servants you may have. So that's a very small country, but it is a diverse country. And diverse in many different aspects, not only diverse in terms of different ministries and different work contents, also diverse in terms of ethnic groups, in terms of religion, in terms of lots of different things. And in the Belgian national emblem, there is something which in French is called l'union fait la force, but it's kind of like unity in diversity. And I think this is probably what is the way to look to it. There's so much interesting things to be learned from benchmarking and bench learning that I feel we should not lose ourselves in looking at the details, but we should look at what unites us throughout the diversity. And basically, in the long run, wherever we are, whatever our nationality, our religion, our cultural experiences, our organizational differences may be, we aim to deliver a better service. This is what our people expect from us. And I've had the chance to travel to many countries in the world to speak and lecture and work with civil servants from all over the world. And I'm surprised that wherever I come, from Tahiti to Africa, basically the core issues and challenges are the same. How can we make and create a civil service that enables people to have better lives, to improve them and satisfy the needs of the clients? And I think this is what unites all of us.
No doubt that's the ultimate aim, that we provide a service. We are civil servants. Licia.
Well, I think to build on what Peter just said, I just recall a term that being very commonly used in the WTO context. It's called common and differentiated treatment. So that is trying to address the context. With that said, I think we can also agree that one of the important ingredients of learning and also to sort of be able to move forward as an individual, as a group, or as a society is the ability to sort of to raise good questions. Right? If if we look at how we use ChatGPT, the kind of answers that you will get is really depending on how you raise your questions, how you frame it. So that is really, from a theoretical, pedagogical point of view, one of the most difficult thing to achieve or to teach. How do you teach a youngster in critical thinking, in the ability to be curious and have the creativity to sort of to frame a situation in such a way it could support innovation? It is not our ordinary way of teaching. It has to be much more interactive. It has to be much more open. Has to be much less controlled and structured. And if you look at our classrooms, in terms of teaching, it's the opposite. So I think we are really facing an opportunity to use the existing tools to deal with some of this program knowledge, meaning A plus B equals C, and allow the time between a teacher and the youngster, or a trainer with a trainee, the different type of quality interaction, which foster that kind of curiosity, that ability to see why the apple is coming down and not going up. Because I think we're really missing this kind of mind to allow for the kind of a scientific breakthrough. And it is happening. We have more and more, but it's not sufficient, because it's not just about big breakthroughs. It's about everyday breakthroughs to allow the interaction in a community to be more meaningful, to be more productive, to be more intimate or more equal. I think that's the challenge. That is, this quality has to be invested in the majority, not in the minority, as a special gift.
I think training, learning, training and education are not solutions, or the only solutions. We've came across peer learning. We've came across conflicts as learning experiences. And in societies, we are seeing how things can really be developed. From an international learning, what do you think about the cultural differences?
Thank you. I think we're in a world that lacks grand narratives. We have become more focused on technical aspect of things, which is important for daily life, but we need more grand narratives. We lack those today. And the human tendency, usually when you're faced with a crisis, is that instead of opening up, you close, and you protect what you have, and you build walls, not bridges. And we are in a time of crisis, and you have this issue. If you remember, in the 1990s, two major books came after the end of the Cold War, one of them called The Last Man in the End of History by Francis Fukuyama, which proved to be completely wrong, because history didn't end and there's no last man. And the second book was The Clash of Civilizations with S by Samuel Huntington, which actually built and laid the foundation for what we see today. And both of them, for me, should be read, but definitely not followed. Because I am one of those who believe that civilization should always be singular, not plural. I believe in human civilization with different cultures. No one started from scratch, from zero. We all built from others and learned from others and continue building from what others have achieved. So instead of having this reflex of closing down on our tribe, our nation, we should do actually the opposite. We should learn from history. We've been into enough wars that today we should see cultural differences as wealth to learn from, to work in solidarity, in tandem. Difference is wealth. It's not an issue. But you need leaders that show that. Unfortunately, if you don't have the type of leaders that could show you a different perspective and sow the seeds of conflict and division and differences, we're doomed to repeat the history.
True. I'm really tempted to ask so many questions because I have so many things in mind, but I will open the floor for questions, and then if there is some time, we have 1, 2, 3. The microphone here first. First, this side, please.
Thank you very much. Really great presentations. My name is Sufyan Sahrawi, Director General of IIAS. But I'm going to be very technical, although, you know, whatever Yunus has said is very exciting and I could debate endlessly. My question is more probably to Peter and maybe also to Licia. Peter, of course, thank you for the exciting presentation, you know. You talked about, you know, training that has a basic mission to make sure that civil servants, they can adapt and deliver the types of services that citizens expect, etc. But of course, in doing so, you also talked about the changing mission of training provision within the public sector because of the self-learning, because of all of these available technologies that exist nowadays. And in one, you know, specific moment, you said that, you know, you talked about these people that have never changed over 20 years, and now that, of course, they resist any type of new training. But within the current context of, you know, divesting from the public sector, etc., and of course, we know that training is generally the first, you know, budget that is hit because it's perceived by many as like, you know, non-essential, etc. There is a changing mission of training providers. Do you think that training providers like yourself, and you are at the federal level, and I know you are way up there, I mean, you know, the main person in charge of training provision in the public sector in Belgium, you know, what is your degree of adaptability to a new mission of training provision that takes care of these reduced budgets, ones, right? And second, of the new technologies, and of course of new types of public servants that can, just like your daughter, you know, they can learn in different ways. Because I've once conducted a consultancy about training strategy in another country, of course, and the main thing is that training was perceived in a classical way, and of course was completely unadapted. And the main problem, whatever solution you proposed, the training providers were not willing to adapt and to change their mission. It just, you know, kept going. Thank you.
Please. Thank you. Very interesting question indeed. Let me first of all start by saying that we're not perfect. So we're trying to do our best. Don't believe that the Belgian federal administration is heaven and everything runs smoothly and perfectly and we're as agile as we should be. However, the shift I've been talking about from a traditional, rather classical, classroom-based training approach, and that also applies if you're doing this online through Zoom or team sessions, but this kind of traditional approach, to shift from the one to the other, it takes the right skills internally to start with. Because before you're going to convince the decentralized HR staff and the people in the ministries and line management and leaders and people themselves, you have to ensure that your own training organization or your institute is ready to face that shift. And what helped us a lot in Belgium is that we had political backing for that. And with political backing, I mean, we convinced the minister and the cabinet that this change was necessary. And this is why there was in Belgium even a royal decree and lots of strategic documents that were issued that were spread throughout the civil service to show that we're not getting there anymore if we're talking about a classical, traditional training approach. We need to install a learning organization, a learning culture, and we need to ensure that people have the abilities to learn, and that things like peer-to-peer learning and learning from events like this is also taken into account when you create your KPIs and you're trying to measure your training outcome. And in the past, the only thing that was counted was like number of training days. Now, a very specific example, every Belgian civil servant has an appraisal cycle. In the appraisal cycle we have, for a couple of years now, there's not only the performance objectives, and they're equally important, the learning objectives. So they're integrated in your appraisal cycle. If as a civil servant, if as a leader, you're not facilitating your staff, your individuals, to grow and learn, this will be taken into account in your evaluation. So it's there, it's put open into place. And a last example to show this, we've been organizing internal trainings to our staff as well, our training staff, to tell them and instruct them and help them learn about innovative learning methodologies. Because even our own staff, if you've been in the training business for 15 years, and for 15 years you've been doing anything but programming and scheduling traditional trainings or online, it's hard to wake up one morning and say, hey, maybe mentorship, hey, maybe coaching is the solution, hey, maybe peer-to-peer learning is what we're going to get to. So we started with our own staff, we got managerial buy-in, we convinced minister, it was translated in official documents in what we call now a kind of strategic learning document that was spread throughout the administration, that was okayed by the Council of Personnel and Organization Staff Directors and all the presidents of the Board of Directors of all the ministries. Because we found there is no alternative. Nowadays, when we recruit new people, we saw some figures here this morning, the same thing applies to us. 20–30% of newly recruited people leave. And it's okay, and it's normal. Young people don't enter the civil service anymore and hope to stay there until their retirement day. They're moving on flexibly to other jobs. So this is why upskilling, reskilling stays very important, and budgetary a lot more interesting than continuing to recruit people with a budget that maybe you don't have anymore. I don't know if this answers your question.
Thank you, Peter. One of the challenges is faced usually, even the terminology. The words that you've used casually, you said learning, but learning does encompass so many types of things that person can have, but it is not in our dictionary. Usually when we use it within the organizations and between the normal, if I would say, setup, it's training. But if you just at least shift, it will shift also the mindset. Yeah, please.
I found it a very nice remark, and I should say that a couple of years ago, I went to visit the National Academy of, in Taiwan, the organization that provided training. And when walking through the huge building, I was so positively surprised that it didn't say classroom, or training room. It said learning room 1, learning room 2, learning room 3. And that indeed shows the mind shift.
Absolutely. Second question?
Thank you.
Briefly?
Yeah, myself, Dr. Tushaba Shinde, Director. My question is for Dr. Yunus. Sir, it was an excellent one, sir. Sir, United Nations is a great organization, doing great job, sir. Since 1945, as you said, the socio-economic, socio-political structures came 1945, 1990, and after 2020 also. So there are my two tiny questions for you, sir. Whether there are changes being happen in the United Nations, as they require some reforms there. If yes, what are they? If not, sir, why? And second is that, what is your opinion or suggestion for further reforms in the United Nations for the better world order? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Well, definitely, I believe that the United Nations needs reform. The world changes, it has to change also, and what doesn't reform dies. It has to be reformed on two levels. First of all, politically speaking, because 1945 world is not 2025 world. When the United Nations was created, most countries of the global south were not independent. So they didn't decide anything. They didn't decide the charter, they didn't decide the way the GA functions, the way the Security Council functions. And now it's only fair that they have a say in what's happening, the way it's regulated and decisions are made. There are huge contradictions within the system, I agree. For instance, the Security Council with 5 members that are permanent and 10 that are elected on a rotation basis every 2 years. Only the Security Council resolutions are legally binding. The GA General Assembly's resolutions are mere recommendations. So 193 countries can decide whatever they want. It will never be implemented. But a P5 plus 10 have the prerogative to decide for the rest of the world. This has to change. I give you another example. In conflict countries, for instance, around the world, we have this policy within the Security Council that you have what we call the pen holder. Let's say country A is in conflict, and then you have a Security Council that meets. Those who are the pen holders will draft the resolution and will decide what the resolution will say without consulting country A. And they are not even allowed to attend the drafting sessions or these meetings. So there's a lot of issues. Yet, unfortunately, a lot of people, or certain people, would call for reform of the United Nations or calling it out for its failures, not out of good intentions, because you want to get rid of it. If I or you, I hope, criticize it, it's because you want something better, more effective, something that could decide with the majority of votes to resolve issues peacefully. That's what we want. Because despite all the challenges and the failure of the system, let's not forget, a world without the UN will be much worse than one with it, way worse. So I hope I answered the question. I don't know if there was a second one. What was the second? Well, this kind of reform that I told you.
Yeah, what is your suggestions for
Yeah,
because now you have mentioned very rightly that because new government in the USA has stopping or reducing the funding because the UN is 25% funding is from the USA only.
Yeah, but this could open up also new pathways, as I said earlier. Why not other countries could step in and fill that gap? Because at the end of the day, I'll tell you, if you put a chart now on the screen with the main pillars of the work of the UN, which is the issues of peace and security, humanitarian assistance, and development, I'll guarantee you that the chart will look like this. Humanitarian are way, way, way on the top, and then development going down, and peace and security going down. It has reason for that, because we have more and more crises around the world, less and less solidarity, and more competition. That's what you get. So we were talking about, we have all here experts and public sector officials. I'm an international public servant. So if you have a complete destruction of the state as the holder and distributor of collective goods, why do you expect the international system that is based on this Westphalian state to survive? It will not survive. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Yunus. We have the third, and I think we end up. Please, the top there. The lady with the red.
Sorry, it's not a lady. It's a
it's
a very handsome man.
Because all the lights. Sorry, my dear. The lights are on my eyes. I cannot really see.
Very handsome man with an afro. Anyway, I just wanted to ask to Dr. Professor Yunus, are you subtly galvanizing the world towards collaboration, or are you now sulking? Sorry for. Because we are moving towards protectionism. I'm not getting the message whether we are succumbing to protectionism, or you are galvanizing the world towards more collaboration and cooperation. And then the other question is for the Sana, yeah. The harmonization of education systems. In the past, why were the other systems not recognized? Is there a rationale behind maybe certain qualifications not being recognized in certain economies? And what type of international standards would be put in place as you advocate for harmonization of education qualifications? And then finally, is there a way, for example, with regard to innovation, we have the United Nations Public Sector Innovation, Service Innovation Awards, and all other approaches, or some which are in international declarations. Now, when it comes to learning organizations, why have the world not pronounced itself to ensure that training or education or capacity building is not thrown out of the window as soon as there are other pressing economic issues? I submit.
Thank you. Lead chair first.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for this very interesting question. I think, the harmonization of basic degree we could do to some extent. And then we also always, so the common core. And then if you look at the IO classification of occupation, that already sort of offer a good starting point if we're talking about technical skills. Culture, as our chairman, Mr. Ben Shams was talking about, has a strong role to play in terms of what is considered to be ethical and appropriate. And that probably, will go from one society to another, interpreted a little bit differently. So I think, that's why, we're looking at, if you go to my first slides, looking at 4 fundamental sets of skills, mostly are not about what you need to know, but what you need to be able to do and to perform. And I think, that is one way of trying to harmonize. One good example within this family of scholars is that UN does have standards about excellence of public administration related education. That is a framework to allow us to come together to harmonize it. Nevertheless, as we all know, there are some protectionist element in this discussion about qualification. It's about protecting your own job markets. And so why and also some mistrust about the educational outcomes in another system. So we have to find ways to communicate and to make it open enough to be traceable and to be also, possible to be audited to allow for such acceptance. If we look at education as service, but how about education, similar to the production of goods to allow for some common standards? That has greatly facilitated the liberal economy, because if we look at how the ISO standards help the goods from going from one place to another and easily compatible. So I think there are examples to allow us to do to some degree, but not always. And I would like to just to have something to say about in terms of pedagogy and the ways we ensure learning. If we indeed believe that at the final end, the most important capacities or skills a person can have one is about agency, meaning certain sense of self-confidence, ability to be autonomous and act. That would be one very important outcome. Would that be very different from one culture to another? I doubt it. Second thing, I think it's very important, is really about problem solving. To be able to see a problem, as I was quoting sort of Newton's experience, he said apple coming down is an interesting problem rather than going up. And look how far it has, his discovery has carried us. And we need to somehow support, coach, and facilitate that kind of level of reflection. And these are things are not happening. So I think there's quite a bit of things that we need to do, especially it is realistic. If a person only knows pre-programmed knowledge, can recite, why do I want to have a less optimal kind of memory than the AI? It doesn't make sense. And therefore, what we have to do is to, through the education system, not to get to the university, but lower level, already perpetuating that kind of ability and interest. And so the third thing, which I do not have time to talk about, is how does the school system stifle individuals' motivation for continuous learning? Right? So we can talk about lifelong learning, but people are not interested. Right. So I think we are looking at a methodological challenge. Is how can we redefine the roles of school, redefine the roles of teacher? I'm using that as a general term rather than limited to elementary school. And I think it's an interesting time for innovation.
It is. It's always.
Well, I must confess that your question filled me with unease, because I thought that my whole presentation advocated for collaboration and solidarity between humans. And that's what I stand for, that's what I do. I don't think we have a better choice. I mean, now we are in this transition phase where individualism is still ongoing and intensifying. But I believe if the international order as we know it and the United Nations and other institutions are challenged today, in the present time, I think definitely they have a future, because we'll turn around and come back to the essentials. Human beings are social beings. You cannot live alone, you cannot be alone, and you cannot face the challenges of our times alone. So solidarity, definitely.
Thank you. Thanks to our panelists. We have listened to so many things. We've looked at the needs of our futures, and we have agreed nearly all that we need to look into that. However, there are different levels, from organizational to societal to international. We have nearly agreed that learning is very much needed, not just training or skills, but much more than the normal skills, but it needs to be regulated. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And we have agreed nearly that culture is agreed to be one of the key elements which shapes our learning and needs to be incorporated within our path for learning. But I don't think that we have been able to define it. Cultures, organizational culture is different from societal culture is different, and the international changes of cultures is again different. I think to summarize, I believe that we need to understand our needs, learn from each other's, and craft our future cultures together. Thank you very much, and thanks for the panelists, Peter, Licia, and Yunus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kindly stay back. I request Mr. Sufyan Sahrawi to please come up onto the stage and present a memento or a small hamper to all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais. This is the token of immense respect and to honor the guest speakers on the dais. DG Mr. Sofyan Sahravi. Thank you so much. Here ends the day-long conference, the inaugural and the last session of the conference. Tomorrow we'll meet again at 9:30. Thank you so much, all the best. And I would like to inform all the delegates who are staying in Ashoka Hotel, there is a shuttle bus waiting for you if you want to go with that bus to Ashoka Hotel. And there's an exhibition also, if you want to visit and explore, you can as well go there. Namaskar. Thank you so much.